Good morning. We're now on the record. It's 9 a.m. on Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. This is an evidentiary hearing and proceeding number 24A-0442E, Public Service Company of Colorado's Just Transition Solicitation Plan, or JTS. Filed its JTS application on October 15th, 2024, and seeks commission approval of a plan to acquire new generation and storage resources to meet the anticipated resource need through 2033. I'm Eric Blank, the commission chair. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Gilman?
Good morning, this is Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Good morning, this is Commissioner Tom Plant.
We'll continue with entries of appearance, starting with the company.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Matthew Larson, Wilkinson Barker Nauer, LLP, on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Christopher Irby of Public Service Company of Colorado, Samuel Eisenberg with our firm, and also Caitlin Shields with our firm. Thank you.
Thank you. Trial staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Cox, Assistant Attorney General with the Colorado Attorney General's Office, representing trial staff of the Public Utilities Commission. I'm joined by my colleagues, First Assistant Attorney General Paul Kide and Assistant Attorney General Aileen Chong.
Thank you. UCA.
Good morning, Chair Blank, Commissioners Gilman and Commissioner Plant. This is Michelle Singer-Nelson from the Colorado Attorney General's Office, and we're representing the Utility Consumer Advocate. I'm also entering the appearance of Greg Bunker and Patrick Wittersheim.
Thank you. Colorado Energy Office.
Good morning, commissioners and parties. This is David Banis with the Colorado Attorney General's Office, representing the Colorado Energy Office. I'm also entering the appearance of my co-counsel, Cynthia Vitale.
Thank you. Holy Cross. CEC.
Good morning. This is Austin Rushoff on behalf of CEC. Also want to enter the appearance of my co-counsel William Prelo and my colleague Michelle King.
Thank you. Climax.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Richard Baniel on behalf of Climax Molybdenum Company.
Thank you. Walmart.
Good morning, Julie Clark on behalf of Walmart.
Welcome. Conservation Coalition.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Matt Gerhard on behalf of the Conservation Coalition. I'd also like to enter the appearance of my colleague Patrick Woolsey.
Thank you. WRA Sweep.
Morning, Commissioners. Parks Barissa representing WRA and Sweep.
Morning. Healthy Air and Water, Colorado.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Foote on behalf of Healthy Air and Water, Colorado.
Thank you. Environmental Justice Coalition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Hyatt with Earth Justice, appearing on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition.
Welcome. Pivot Energy. CRES, Colorado Renewable Energy Society.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners. Vince Calvano on behalf of CRES, the Colorado Renewable Energy Society, and the Physicians for Social Responsibility, Colorado.
Welcome. Pueblo Interveners.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. It is Francis Concilia. I'm appearing on behalf of the City of Pueblo, the County of Pueblo, and Pueblo Economic Development Corporation. And my co-counsel is Carlos Sykes, who is the City Attorney of Pueblo, and Cynthia Mitchell, who is the County Attorney.
Thank you. Moffat County and Craig.
Good morning, Commissioners. Casey Canelio of Canelio Consulting here this morning representing Moffat County and the City of Craig. I'd also like to enter the appearance of my co-counsel, Laura Chartrand of Buckhalter. Thank you.
Thank you. Routt County and Hayden.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brandon Dittman of Wilson, Williams, Fellman, Dittman. I would also like to enter the appearance of Wilson Scarberry, and we represent the town of Hayden and Routt County.
CC4CA.
Morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is Sarah Judkins with Kaplan Kirsch, representing Colorado Communities for Climate Action. I'd like to also enter the appearance of my co-counsel, Samantha Caravello.
Thank you. Interwest.
Good morning, Chris Leger for the Interwest Energy Alliance.
Thank you. CIEA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mark Detsky, the law firm Dietze and Davis, entering my appearance on behalf of CIEA. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Daniel Rubin and Lauren Davis.
Thank you. Onward Energy.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is Sarah Keene of the law firm Kaplan Kirsch on behalf of Onward Energy.
Thank you. CCSA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Scott Dunbar of the law firm Keys and Fox, here on behalf of the Coalition for Community Solar Access.
East Metro Business Coalition.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mark Davidson of law firm Fairfield and Woods, appearing on behalf of the East Metro Area Business Coalition. Thank you.
Clean Energy Industry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jake Schlesinger with the law firm of Keys and Fox on behalf of the Colorado Solar and Storage Association, the Solar Energy Industries Association, and Advanced Energy United, also known as Clean Energy Industries.
Thank you. Office of Just Transition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Heather Whitman of the Colorado Attorney General's Office on behalf of the Colorado Office of Just Transition. Thank you.
Grid United.
Good morning again, Sarah Keene of Kaplan Kirsch on behalf of Grid United.
And finally, Commission Counsel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Erin McLaughlin, Commission Counsel. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Wendy Rosati and Mitch DeCenzo.
Thank you. Did we miss anyone? Mr. Schlesinger.
Sorry, I failed to also enter the appearance of my co-counsel, Ms. Ellen Howard-Kutzer. Thank you.
Thank you. She was on my list. Did I miss anybody else? Moving to electronic process and pre-filed testimony. We're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as hearing exhibit 2800 lists the latest versions of, I think, most of the pre-filed testimony and attachments. Mr. Larson, is there a stipulation or any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 2800?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a stipulation with respect to hearing exhibit 2800 and at least one other stipulation that I'm prepared to speak to when it's appropriate.
Yeah, let me just get this submitted. With that, hearing exhibit 2800 is admitted. And I guess is there a stipulation to the among the parties? It sounds like there is, admitting all the items listed on hearing exhibit 2800. And let's keep the rebuttal separate for a second. Mr. Larson?
Yes, there is a stipulation with respect to hearing exhibit 2800.
And all the exhibits in it?
That's correct.
With that, the pre-filed exhibits listed on hearing exhibit 2800 as filed in the commission system are admitted into evidence. Mr. Larson, where are we at with the rebuttal responses that were filed yesterday? And I just say that I found his responses really helpful and defining the scope of the hearing, and greatly appreciate the companies and the parties doing that. So with that, where are we at?
So, yeah, so we do have a stipulation with respect to all of the rebuttal testimony, comments, and attachments. So those can be moved into evidence, at an appropriate time. But there's no objection to the stipulation of those documents.
All right, let's admit all those documents. Moving on, it just in its June 6 filing, the company represented that the parties strongly prefer the commission to proceed under the current witness order per sort of our normal procedures and practice. The parties also and the company significantly reduced cross times from the initial 89 hours provided on March 30th to a much more workable 46. So again, we greatly appreciate and thank the parties for that. So I just had one more issue on this for the conforming bid policy issues. It sounded like you guys were maybe open to panels. It seemed like it was those issues were not addressed in the rebuttal. So, Mr. Larson or the parties, do you have any thoughts about the best way to proceed on those issues? And I just say from where I sit, we would defer to the parties since the cross has been reduced. But do you have any suggestions for framing those issues up for discussion?
Yeah, thank you. So when as cross times were being reduced and we worked with the parties to reduce those times, in response to the order that was issued last week, we did have some discussions about what a potential panel could look like. The way that we had talked about it amongst the parties and specifically between public service and the IPP trades was that all of the witnesses that have addressed the conforming bid policy in their testimonies would go through regular cross-examination, commission questions, redirect, and then later in the hearing, if the commission wanted to see a panel on this topic, there could be an IPP trade panel with their witnesses for commission questions on conforming bid policy, and then a public service panel that would probably feature from our perspective, Mr. Bornhofen, as well as Mr. Tomjanovic. But that's all only if the commission wants to pursue that pathway in light of the reduced cross time. So I think at this point we could defer having the panel, or we could discuss it now as a preliminary matter, whatever's better for the commission.
So I just go through the witnesses and not try and pursue the panel idea, given the reduction in cross. That would make the most sense to me. Although I'll check Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant. Would that be all right with you?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, that works great.
And I guess, Mr. Larson, I mean, we just got these yesterday and I haven't gone through them. Is there going to be rebuttal testimony on the contract issues, or was there rebuttal on the contract issues? I don't recall seeing it.
There were comments, at least comments filed on the conforming bid policy, primarily to characterize them, flagging that was still a open and disputed item between public service and IPP trade associations in particular. So it is addressed as part of those filings. The depth of that discussion, is confined to the page limitations that we all agreed to.
Mr. Schlesinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just going to answer your question and flag that COSA SIA AEU did submit testimony and an attachment responding to the company's attachment regarding specific terms, but it is a huge issue, just in terms of volume, in terms of the number of terms that are being disputed. And so while we did submit that rebuttal testimony with a rather lengthy attachment, we do still have issues to address here at the hearing on that.
And so can you just, I missed it when I was going through the rebuttal testimony. Yeah. Can you just tell me what attachment that is?
Certainly. Give me 1 second.
I guess I'll find it with counsel. Mr. Detsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to flag that CIA also addressed the conforming bid policy in Sir rebuttal comments, no attachments, and just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
All right. All right. Let's keep going. I guess let's go to witness excusal. And I'll just go down them one by one. Trial staff, Dr. Depew and Mr. Abadan don't have schedule cross. Commissioner Goman, do you have cross for either of those witnesses?
No.
Commissioner Plant,
I'm sorry, can you say those names again?
the trial staff, Dr. Depew and Mr. Abadan.
I do not.
Okay, unless anybody objects, I'd excuse those witnesses.
Chair
Clean
Blank.
Energy- Yeah,
Sorry about that. Our understanding is also that staff witness Dalton, he had time reserved still by COSA-SIA AU. My understanding is that they plan to waive that cross. So I would see about adding him as well to the list.
Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Dalton?
I do not.
Commissioner Plant?
No, I do not.
Mr. Dalton may be excused. I have CEI's Mr. Turner, and I'm a little confused. Is there a cross for Mr. Pierce? Well, let's start with Mr. Turner. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Turner?
No.
Commissioner Plant?
I may have one question for Mr. Turner.
All right, Mr. Turner. Is it a standalone question, or would you like him to listen to everything that comes before? Commissioner Plant?
Sorry, it's a standalone.
All right, so Mr. Turner, if you can just be available when your turn comes up, that'd be great. Ms. McLaughlin, were there questions for Mr. Pierce? Yes, it looks like Mr. Pierce does have 15 minutes from the company. Mr. Wilson for Interwest? Commissioner Gilman?
No.
Commissioner Plant?
No.
Mr. Wilson is excused.
Mr. Chair, I'm showing that there is time for Mr. Wilson, if I'm reading this correctly, from Colorado Energy Office.
That's right. Are we talking about Mr. Ken Wilson for COSA-SIA and AEU or Mr. John Wilson for Interwest?
We're talking about Mr. John Wilson for Interwest.
Right. Then we do not have questions for John Wilson, to be clear.
Okay. So Mr. John Wilson is excused. Any other Johnson is not yet excused. CC4CA's Mr. Lerman and Ms. Burley. Commissioner Gilman, questions for those two witnesses?
No.
Commissioner Plant?
No questions.
They may be excused. The Business Coalition's Ms. Waldschmidt. Commissioner Gilman?
No.
Commissioner Plant?
No.
They may be excused. CCSA, Mr. Cray, Commissioner Gilman?
No.
No.
Commissioner Plant? Colorado Renewable Energy Society's Ms. Lauren Swain or Mr. James Gilbert? Commissioner Gilman?
No.
Commissioner Plant?
I waited for you that time. No, thanks.
Walmart's Jamie McGovern, Commissioner Gilman,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
Pueblo interveners, Mayor Graham, Sabina Janicio, or Gerald Honor, Commissioner Gilman,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
Routt County's Brian Defani, Commissioner Gilman,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
CEOs, Ms. Megan Otteson, Commissioner Gilman,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
All right. Grid United's Ali Warrenberger or Will Harrop, Commissioner Gilman,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
Me neither. CEC's Kevin Higgin,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
HAWC's James Crooks and Alex Bone,
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
Onward Energy's Jeffrey Spurgeon. I think I have questions for Mr. Spurgeon. So with apologies, if you could be available, that'd be great. But it'll just be on the IPP issue, so he doesn't need to listen to everything else. WRA sweep, Mr. Richardson and Mr. Camacho.
No.
Commissioner Plant.
No.
I have one for UCA, Ms. Hoteling, and I have one question for Ms. Summer, but she doesn't need to listen to the whole thing. So Hoteling and Milligan, Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, and then I'll get right to you, Mr. Larson.
No, I don't have any.
Commissioner Plant.
I do not.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the company was only entity with cross-examination time reserved for Dr. England. We're prepared to waive that cross time. So he would be 0 as well.
I may have one question for Mr. England, but he does not need to listen to the whole thing. And I think that's it. Any other modifications to cross time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are a few minor updates to the cross-examination matrix that I can step through, and then we can see if the parties have anything else, if that works for you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So we inadvertently entered a few of CIEA's times. So my understanding of CIEA's times is 60 minutes for Ihle for public service, 40 minutes for Landrum, 15 minutes for Tomjanovic, 75.
Can you sit down? So Ihle is 60.
Yes.
Landrum is how much?
Landrum is 40.
Okay. Keep going.
Tomjanovic is 15.
Okay.
And Bornhofen is 75. And Mr. Desky can weigh in if I incorrectly stated any of that.
That's correct.
And Martz and Dalkey are still 20 and 15.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And did that alter the totals or just reallocate them?
I think it's slightly increased. Yeah,
it matched the totals from what I had represented to public service.
Okay. 100, 190. So it's a little higher, 20 minutes more. Okay. 225. All right. So with that, all those witnesses are excused. Any other some preliminary matters, Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The cross matrix reflects public service on the far left side of it. The company would prefer to cross-examine last before commission questions, if that's acceptable to the commission.
Say that again. You want to cross-examine?
Yeah, just as we go through the order for each witness on cross-examination, public service would prefer to be the last party to cross-examine as opposed to the first one, which is what it would insinuate based on the layout of the matrix.
I'm with you. Any concerns or objections? Hearing none, that works. Anything else, Mr. Larson?
I don't believe so from public service. Thank you.
Mr. Schlesinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two items. One, cross times. Given the opportunity to file rebuttal testimony, we have been able to significantly reduce our cross-examination times that were filed. I can go through those if you like.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay, Jack Ihle, we're going to keep at 40. We might borrow 5 minutes from some of the ones that we're getting rid of. Mr. Landrum reducing down to 10. Mr. Bornhofen reducing down to 30. We will waive cross of Mr. Ming and Mr. Martz. And we already discussed that we're waiving Mr. Dalton, and we are adding instead 5 minutes for Ms. O'Neill of staff. And we are also waiving Mr. Neal of the UCA.
Got it. Thank you.
And my other issue has to do with the fact that one of our pre-filed attachments to Mr. Ken Wilson's answer testimony was mislabeled, and we did get an email. It's in our box. I can address it now or when we call him.
Yeah, if you could just fix it when you call him, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox.
Thank you. Staff will waive cross on COSACIA AU witness Lucas. And that's the only change we have right now.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two brief things. The first, I heard Commissioners Plant and Gilman say that they did not have questions for Mr. Cray, but I don't believe I heard you confirm that he was excused, so I just wanted to double check.
He's excused.
Okay, thank you. And the second was, we requested a date certain for our other witness, Mr. Beach, if possible. That's listed on the second tab of the matrix. He's available June 13, June 17 in the morning, June 18, or June 20. And we would just appreciate knowing which day he can plan for if possible. I would suggest maybe the easiest thing to do would be to take him first thing at the start of the hearing and then go back to wherever we were in the order, but I defer to you, of course.
Can you work that out with the with council and the parties and just I mean, we totally support scheduling around his needs, but can you just work it out with the parties and, you know, when we get closer, just tell us what you resolved?
Certainly, yes. I've raised this with the parties and no one had objections, and so is the request just for
do you have a specific day?
Yeah,
do you have a specific day you want him to go first?
We don't have a strong preference, but if the request is for me to suggest a day to the parties and make sure nobody has any strong feelings about the day I suggest, then I'm happy to do that via email if that's easier.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barroso.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have one issue to raise regarding attachment SJD9, which was filed yesterday as an attachment to staff's rebuttal testimony.
Yep.
And that attachment is styled as an agreement between public service staff and CIEA, and I think Mr. Monson in his testimony refers to it as a stipulation. WRA and Sweep would like to raise two issues with that agreement and attachment. Number one, it's procedurally inappropriate. We're well past the June 2nd settlement deadline, and these three parties are seeking to offer what is effectively a non-unanimous settlement with no notice or no conferral. Number two, rebuttal testimony was permitted to give interveners the chance to offer brief testimony in response to the company's rebuttal case. With public service joining this agreement in rebuttal, it's effectively giving the company another bite at the apple to provide new evidence via rebuttal. And to be clear, WRA and Sweep are not requesting that the commission strike the attachment. But what I would request is that the commission clarify that attachment SJD9 is neither a settlement nor a stipulation, and that it's not afforded the weight of a settlement or stipulation.
Yeah, I think that, well, first I'd just say I appreciate it's not a motion to strike, given how much stuff is moving and the company's willingness to allow rebuttal. It seems like some flexibility is appropriate. And I think it was labeled a framework. Mr. Larson, is you amenable to Mr. Barroso's request that we give it the weight it deserves and not characterize it as a stipulation or a settlement?
Yeah, it was styled as a framework. The company has no objection to it not being treated as a stipulation.
Does that work for you, Mr. Barroso?
That does. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Bonas.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. This concerns stipulation and admission of hearing exhibits. Last week, when we were paring down our cross time, we reached out to the company about stipulating to admitting about a dozen hearing exhibits today rather than doing it during our cross time. So I'd ask you, is this an appropriate time to get about 10 exhibits stipulated to you and 3 exhibits for the commission to take administrative notice of?
Do we have to go describe all the exhibits, or are all the parties aware of these, and can we just do it all at once?
I don't believe all the parties are aware, but these are all PSCO discovery responses, and I believe Mr. Larson is on board.
Mr. Larson, are you, for the record, can you just list the exhibit numbers?
Sure. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Hearing exhibit 403, 404, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 413, and 414. We would move that all of those be entered into the record.
Mr. Larson, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Chair. And I would also note that other parties reached out to us yesterday about similar stipulations. We'll be working through those with them as quickly as possible to try to make this hearing as efficient as possible. But no objection to these because they were provided to us early.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this is appropriate either, but we've got 3 things that we'd like the commission to take administrative notice of. I'm not even sure if you need to take administrative notice of some of them, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to ask for that if that's appropriate now too.
Is the company aware of this, or is this new?
Yes, sir. Those are all on our list also.
Yeah, if you can list them.
Sure. And I'll just say what they are too. It's hearing exhibit 405, which is the phase 2 decision in the previous ERP. Exhibit 412, which is the electric rules. And Exhibit 415, which is the updated settlement agreement in the previous ERP.
Any objection?
No objection from public service. Our understanding is that it's a complete copy of all three of those documents.
That's right.
All right, so moved. Anything
Thank you.
else, Mr. Bonas?
No, that's all. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concerns hearing exhibit 302, which is Chelsea Hotelling's answer testimony. We had some issues with being able to file some very large executables, and we were not able to get it all resolved before today's hearing. So what we've done is we've decided not to introduce the executables, and they're hearing exhibits 312 through 318. And then we went through and modified our answer testimony. It filed it, and we redacted the references to those exhibits. So I did advise the parties that I was going to do that yesterday, and we did file, as I said, the revised testimony. So I've got it in box, and I will introduce it when you see fit.
Have you talked to the company? You want to just do it now, or?
I haven't talked to them specifically about the process for introducing it, but yeah, I'm happy to get a response from Mr. Larson.
No, if you could take that offline, that'd be great.
Okay.
I think we're prepared to stipulate to this in the interest of efficiency.
All right. So moved.
Thank you.
Mr. Vetsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to just do a brief response to Mr. Barroso because Mr. Monson did not file Sir rebuttal testimony. CIA filed Sir rebuttal comments, and the framework is not a stipulation or a settlement that was made clear in those comments, but is rather a summary of issues that are not in dispute. In terms of one housekeeping matter from CIA, we had headers that needed to be fixed on Mr. Monson's answer and cross-answer testimony in exhibits 700, 701. We've done that. They're in our box, but they're not currently on exhibit 2800. So as an administrative matter, I'd like to move for admission of those from our box into the record.
Mr. Larson?
No objection from the company.
All right. So moved.
Thank you.
All right. Any other preliminary matters?
I do have one, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
Yep.
The CDPHE verification workbooks that were filed by CDPHE in this proceeding on April 15. We do have a stipulation to admit those. Public Service is in the process of marking those, and at an appropriate time, once they're marked and in our box, we'll move them into the record. I just wanted to make you aware that there's a stipulation to enter those into evidence.
And would you like to do that now, or you're going to, it sounds like you're going to wait.
Yeah, if it's okay, we're still in the process of marking them up and getting them into our box, and I'll notify you all when that is complete.
Yep, that'd be great. All right. Any other preliminary matters? All right, I guess we're ready to call our first witness. Mr. Ihle, you out there? I saw you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ihle.
Good morning, Mr. Larson.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
It is Jack Ihle. The last name is spelled I-H-L-E.
And what is your title?
My title is Regional Vice President of Planning and Policy.
And do you have before you what's been marked as hearing exhibit 101, which is your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 110, which is your supplemental direct testimony, hearing exhibit 116, which is your second supplemental direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 117, which is your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
And were those testimonies prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, with those exhibits already being moved with hearing exhibit 2800, Mr. Ihle is available for cross-examination.
I have the trial staff with 30 minutes. We're in for a long day, Mr. Ihle. Trial staff, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Ihle. It's nice to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Cox. Good to see you.
For the record, my name is Justin Cox, and I'm Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff of the Commission. Mr. Ihle, would it be fair to characterize you as Public Services lead witness in this proceeding?
Yes, but working with a very large team of very well qualified folks. But yes, that's fair.
And you were also a witness in the company's last Electric Resource Plan, ERP, which was proceeding 21A-0141E. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have three main topics for you today. We talked a little bit about the Phase 2 framework here in preliminary matters, but I just want to get your understanding. So have you reviewed staff witness Dr. Dahlke's rebuttal testimony, which is marked as hearing exhibit 2606, including attachment SJD 9?
I have reviewed it once, I would say, with the time available, and I have reviewed SJD 9, yes.
And that attachment is intended to represent a Phase 2 framework supported by trial staff, the company, and CIA. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I think we were inclined to call it a tri-party framework for the day, but yes, that's my understanding.
And were you part of those discussions around that framework?
Yes.
Does the company agree with and support the framework that's presented by Dr. Dahlke in attachment SJD 9?
Yes, we do.
And although staff and the company were aligned on that broad framework, it's fair to say that there's still some disputes that remain regarding other aspects of Phase 2.
Yes, there are some differences between staff and the company on certain key issues. Yes, outside of the parameters of that framework.
And one of those issues is the Phase 2 portfolio scenario modeling the company proposed. Is that correct?
Yes, if you're referring, we call them solution sets, or the sort of the collection of portfolios. Yes, there are some differences there.
Is it fair to say that the purpose of the Phase 2 modeling is to develop various portfolios of bids based on certain conditions to help the company and the commission evaluate and choose a Phase 2 portfolio?
Yes.
And in rebuttal, the company proposes 14 scenarios for modeling. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was an increase from the 8 scenarios proposed in the direct case?
Yes.
And to kind of guide the scenarios. And if needed, we can pull up your testimony. But in rebuttal, you stated that the guiding principle underlying each portfolio type is that, quote, the portfolio should be designed with parameters to represent a materially different look than any other portfolio. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and another core principle we have is the need to ensure that we can complete the task of evaluating the portfolios, ideally within the rule framework. That's been a challenge when the portfolios grow. So it's a balance of those two things: portfolios that drive value, and ensuring that we can get the portfolio evaluation work done.
Correct. Yeah. You also mentioned
In paraphrase. Yeah.
Correct. The efficiency was one of the other points, objectives you identified in rebuttal as well.
Yes.
Have you reviewed staff's latest proposed list of portfolio scenarios in SIR rebuttal? Again, that's hearing exhibit 2606, attachment SJD 10.
I did briefly. If we're going to go into that, we probably need to see that on the screen. I don't have it in paper form in front of me. I know there's some differences across a couple of parameters, but
sure.
Yeah, I've seen it, conceptually familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, if we can go ahead and pull that up, maybe easier just to look at it really quick.
Yes.
That's
So is that
hearing.
2606 SJD 10?
Yes. And Mr. Ihle, can you see that all right, or do we need to zoom in there?
I can see it okay. A light zoom would be appreciated, but it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Are you, so just a level set here, left side is the company's direct case, summary of that. The middle column is the company's rebuttal case and proposal. And then the far right column is staff's SIR rebuttal proposal in there. Again, if you can't read it, let us know.
Yeah, no, yes, I agree.
Okay. So are you aware that staff is now proposing the same number of scenarios that the company proposed in rebuttal?
I was not completely aware of that. Would appreciate the effort to economize.
And staff scenarios address a larger range of potential policy outcomes. Is that fair?
I'd say it addresses a different range of policy outcomes.
Did the company propose a scenario that reflected company ownership between 0 and 50%?
Staff did, yes. That's my understanding.
Sorry if I misspoke. I was referring to the company's proposal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we propose anything between 0 and 50 ownership? No, we decided 0 and 50 ownership looks were a good set of bookends to capture the dynamics of that issue. And that's been our position.
Did the company propose any scenarios that modeled the impact of a range of assumed tariff costs on the portfolios?
We did not, nor did we or staff propose differences on tax credits, which are in flux right now, and other parameters that may be in flux due to federal policy. But company did not propose different looks based on tariff levels.
And did the company also propose any scenarios that would model a limit or reduction in new gas resources?
No. Company did not.
But you're aware that staff proposes each of those scenarios here. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Staff is looking at ownership levels and tariff levels and gas levels is my conceptual understanding of the difference between the proposals.
Thank you. We can go ahead and take that exhibit down. Next, I'd like to discuss the company's Strategic Resilience Reserve Fund, or SRRF, SURF. We can figure out how to appropriately refer to this.
Okay.
But under the SRRF, the company proposes to spend up to $500 million to secure certain equipment in advance to address supply chain issues. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And as initially proposed in hearing exhibit 115, the fund was limited to use for combustion turbines and transformers.
Yes, at the time we filed one hearing exhibit 115. That's been the proposal. Yes.
Right. And then in your second supplemental direct testimony, you expanded that proposal to include breakers as well. Is that right?
We proposed to do that. I could not swear if that was in my second supplemental or my rebuttal as I sit here right now, but we did propose to expand it to breakers. That's accurate in the record.
But that is your current proposal: breakers, transformers, combustion turbines.
Yes, sir.
And when you added breakers, the $500 million cap didn't change, despite expanding that eligibility.
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that the 500 million amount was not based on the number of combustion turbines or transformers that were needed to be purchased.
It was based on estimates of how we might use that fund and the relative size or the relative value of this equipment relative to the fairly large portfolios we're looking at. So we had some estimates on how we might use the fund, but I would say that there's not a strict budget proposed for the fund right now. It's sort of a conceptual estimate of the magnitude of fund that we thought might be useful.
But presumably adding breakers would then limit the amount of turbines or transformers that could be purchased. If you were also purchasing
yes, in concept, that's right. That's right. Under a fixed cap, if you start allocating some dollars to breakers, you would have fewer dollars available for transformers and potentially CTs.
And the company has not filed anything. You mentioned a calculation or estimation, but has not filed those in this case, showing that calculation, how the company actually arrived at that $500 million figure.
I believe there's a discovery response that covers it, but I could not swear who sponsored that, or well, I don't know who propounded it. Sorry. So I don't think it's in to your question, I think you asked if it's in the record. I'm not aware that it's in the record, but there was a discovery response on this issue that I'm aware of.
And I'd like to explore what actual expenditures are eligible within the SRF. Are deposits to reserve slots in the manufacturing queue eligible for the fund?
Yes.
And isn't it true that initial deposits, or some may refer to them as down payments, are typically only required for combustion turbines?
I don't know that. I'm not close to the purchase of transformers or breakers, so I don't know the sort of contracting and purchasing dynamics. I'm aware that it's definitely used in the purchases of turbines, which are, we estimated them roughly to be about $100 million at this stage of accuracy. So piece of equipment that large, a kind of deposit or a reserve, if you will, is a fairly common practice. On the other pieces, I don't know. You could potentially talk to Mr. Tomjanovic about that, or Mr. Martz, because Mr. Martz has transmission, and that the transformers and the breakers get closer to transmission. He might have more to say about whether a deposit is necessary for those or commonly used for those types of equipment.
Okay, yeah, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 404. That was one of the stipulated CEO exhibits.
And would that be in box? I'm not seeing it on the spreadsheet.
That should be in CEO's box. I'm guessing that was one of the ones that was just stipulated to and admitted in preliminary matters.
All right, just take me a minute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ihle, this is Public Services response to a discovery request from CEO 5-4. If we could scroll down to the bottom. And you were a sponsor, one of the sponsors of the responses to these discovery requests, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if we could scroll back up to that first page. If you see under A, Romanet 1, 2, oh, excuse me, I'm looking, Romanet 1, 1, obtaining a slot in the manufacturing queue was asked whether the companies, whether these estimates that were provided in rebuttal, whether those included certain types of cost. This one was related specifically to turbines and obtaining those slots. There are similar ones in subpart B and subpart C for transformers and breakers. If we could scroll down to, I think it's page 3. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, we went past it a little bit. Page 2 there. So you see in your response, A Romanet 1-1, manufacturing slot reservation payments related to turbines, as explained there. If we could scroll down a little bit more to B. There we go. On B, Romanet 1, subsection 1 there, says the company typically is not required to make a down payment to secure an initial transformer manufacturing queue slot. Is that accurate?
That's what it says. Yes.
If we could scroll down a little bit more. Same thing for C. C Romanet 1, subsection 1 there, similar to it says similar to transformer purchase. The company typically is not required to make a down payment to secure an initial breaker manufacturing queue slot.
Yes,
Is
that's
that accurate? Okay,
That's
thank you.
accurate. Yeah.
So based on your discovery response, the company typically does not need to put down payments for a manufacturing queue slot for transformers and breakers.
My understanding is typically not. I would say we're operating in a supply chain world that occasionally surprises us. And so I would not rule out the possibility that that might be something we have to do at some point. But you know, our current consultation says that we're typically not doing it now.
Sure. But that is one of the purposes of the fund, to secure manufacturing slots.
Or yes, or purchase equipment outright.
Next, let's talk about payments to maintain the reserve spot. Are those eligible for funding under the SRF?
Can you scroll up to, I think it's up to A. And can you repeat the question, Mr. Cox?
Sure. So I was moving on to payments that would be made to maintain once you've already obtained a spot in the queue, then payments to maintain that spot. Or would those be eligible for funding under the SRF?
I might defer that one to Mr. Tom Janovich, because I think we're referring to payments. So we're referring to payments after the reservation, but to maintain. So to kind of, you know, you've obtained your place in line. You're trying to retain your place in line.
Correct.
I think I'd like to refer that to Mr. Tom Janovich, as he's closer to the equipment purchasing as part of assembling projects.
Sure. Well, if we could pull up, go now to hearing exhibit 116. Page 12, please. So, Mr. Ihle, this is your rebuttal, or excuse me, second supplemental direct testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, 116 is second supplemental direct testimony. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then they're on page 12, lines 12 through 14. This is in response to staff's recommendation to limit SRRF to initial deposits. Starts with this approach. Says this approach does not account for the commercial realities of obtaining a slot in a manufacturing queue, followed by a continued need to deploy dollars to maintain, which is italicized,
yes,
that slot, and ultimately secure the critical equipment.
Is that a question?
I just want to make sure that that is your testimony. So you represent that the commercial realities are that the company will need to pay money to maintain their slot.
Yes, yes. You know, as broadly speaking, we're trying to maintain a flexibility in this mechanism to perform its task, which is to secure equipment such that we can use it in bids in a sort of heightened supply chain constrained environment.
But if we look back at your responses, if we go back to hearing exhibit 404, there you indicate that maintenance payments are not required, not currently required.
I think we said typically.
Is that correct?
I think we said typically in that response. So again, we're trying to preserve flexibility here.
True, but you have you said that this was a commercial reality. So it's fair to say that this is not the current commercial reality.
I think our response essentially said that we typically have not done that. I have seen commercial realities change on a dime in this environment. So I think we're trying to preserve flexibility under the parameters of the overall framework, with the ability to use that equipment in projects to serve the customers.
Sure. If we go back to 404, please. And scroll back down to probably at the end of page 2 there. Okay, and this in subpart A again relates to turbines. On A sub Romanet 1, 2, states there that the company's initial manufacturing slot reservation payment secures the manufacturing slot until delivery. Currently, no further payments to a manufacturer are required until a full purchase agreement commitment is made.
Yes, it says currently. And again, I'd emphasize the supply chains can change on a dime under the current conditions we're living in right now.
But again, current commercial realities are that is not an actual, the payments are not required.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll move on. Next, just confirm, you think you already mentioned it, but purchase cost for the equipment would also be eligible for the funding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I apologize. I think we can take this down for the moment. Thank you. What about costs to after the purchase of the equipment? What about any cost to store the equipment?
Again, I think we'd like to retain the flexibility to use this fund to do its purpose, and that's to obtain equipment and ready it for project use. So I would want to keep that in if possible.
Okay. And then how about costs for ongoing maintenance of that equipment?
You mean prior, when you say ongoing maintenance, is that after it has come online as a generation project?
No, after it's purchased,
Mm-hmm.
it's being stored. There may be ongoing maintenance that's needed prior to being put into use.
Yeah.
Would that maintenance cost, would those be eligible for SRF funds?
Again, I'd want to keep a broad umbrella to serve the purpose of what the SRRF is intended to do. So I'd want to keep that in.
Okay. So right now you're not advocating for any specific list of costs that we can define?
I think we attempted to define it in first the initial I don't know what to call it. I think it was a notice, which was the actual proposal itself, made in early March, I believe. So we're proposing that as elaborated in hearing that was hearing exhibits 115 as elaborated in hearing exhibit 116.
And to be clear, all these costs that would be designated related to the SRRF, those would earn a WACC return.
Yes, that's the proposal.
Thank you. Now to go to equipment acquisition targets. As proposed, no specific type of equipment is prioritized, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe that we prioritized among those three. We added the breakers, as you pointed out earlier. The idea is to keep it as a flexible tool to obtain equipment along those three types of equipment to support project development.
And there are no restrictions on how many of each type of equipment could be acquired within that cap.
No, we didn't propose a specific itemized type of budget. We proposed the overall funding cap on it.
So all 500 million could be purchased to, or used to purchase turbines.
It could be. It could be an up to 500, but it could be less than that, yes.
And in your second supplemental direct testimony, you indicated the company was open to acquisition targets instead of a budget. Correct?
I believe we did express some openness to that. You know, we want to make this concept work. We think it's a good concept. We want to keep it flexible, but I think we didn't. There wasn't a lot of time for a settlement, but I think we were signaling some openness to discuss that in the context of the settlement. I think we just didn't get there this time.
But you are not advocating for any specific types of targets.
Right.
And you provided some examples of what that may look like within 500 million, but those were illustrative.
I think that's fair.
And the calculations that were provided, have those changed?
Not to my knowledge.
If we go to hearing exhibit 404. If we could scroll down, sorry. We'll just go down to transforms, page 3 towards the bottom of the page. You see B there. It says, since the filing of Mr. Ihle's second supplemental direct, the company notes regarding transformer cost that recent procurement has seen an increase in cost to over 6 million.
Yes.
Okay, so there have been increases in cost. So those numbers provided in, or those calculations provided in second supplemental direct are no longer accurate. Was that fair?
Well, we provided a high-level estimate of $5 million, again, without a specific line item detailed budget for transformers. We provided an indicative estimate of 5. Again, this market is a little nuts, quite frankly. And we have that estimate to see us up to 6, which was based on more recent information.
Thank you. And then all these expenditures we're talking about, they will enjoy a presumption of prudence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that makes it more likely that the expenditures will be recovered, would you say?
I don't know if it makes it more likely. It changes the sort of evidentiary weight that must be brought to disallow it.
Sure. But would you characterize it as reducing the risk to the company?
I would characterize it as the company would be more comfortable with proceeding on that basis with this mechanism.
And in the case where the company ends up not actually using this equipment, in your testimony, you discussed potential sale of that equipment?
Yes.
So if the equipment is sold above the cost to acquire, then company proposes to share that 50-50, that profit with the customers net of carrying costs. Is that correct?
Can you point me to that, where you're seeing that?
It is, apologize. Let me pull it up. Oops. Sorry, I didn't have it written down here. I think it should be in 115.
Yeah, I do see it in 115. I just,
Yeah.
but to be
Too
honest,
many exhibits.
this case has evolved rather quickly, and I just want to make sure I'm not
Yeah, it was in
failing
115.
to recall any subsequent refinement, but that's I think 115 is stating what you were stating.
Correct. Thank you. And we say the cost to acquire, is that limited only to purchase price? Or does that also include cost related to the reservation, storage, those other costs that we discussed?
I think we propose that it be net of the total costs that were spent by the company to, I mean, it says to acquire. So in theory, it could be a reservation, it could be maintenance of that reservation, it could be storage. We would want to make that sort of the cost baseline, if you will, and if there's an above market or above, a profit above that, we offer to share with the customers.
And that would be refunded.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the case where the equipment sells at a loss, the company has not proposed to absorb any of that loss. Is that correct?
We have not. We have not proposed that.
So ratepayers will be on the hook?
If we sold it at a loss, I think that's technically accurate. I don't know if that's the most likely scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Ihle. That's no further questions from me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, before you go, I think it'd be useful to admit those two discovery requests. Is this in evidence, hearing exhibit 404 CEO 54, or is that just a discovery request?
Yes, it was one of the exhibits that CEO presented for stipulation in preliminary matters.
Okay, so it's got a hearing exhibit number and it's admitted as evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. CIEA, I have 60 minutes. Let's see. Mr. Detsky, should we take a quick break now, or are you okay breaking halfway through?
Whichever you prefer, Mr. Chairman. Quick break is fine.
I'm
for a quick break.
All right. Let's take a break till 10:25. So an 8-minute break, and we'll come back. 10:25. All right, I got CIEA for 60 minutes. Mr. Vetsky, 10:25.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ihle.
Good morning, Mr. Detsky.
Mark Detsky for the Colorado Independent Energy Association, and Ms. Federico, I'll be using CIEA's box, also looking at your rebuttal. And Mr. Ihle, we got some problem statements to discuss here this morning, but the framework ain't one.
All right.
Do you agree that the framework is a positive outcome of this phase one?
I absolutely do. It ain't one of those problems, quoting Jay-Z
And
paraphrase, I guess.
key piece of the framework is to hold 2 RFPs in the JTS. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a defining part of it for sure.
And there would be no PCDA or backup bid pool. There would just be the incremental need pool or INP. Is that correct?
I would say the INP evolved from the backup pool context and history that we've used. So the backup pool became the INP, which also became one or two other things.
Okay. And in between the 2 RFPs, Public Service will apply for a transmission CPCN. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And at least part of that CPCN is going to seek to expand the bulk electric transmission system. Is that correct?
That is the intent, yes.
And the company is going to consider what has been referred to by COSA as a CPP segment 7 or May Valley to Harvest Mile line as part of that process at the CCPG, correct?
I don't know if we've defined a specific project per se that's guaranteed in that process, but we're looking at concepts like that.
Okay. Well, we're going to start by looking backwards at the CEP. And you and I might have a little deja vu here today because I feel like we were just here talking about this very same issues. Is it fair to state that the problem statements affecting the supply side of the resource adequacy equation are shared by both IPPs and the utility today?
I guess I would refer to your problem statements as the ones, I'll refer them as mine. One was uncertainty of the ability to bring supply forward on time and on price, in paraphrase, and the other one was integration of generation and transmission planning. So if those are the particular problem statements you had in mind, as outlined in my rebuttal, then I would agree that we broadly share those. The company and the IPP community share a lot of those.
And these underlying pressures you just discussed in the generation and transmission industries, they come from geopolitics, correct?
A lot of them, yes.
Even dating back to the COVID pandemic, correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that a priority shared by IPPs and the utility to effectuate the JTS is the need to maintain flexibility in the resource acquisition process?
Yes.
In fact, one reason why CIEA and public service and staff agree on the framework is that IPPs and public service, perhaps more so than ever before, we're in this together to make the JTS work. Would you agree with that statement?
I think we are, yes.
So looking back at the Clean Energy Plan or the CEP, we are still formally here in the JTS. We are in an interim ERP that is actually a continuation of the CEP. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the process that evolved under proceeding 21A-0441E.
And
spawned this proceeding.
Yes, it did spawn this. Is it correct that the CEP RFP, which approved just over 6 gigawatts of new resources, was the largest resource acquisition in public service history?
Yes.
And the JTS, the resource adequacy need we're looking at here, that could be up to twice the capacity that was approved in the CEP. Is that correct?
It could be through the course of those two proposed RFPs.
And you and I were here, it feels like just yesterday, talking about the CEP delivery plan. Do you recall in that discussion that we agreed that the biggest problem facing the CEP resources was delay? Do you remember that discussion?
You're referring back to a hearing 3 years ago?
No.
Sorry.
What was it, like 6 months ago or 7 months ago?
Sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. In the CEP delivery plan, you and I agreed that one of the biggest pressures on resources that were required in the CEP was delay.
It's one of the bigger challenges we have, yes.
The Trump administration tariffs went into effect only about 2 months after the CEP delivery plan was final. Isn't that correct?
That might have been the so-called Liberation Day. I mean, that has moved around quite a bit, and I haven't followed every piece of that.
Right. Agreed. And since the CEP delivery plan was filed, the CEP portfolio has lost 2 additional projects. Isn't that correct?
Can you run the project names or bid numbers by me?
One was 149.
Okay.
And I believe the other was 249.
Yeah, subject to check, I agree.
Subject to check, I agree. That was a tricky question. As of the PPA update that the company filed last week in the CEP case, is it correct that all the PPAs are now executed from the CEP?
I'm not 100% sure of that. I'd encourage you to ask Mr. Bornhofen, who's directly responsible for exactly that task.
Okay. And we know that incidentally, though, thanks to the monthly reporting that the company has done since the CEP delivery plan, that's updated the parties on PPA status. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
That the monthly reporting ordered in the CEP delivery plan has let parties know where the company is at in its various PPA negotiations.
Yeah, it's a more frequent form of updating.
Okay.
On those developments.
By my count, this last notice was about 27 months from March 1, 2023, when CEP bids were submitted. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes.
And that last PPA update, it showed that the total megawatts of capacity in the CEP, including storage, by my count now sits at about 5.4 gigawatts. Does that sound right to you?
That's the total portfolio?
That's currently active.
It sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Ms. Frederico, I'd like to go to CIA's box and pull up hearing exhibit 704.
Ms. Crane is running it, just so in case.
Oh, Ms. Crane, sorry. Ms. Crane, I'd like to pull up CIA's box 704, please. Mr. Chairman, this is a notice of updated list of projects in the approved portfolio from the CEP case in the company's files, and I'd like to move for administrative notice of this document to go through those projects. Oh, you're muted.
Any objection, Mr. Larson?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
So noticed.
Ms. Crane, can we go to page 2, please? Scroll down so we can see table 1, please. Mr. Riley, do you recognize this table?
I have seen versions of this. I haven't reviewed this one extensively.
Subject to check, would you agree with me that there's a lot of different bids that now populate the approved portfolio from as compared to this list?
I would agree.
And also, if you can come with me on my math, I get about 6 gigawatts of resources on this table 1. Does that comport with your understanding?
You'd have to add that. I'll take your word for your addition here.
Yes, thank you. You can check me later on. But we're about 600 megawatts shy from where we were on this list to where we are today with the 5.4 gigawatts, correct?
Subject to check, yes.
And the loss of that capacity, that rolls into the JTS resource need, doesn't it?
If that persists, then yes, it would.
Okay. The projects that are still in the CEP approved portfolio, those projects are still subject to the delivery plan stage 2. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Subject to, or I believe it, I'd phrase it as they have the option to pursue that.
Okay. And you acknowledge that the tariffs we discussed earlier, they have come on since the CEP stage 1 was approved, correct?
Yes.
So as we look back to the phase 2 decision of the CEP, it's correct that that decision did not approve what became the final list of resources the company is moving forward with, correct?
It approved initial bids and backup bids, and now we have an assembly of both.
And it also did not signify what was to be the final cost of the CEP portfolio, correct?
I'm not sure I exactly follow what you're asking.
Meaning that the cost of all these resources we see here on table 1, that's changed from what the company estimated in the phase 2 CEP, correct?
Yes, as you know, as contemplated in the CEP delivery process in that same proceeding.
And isn't one major difference from the CEP to the JTS where we are now is that now we're pretty sure there's going to be further changes in law that are likely to come out of the Trump administration. Isn't that correct?
It feels that way to me.
To me too. So as we sit here, you and I, it's impossible for public service or CIEA to know what tariffs may apply on a month-to-month basis. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if I go to impossible, but I'd say it's very difficult to predict.
Fair enough. And we don't know if those tariffs will apply to batteries or steel or something else, correct?
To the extent that they're domestically sourced, they won't apply. To the extent they're not, there is a risk of tariffs.
And we're also experiencing, as you just went through with Mr. Cox, increases in transmission equipment, correct?
There are
Pricing.
some of those, yes.
And there's increases in labor pricing, correct?
There, as a general statement, yes, we have seen cost pressures from labor and EPC firms as well.
And it's correct that in the CEP delivery plan, both utility-owned generation and PPA generation needed pricing relief. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I think certainly we did, and I would say the IPPs through your organization and elsewhere also asked for relief on pricing.
And that's before we even get to this giant resource need in the JTS, correct?
Well, that's pricing on the previous resource plan.
Correct.
So it occurred chronologically before the JTS. That's true.
And I don't say this to diminish the value of the phase 2 process in Colorado, but we have to be candid that the regulatory delay does affect project bid prices in an inflationary economic environment. Isn't that correct?
It keeps those prices as a factor that can change.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the phase 2 process takes a little less than a year. Do you recall that statement?
Are we back in the rebuttal testimony in this case or another case?
We're in this case.
Okay. Can you point me to where it says that?
Yes, it's hearing exhibit 117, page 42.
Thank you.
Line 16.
Thank you.
And Ms. Crane, can we please pull up hearing exhibit 705 from CIA's box? And can you please scroll down to the bottom of this? Mr. Riley, do you recognize this as you're the sponsor of this discovery response?
Yes.
And please move back up, Ms. Crane. And this is discovery request CIA 91. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to admit hearing exhibit 705.
Any objections?
No objection.
So moved.
We can scroll down to the second page, please. Right there, sorry, that'll do. So in this response, you clarified that you expect the RFP coming out under sub A in Q1 2026, correct?
I believe that's what A is asking, and this is our answer to that, yes.
Yes. And down in D, this question, you can scroll up if you need to see the question, was asking about the final, your estimate of the final phase 2 RRR decision, and you said that's Q1 into Q2 2027, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we can agree that this response is telling us that we can expect the phase 2 process to last a year or longer. Isn't that correct?
You know, I don't know if I want to estimate it. I mean, that's how long it's supposed to take is about a year, or technically a little less than a year, just looking at the days in the rule. We'll strive to do that. Could it push a bit beyond that? It's certainly possible, as complex as this is.
In fact, down here in E and F, you are saying that the company maintains its waiver requests in the omnibus motion. Do you remember those?
Not in detail. No.
I can help you. They're one answer down in F. And that includes a 60-day extension of time to file the phase 2 report. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, yes, just to explain, we're hoping to meet or beat those. Obviously, the 120-day report, I think in the last 2 cycles, has gone well beyond 120 days. And we're seeking to kind of avoid the extra motion practice that happens during that period of time by proactively doing some of this.
And Ms. Crane, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 704 again. And I just would like to scroll down to the bottom of this on page 7, please. Do you see this was filed April 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And that was about 13 and a half months after that March 1, 2023 bid submission date, correct?
Yes.
And it was after this filing that the company was able to move forward to PPA negotiations and developing CPCNs for its projects, correct?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
After this filing, the company was able to move forward with its PPA negotiations and CPCNs for its own generation, correct?
I probably want you to talk to Mr. Bornhofen as to exactly when those processes began.
Okay. And do you recall when the delivery plan was filed?
It was in the fall of 2024. I don't remember the exact date.
Still the summer, September 6th, 2024. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's about 4 months from the date of this filing, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And not to belabor this timing issue, just one more question here. Do you recall the ERP before the CEP, the Colorado Electric Power Plan?
I do. I'll say I joined the regulatory team kind of right after phase one in that case, but I recall it quite well. I spent a lot of time from that point onward.
Okay. And do you recall that there was a bid refresh pricing refresh process in that case?
I do. It was related to, at that time, the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that had passed, and there was an interest in refreshing the bids to see if there was some economic gains to be had from seeing if there were price reductions. We didn't really find any.
Thank you for that. So sorry to interrupt. Would you agree with me that that phase two process, including the price refresh, also took about a year, 13 months?
You'd have to show me the dates, but that sounds approximately right.
Okay. So do you think that today's economic environment is any different than that we faced during the CEP delivery plan?
During the CEP delivery plan or the Colorado Energy Plan?
The CEP delivery plan.
It's similar. It feels like in some ways it's gotten a little bit more fraught.
Agreed.
Even since the fall or September 6th.
Are you aware of CIA's proposal for a shortlist and best and final offer process in phase two?
Yes.
And that's not in the framework, is it?
It's not in the framework. No.
Well, I want to ask you a hypothetical. I've got 3 hypotheticals for you total today. This is the first one.
All right.
I have a mixed record on these, so bear with me. This hypothetical is that the shortlist best and final offer process was in place during the CEP. Okay?
During the Clean Energy Plan or the Colorado Energy Plan?
The Clean Energy Plan, the CEP.
Okay.
And I'm going to represent to you that the shortlist process, had it been in place, it would have notified projects that were in the selected portfolio and the backup portfolios that they were allowed a price refresh opportunity after the phase 2 decision. Do you have that in mind?
After the phase 2 decision?
Correct.
Okay. When after, like how long after the phase 2 decision?
In CIA's testimony, I'll represent to you that it was after the triple R decision. So in other words, after the phase 2 decision is final.
Okay. But presumably before contracts are executed or something like that. Is that
correct?
Your hypothetical.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So in this hypothetical, you would have received refreshed bid prices from all those projects round about March 2024. Okay?
Okay.
And I want to scroll up here, Ms. Crane, on this exhibit to page 2. Thank you. And so you would have had these projects, correct? That were offered a bid refresh opportunity.
I believe that's right under your construct.
And then if we could go to the next page, Ms. Crane. You would have, the proposal is from CIA that these projects would also have the chance to refresh. Is that correct?
I'm not 100% certain if your proposed CIA's proposal update or refresh the backups as well. Sorry.
Fair enough. Let me represent to you that this is part of the proposal, okay?
Okay.
And then if we can scroll down one more page. Oh, sorry, one more. Then right here, thank you. Under CI's proposal, I'll represent to you that these projects would have also had a chance to refresh pricing, okay?
Okay.
So my question then is, if all of these projects had gone into the refresh, that sets up a situation that is somewhat similar to what Public Services has proposed for the INP bid refresh process. Isn't that correct?
I think it's fairly different.
How so?
I think what you're suggesting is all these bids, and just I didn't count them, but there's a list of approved, there's a list of backup that's similar in size, and then there's 8 or 10 here, the supplemental backup. They would reprice, and you could, under your proposal, I think the whole portfolio could be reconfigured. And that's where we struggle a little bit. And I guess I would struggle as a commissioner to understand what I'm approving at phase 2 if they're going to reprice and sort of restructure their portfolio. Whereas the incremental need pool has an approved portfolio, and then it brings bids in as specific needs arise, brings bids into motion as
That's fair.
needs arise.
That's fair.
I think it's quite different.
Let me focus in on one point.
Okay.
Which is competitive tension. The INP pool is designed to have competitive tension by having more projects have the opportunity to refresh pricing than are actually going to be acquired. Does that make sense to you? Does that meet with your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. But
among that limited set of INP designated projects specifically.
That's correct. And this proposal that I have in front of you on the short list would similarly allow a price refresh for more capacity than was actually to be acquired. Does that comport with your understanding?
I believe that's factual, but I believe you're sort of inviting a refresh of all the bids against each other.
The bids in this filing.
Yes, inclusive of approved backup and supplemental backup.
Okay. So I want to recognize that would add a measure of uncertainty to the phase 2 process, as you discussed.
I think it'd add considerable uncertainty, but maybe that's a difference of opinion.
But if you were to have done a shortlist and best and final offer process, and you had published a similar list in April 2024, couldn't that have mitigated against the need for a CEP delivery plan only a few months later?
I don't know if I could speculate on that because in April 2024, we didn't know who the president was going to become. We'd learned that kind of during the CEP delivery part of that proceeding. The second part of that was sort of, the phase 2 was sort of structured to meet that particular challenge of tariffs potentially changing at the specific input of the IPPs that requested that. So I don't know if I could totally go with you on that statement that it would have solved it.
Fair enough. Ms. Crane, I would like to pull up from the Colorado Energy Office box hearing exhibit 405, which, if I wrote it down correctly, is going to be the updated settlement agreement from the CEP. Nope, I got that number wrong. Mr. Chair, I have it in my box, if that would help, the different label, but.
Mr. Detsky, apologies to interrupt. I believe it may be hearing exhibit 415 out of CEO's box.
415, thank you. Appreciate that.
Here to help.
Perfect. One final topic from the CEP, and that's the settlement agreement, Mr. Ihle. Ms. Crane, can you please scroll to page 26? And I would like to scroll down further on this page, please. It's paragraph. All right, here we go. You have it. Thank you. Mr. Ali, I'm looking in the middle of the page where it says with the exception. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this paragraph 43, the parties agreed to maintain the inputs and assumptions from the CEP and the JTS? Is that correct?
That is what is stated here, but there are other provisions, I believe, adjacent to this that represent an ability to vary from this specific list of items.
Right, and that's what I'm pointing you to with this, with the exception. Do you see that? These are assumptions that were accepted from the CEP.
I'm just going to read carefully for a minute.
Please.
Can we scroll to the next page, please? Thank you. I think I've read what I needed to read, Mr. Detsky.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, can we please scroll down to page 31 at the bottom? Right there. And maybe just a little bit more so we can capture the top of the next page. Thank you. One of the provisions that the parties settled in the USA, Mr. Ihle, was the compensable curtailment provisions of the model PPA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we look at this bottom of page 31, here you can read that the settlement was to remove the non-compensable PTC provision from the model PPA. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's red here. I don't know why it's red, but
I believe, subject to check, that was due to the updated nature.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And we're going to come back to this, but I want to pull up from CIA's box, Ms. Crane, hearing exhibit 712. Thank you. If we can go to the page 2, please. Mr. Chairman, and this is a illustrative exhibit that I prepared to pull things out of Mr. Monson's testimony to make it for ease of reference. But this reference here at the top, page 117, that's where this figure appears in Mr. Monson's testimony. So I am not moving for addition of this. This is simply for ease of reference.
Okay.
This is a copy of Public Service's historic and forecasted curtailment. Do you see that, Mr. Ihle?
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that this was pulled from an update of the company discussing an update on the WEIS, or the Western Electric. Oh, I'm going to mess this up. The Western Electric Imbalance Services from SPP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now this shows that since the USA was signed and the CEP phase 2, curtailments have been roughly less than half of what the company was forecasting only 2 years ago. Isn't that correct?
I'm not as closely familiar with this. I agree that's what's shown here by Mr. Monson.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Crane. I want to go back to 415.
Actually, I'm sorry, can I see that figure again real briefly? I'm very sorry, Ms. Crane. The one that Mr. Detsky had up just a moment ago. Thank you.
And Ms. Crane, back to 415, I want to scroll down to page 33, paragraph 58. Thank you. Do you recall this provision on the stakeholder group regarding curtailment processes, Mr. Ihle?
Yes.
Do you recall how Alice Jackson testified for the company about the intent of this paragraph?
I don't know. You like verbal testimony of Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
I don't know if I recall her specific oral testimony on this paragraph.
Okay. Can we open up hearing exhibit 707, Ms. Crane? And Mr. Chairman, I will represent this as another document that I am moving for administrative notice. This is a copy of the transcript from the hearing on December 8th, 2021 in the CEP from the Commission's files. And I am asking for administrative notice. I'm going to turn to the pages where Ms. Jackson was testifying about this stakeholder group.
Do you want to just do your questions and then we'll admit it afterwards?
Okay. Ms. Crane, can you go to page 102, line 17? Okay. Please scroll a little bit further, Ms. Crane. Thank you. I want you to look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection on the conversation about the stakeholder group.
Okay, just for clarity, Mr. Detsky, is this from the, I'm sorry, maybe you said this, from the Clean Energy Plan hearing, perhaps the settlement hearing?
The Clean Energy Plan hearing on December 8th, 2021.
Was that post-settlement? I imagine it is. I'm just trying to confirm what I'm thinking about here.
I believe it was before the post-settlement, before the updated settlement.
So you're showing me, previously you showed me the updated settlement agreement in which that had that commitment about curtailment stakeholder groups.
Oh, yes. My apologies.
Before that?
No, you're correct. I'm wrong. My apologies.
Okay.
It would be on the updated settlement agreement.
So this transcript of Ms. Jackson's comments in a hearing occurred after the updated settlement agreement. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And you're asking me to read it now. All right.
Yes, please.
Fabulous. Okay.
My question to you, Mr. Ihle, is that these conversations Ms. Jackson references, they never happened, did they?
I am not sure about that. We may have attempted to convene something, but I'm not 100% sure.
It's possible you attempted to convene something, but you didn't actually have any conversations that you were aware of with the IPP industry on compensable curtailment, correct?
Objection, Foundation, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm searching my memory, Mr. Detsky. We do a lot of stakeholder discussions. I don't know that there were zero conversations between us and the IPP community over those 2 or 3 years on compensable curtailments.
Can we go down one more page, Ms. Crane? Right there, please. Do you see where this group was to include members of public service operations or dispatch teams? Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with members of IPPs and the operations or dispatch teams on compensable curtailments?
I don't know that I did, but I also don't know that zero occurred.
Okay. Your Honor, I could renew my motion to move this in through administrative notice.
Yeah, but let's just keep it to the pages 102, 103 and the
Yes.
cover page. Mr. Larson, any objection?
No objection, Mr. Chair, although if we could scroll to the top, I believe this is from December 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so just for clarity of the record, this is from the hearing that occurred after the initial settlement agreement, prior to the hearing that occurred on the updated settlement in the spring of 2022.
Thank you for that.
So this is actually before the updated settlement agreement, Mr. Detsky.
Well, to be honest, I can't. I have to check on that after this, Mr. Elliott. We were talking about the settlement, and so I think that's probably correct. I'm going to trust Mr. Larson on that.
Okay.
I'm done with this exhibit. Oh, if it's admitted.
It's admitted. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So as we were just discussing, you mentioned this, Mr. Ali, there was an exception in the USA for the company to seek to change certain inputs. Do you recall that conversation we had?
I do.
And company witness Mr. Bornhofen, do you know the rationale he gave as to why the company wishes to reverse this position on compensable curtailments only 2 years later?
I don't know extensively on his testimony. You should probably discuss that with Mr. Bornhofen.
Okay, well, we can look at that testimony if you want, but I'll represent to you that Mr. Bornhofen testified that it's unfair in the difference in treatment of compensable curtailments for utility generation versus PPA generation. Does that ring a bell?
I'm not closely familiar with his rationale and his testimony.
Okay. Mr. Alley, do you recall that in the CEP Phase 2, staff of the commission made a proposal to address risk sharing between PPA projects on the one hand and UOG projects on the other?
This is phase 2 of the Clean Energy Plan, correct?
Correct.
Within staff's comments in response to our phase 2 proposal, I guess.
That's correct.
Yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that part of that proposal was, what if utility-owned generation was paid based on the energy produced for renewable projects like IPP generation is?
Yes, that was a fundamental piece of their proposal.
And do you recall how the company responded?
We opposed that.
You opposed that.
Yes.
And do you recall that the company said it might withdraw the entire CEP if that was the result?
I know we had strong opposition. You'd have to put the exact phrase in front of me before I agree to something like that.
Okay. And the company really recently reached a settlement in a different case on performance incentive mechanisms, or PIMs, for projects coming out of the CEP. Do you recall that settlement?
I recall it conceptually, yes. I was not in that case.
A PPA project does not get any PIM, correct?
Is not subject to a PIM.
Correct. A PPA project gets paid if it generates or could generate, but is compensably curtailed, but otherwise there's no additional payment stream, correct?
I disagree with the premise of your question. Some of them are paid for capacity, not just generation.
No, good point. Let's just focus on renewable projects.
Okay.
Does that change your answer?
Can you repeat the question? If it's only solar and wind without a battery?
Correct.
Okay.
That PPA projects, their funding stream does not include a PIM.
Yeah, it doesn't include any penalty for a PIM.
Okay. So there are some aspects of PPA projects that the company would not want its own generation treated equally, correct?
I think they're different models of ownership.
That's correct. I agree. So if we're talking about differences in ownership models, it's correct that there may be differences in how PPA projects on the one hand and utility-owned projects on the other hand recover their costs, correct?
There are differences around a few parameters. That would be one of them.
Okay. I want to change subjects here with you.
Okay.
I want to talk about tariffs. And I want to turn to page 47 of your rebuttal, hearing exhibit 117.
I'm sorry, what page was that again?
That is page 47. And I actually I want to we can put this one down. I want to move on from this particular question. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Ihle, the company is put forward a proposal in rebuttal on how to manage tariff risk. Is that correct?
Can you tell me specifically what you're referring to? There's probably a couple different ways that we've thought about managing that risk.
Well, one thing I wanted to ask you was, in rebuttal, the company had not gotten all the way there in terms of what your proposal was. You left the door open for further refinements, isn't that correct?
Are we discussing the potential tariff pass-through mechanism to kind
Correct.
of?
Yes.
I think we expressed some openness to that type of a concept, and we noted that it came through from a couple different answer parties, including CIA.
Ms. Crane, I'd like to open up hearing exhibit 710 from CIA's box. And can you please scroll to the bottom? Mr. Ihle, are you the sponsor of this response?
Yes, I quickly noted Mr. Bornhofen was cited in the framing of the question too, though. But yes, I am the sponsor.
And can you please scroll back up the screen? And do you see this is discovery request CIA 913?
Yes.
I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 710.
Any objection?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
I want to scroll down to this answer to B at the bottom of page 1. Here you say that the company may refine its proposal based on cross-answer testimony. Do you see that?
Yes.
And has the company refined its proposal?
I don't believe that we have at this point. Again, there were a few things being discussed with some parties. The tri-party framework was a positive result of that. I don't think we resolved this issue in that time.
Okay. And so if the company makes further revisions in its statement of position, is it going to allow for further stakeholder comment?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm not sure it's our place to facilitate stakeholder comment beyond the statement of position.
Okay. I'm going to move on to my second hypothetical of the day. This hypothetical looks at your 15% price cap on tariff increases under your proposal on tariffs. Do you have that in mind?
I do. Can you guide me to the specific references and rebuttal on that if we're going to go into this deeply?
I can. I believe that we are going to look at I will have to come back to you on what the specific reference on your tariff proposal. I'm sorry. So we can go back to it as soon as I find that reference. I want to ask you, do you recall that there was a proposal in rebuttal that had a price cap?
Yes,
Thank you.
I do.
Okay. And I want to talk about a situation where there's 150% tariff placed on batteries. Do you have that in mind?
Did you say 115%?
50.
150%. Okay, 50. Okay, thanks.
Okay. And this hypothetical involves a project with an in-service date of 2030. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is like a standalone battery storage. Is that what you're thinking about? Or
Yes, for purposes of this hypothetical.
okay.
Are you aware at what point in the process that a tariff is paid?
Not in detail. I imagine at some point it's when a piece of equipment enters the country, but I don't know if I know the mechanism.
Okay. Subject to check, would you agree that it's at a port of entry?
Yes.
And that means that the equipment has been delivered, correct?
I don't know. A port of entry means, I would presume that means it has arrived into the United States, but I don't know that it's been delivered to some generation site in Colorado.
Fair enough. Thanks for that clarification. If I have a 2030 in-service date for my battery and I'm bidding my project in 2026,
yes,
is it fair to state that I'm going to take delivery of the battery equipment closer to the in-service date than the bid date?
I think it is fair.
Okay. So if that's the truth, then by the time I have taken delivery of that equipment for my battery project, I've gotten permits, correct?
Are you asking if I'm sorry, you would have gotten permits for the project before the battery's delivered? Is that what
Yes,
you're
to
asking?
build the project.
You know, I'm going to say I bet business models vary on this. That sounds like one plausible way for a project development sequence to occur. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are other developers of projects who might, I don't think there's anything that requires that. Somebody may acquire a battery if they have a strategic advanced battery purchase to anticipate buying this equipment before anticipated tariffs. I don't know that. I think business models can vary quite a bit.
Okay.
But I would agree that's one plausible scenario for a project development.
Isn't it plausible that by the time a project takes delivery of its equipment, that it's already expended a lot of resources towards the development of its project?
It would have expended some resources. That's very plausible.
Okay. And if that project were to exceed the cap on tariff costs, is it possible that that project could cause restudies in the transmission planning process or the transmission interconnection process?
I'm not sure I followed. So can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, no, the question is, if the project cannot move forward because it has exceeded the cap on tariff costs,
Okay.
could that cause restudies in the transmission interconnection process?
The project has failed now because under the construct here, because the project has failed because the tariff on that piece of equipment caused the project price to exceed its 15% cap.
That's correct.
Is it an IPP project?
It could be either.
Generally, if it was a company project, we would strive to figure out a pricing mechanism to preserve the project. So I think it's an IPP project that's failing here.
Okay.
So it's failing, and you're asking me to agree that it could be restudied in the interconnection process because that project's gone. Potentially, I think that's potentially true. I'm not an expert on the OAT implementation process, the open access transmission tariff.
Okay. If you were in charge of developing this battery project, and you were bidding in 2026,
Mhm.
do you think that you would bid the maximum tariff that was in place in 2026?
I really can't speculate on that, depending on their supply chain of that project, the state of the tariffs in 2026. I don't know if I can venture a speculation on that.
There's a lot of uncertainty there, correct?
Yes.
But if you wanted to win the RFP, you might roll the dice on assuming a lower tariff amount and hope it worked out, correct?
I'd say dice rolling is a feature of some of the bids.
Okay. Want to switch topics now onto the INP. And I want to talk about the price refresh opportunity and revisit that with you a bit.
Okay.
Is it correct that the INP price refresh opportunity is up to 10%?
I don't recall that, Mr. Detsky. I'm sorry, can you point me to that? And
Yeah.
by the way, are we referring to the tri-party framework?
Yes. Well, I'm referring to what we have up on the screen, which is your response to hearing exhibit 710.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this is the company's rebuttal proposal, I believe this discussion.
That's correct.
Covering.
And it's your testimony then that the 15% tariff increase is separate and apart from the 10% INP price refresh, correct? And you could look at sub D.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I'm doing.
So the INP price refresh, that could be for whatever reason in the project's discretion.
That's the intent.
Cost, correct?
Yes. Yes, it is.
But the 15% tariff price increase, that would be subject to some kind of independent evaluator on the veracity of the tariff costs, correct?
Our tariff proposal isn't, and you haven't referred me to the text on that yet. As I recall, it was fairly conceptual as we advanced it in testimony.
Yes.
Can you point me to that reference?
Well, I'm looking at sub D here on the screen.
I understand, but it's referring back to our testimony on the tariff piece.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I don't have the page reference on the tariff.
Okay. Well, my recall on that is it was fairly brief, fairly conceptual in terms of how we were responding on a tariff adjustment pass-through mechanism. And I believe Mr. Bornhofen carries more of those details also.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I'm kind of just setting the framework here. So can you repeat the question? So I'm sorry about that.
My question was the 15% tariff increase.
Yes.
That would be subject to an independent evaluator reviewing the veracity of the tariff costs.
That seems reasonable. I don't recall specifically that piece of the process. Again,
Okay.
partially because I believe our proposal was fairly conceptual.
Okay. Last hypothetical of the day. We're going to talk about the INP. And I want to represent to you, and we could look up the site if you want, but Mr. Tomjanovich testified in his rebuttal that shortly after the commission issued its phase 2 decision in the CEP, 3 approved projects failed or withdrew. Does that sound like something he said?
Yes.
So let's assume here that the phase 2 decision is approved in the JTS and there's no shortlist proposal adopted.
But we have the INP, we have
the INP.
Conceptually we have the tri-party framework in place.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
So 3 projects fail right away from the approved portfolio. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Under the company's proposal, at that point in time, it would activate the INP. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in this situation, the INP projects would get a price refresh opportunity of 10%, correct?
Yes.
But the approved projects that were in the approved portfolio that were failing, they would not get a price refresh opportunity. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
That approved project would be living with its bid from the RFP, correct?
If we're living with its bid, it also has the ability to move forward into construction as soon as the PPA is signed or the CPCN is completed.
That's true.
Whereas the IMP projects are sort of in reserve. They don't know if they're proceeding or not.
But in this hypothetical,
and by definition, they're later in time, sir.
But not in this hypothetical, because we're back in the CEP where projects failed immediately, correct?
Well, the INP would not be triggered unless you had a approved project failure. So they are after that.
Correct. And when that happens, only the INP project can reprice under the company's proposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. One last topic of discussion today, Mr. Ihle, and that's the conforming bid policy. The conforming bid policy received universal opposition from the IPP witnesses in this proceeding who testified about it. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's correct.
So despite our agreement earlier about how the IPPs and the utilities have a shared goal of being flexible to meet the challenges, here we split. Isn't that correct?
I'd like to think that the IPPs can see the opportunity and have a consistent set of contract frameworks and the fairness and the expedition that could offer, but we're not quite there yet.
Okay. And the company doesn't have a conforming model PPA for utility-owned projects, correct?
We don't use power purchase agreements for utility-owned projects.
So I'm going to talk to Mr. Bornhofen about the details, but I just want to talk about your high-level Q&A on this issue.
Okay.
And
can you point me to that Q&A you're thinking about?
Yes, it's at page 67 of your rebuttal.
Hearing Exhibit 117.
Correct.
Thank you. Oh, I am there.
Okay. Can we put that up on the screen? And I want to start off by looking at this quote in italics where you quote the commission saying, "We acknowledge that it may be time for Colorado to move towards a conforming bid policy, especially considering that the commission already addresses many core issues of the model PPAs in phase one." You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's first talk about the company and the IE. In this discussion from the commission.
Yes.
I want to start with what the company actually said to bidders in the 2022 RFP. And for that, Ms. Crane, we have to flip back to Hearing Exhibit 712, page 3. And this is, again, part of Mr. Monson's testimony and taken from the RFP itself. And I want to look at the first sentence with you where it says, "In support of the company's efforts to complete project evaluation and contract negotiations in a timely manner, respondents shall review and provide exceptions and or comments to the model PPA." Do you see that?
Yes.
So the company directed bidders to provide edits to the model PPA. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe the RFP is approved in the RFP language is approved in the phase one process. So I think we litigated this.
This is just the language from the RFP that we're looking at.
Yes, in the RFPs, I believe it's approved in phase one of preceding 21A-0141E that we're looking
Agreed.
at. So it wasn't just the company unilaterally expressing this. This language was litigated, sir, I believe. Am I accurate?
I will leave it to your counsel as to whether or not it was litigated.
Okay, just establishing that.
Now, from the CEP to the JTS, where we are here, the company is now taking the opposite position, that no material edits of the model PPA are allowed. Isn't that correct?
You should certainly pursue this with Mr. Bornhofen, but certainly the idea is to reduce the amount of variability in the contracts that we are essentially compelled to sign.
Correct. And that includes disallowing edits to the model PPA by bidders. Is that your understanding?
No, I don't think it disallows all edits. You used a phrase a minute ago that was no material edits. I think you get into the spectrum of degree of change, and that's where you need to talk with Mr. Bornhofen.
And I will.
I don't think it's zero edits. I think a lot of this conversation, it should be a little bit more nuanced than conforming bid or not, frankly, from my perspective.
Yes, that is my question to you, Mr. Ihle. Isn't there an interim step that the company has skipped here?
No.
No. Before declaring the entire PPA as not subject to material edits, couldn't the company provide notice in the JTS RFP as to what terms in the model PPA were litigated in phase one?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Couldn't the company provide notice in the JTS RFP as to what terms in the model PPA were litigated in phase one?
So you're saying in the RFP to come, could we reflect what was litigated? I'm sorry, in the RFP to come, that's the phase two. You're asking if we could do a notice about what was decided in phase one?
Yes.
It's public record in the phase one decisions, isn't it?
I'm asking whether the company could put that information into the RFP.
I'm just confused. So you're like a summary of terms that I'm not sure what this looks like. Sorry.
A summary of terms would be fine.
I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Bornhofen on that.
Okay. Couldn't the company provide direction that instead of what we see here on the screen, the company could say aggressive changes in the model RFP may count against a bid in the evaluation of non-price factors? Could the company say that?
I think you need to talk to Mr. Bornhofen and Mr. Landrum about that. And I added Mr. Landrum to that because it's his job to fairly evaluate the bids. Mr. Bornhofen's job is essentially to establish and execute contracts fairly.
Couldn't the company change the tone of this section to discourage excessive edits to the RFP?
I'm going to defer you to Mr. Bornhofen on that.
Okay. So let's go back to your rebuttal here at page 67. In the middle of this quote that we just read before, the commission says that it may be time for Colorado to move towards a conforming bid policy. Do you see that?
Yes.
So before we adopt such a pendulum swing to no material edits in the PPA, aren't these steps that we just talked about steps that are towards a conforming bid policy without actually making the model PPA a take it or leave it agreement?
The hypothetical steps that you're considering?
Yes.
I think that's for the commission to judge.
Wouldn't that also be more in line with the feedback you've received from IPPs in this case?
I'm not sure. It sounds like it probably is.
And wouldn't that keep the IPP market and the utility closer together on this issue as we've been in the framework?
I think we have differences on this issue. The framework and the process, we're close together, and we just have some differences on this issue. And I think some of these differences will benefit from conversation, potentially in this proceeding. I encourage you to have that conversation further with Mr. Bornoff.
And I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Detsky. Why don't we have Interwest for 10 minutes and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have no question. Mr. Detsky asked all of the questions that I had prepared, so no questions. Thank you.
Cosa Sia. Mr. Schlesinger, would you be all right breaking your questioning? You're crossing the two pieces.
It's mostly on one subject, but I'm happy to do that if you prefer.
Yeah, and do you need the full 45 minutes, you think?
I think I will, yes. And as I indicated earlier, given that we've waived a lot of our other reserved cross, depends on how it goes, but possibility.
I'm not beating up on you. I'm just trying to decide when Mr. Ihle and I get hungry.
Understood. I expect to go at least 40 minutes.
All right. Why don't we start and we'll see how we go.
Okay. Can I just have one moment to reorient myself here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Ihle.
Good morning, Mr. Schlesinger. Good to see you.
For the record, Jake Schlesinger on behalf of COSA, SIA, and Advanced Energy United today. We are going to discuss mostly today the JTS modeling bonus credits. And we'll be referring mostly to your rebuttal testimony, hearing Exhibit 117, although we might also reference Mr. Lucas's answer testimony, hearing Exhibit 2200. So if you have those in front of you, that may make things go a little faster.
Okay, I certainly just, Mr. Schlesinger, just for reference, I have my rebuttal testimony in front of me. I do not have Mr. Lucas's answer testimony, I think is what I don't have that physically in front of me. Apologies.
No problem.
If we run into lunch, if we run into lunch, it may be possible to grab that.
No problem.
Or if someone is around who could deliver that to me, that would be the only communication with outside folks.
We'll pull it up on the screen as we need it.
Sure. Either way.
Great. So just want to, ask a couple of background questions here just to make sure everyone's oriented, maybe a little repetitive of your testimony, but want to talk first about the community assistant payments, or the CAP. And those are payments that were agreed to in the USA, the updated settlement agreement, in which the company is committed to provide payments to 3 counties, Pueblo, Morgan, and Routt counties, who are all going to be impacted by fossil fuel generation closures. Correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of those community assistance payments is to compensate those counties for lost property tax revenues due to the early closure of those fossil fuel plants, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the settlement states, and you discuss in your testimony, that those CAP payments can be offset by property taxes from new generation or transmission assets, correct?
That's our hope, yes.
Okay.
And
those are assets that could be acquired through the phase 2 of this JTS, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that at this point, we generally have no idea what the transmission investments are going to be in those communities as a result of the phase 2 solicitation?
I think there's probably some knowledge in some places, but certainly there are uncertainties as well.
Okay, and do you think that we will have more clarity in phase two, say when the company files its 120-day report, as to where those transmission assets are going to be located?
And you're referring to potential transmission assets that would be directly related to generation bids in those areas? Is that what you're thinking about?
Sure.
We would have more knowledge after the company's. Did you asked it after the company's proposed approved portfolio?
Correct. Will the company have a good idea at that point where transmission assets are likely to be located to effectuate the preferred portfolio?
It'll have a better idea. There's always follow-up implementation transmission efforts once we lock in the generation portfolio.
Okay. So do you expect that any transmission assets that are likely to be proposed in the 120-day report, that they will get JTS bonus credits for any property taxes that they generate?
I don't know that we're proposing transmission in the 120-day report, so I'm struggling with your question a little bit.
Well, let me simplify it. Are the
Okay.
JTS bonus credits only applicable to generation, or would they be applicable to transmission as well?
I am not 100% certain on that. They're certainly applicable to generation, and I just don't recall what we've stated about transmission generating revenues in those counties, in terms generating property tax revenue.
Okay, but you do agree that,
I don't recall that.
and neither do I, to be clear. I didn't see anything in the testimony about that. That's why I'm trying to clarify now.
Yeah.
But transmission assets that generate property tax revenue would offset cap payments, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the construct that we set forth in the updated settlement agreement for the CEP.
Okay, great. And could we pull up on the screen hearing exhibit 117? That's Mr. Ihle's rebuttal testimony at page 78. And specifically, I'm looking at table JWI-D-4, which are the projected community assistance payments. Great, thank you. And just to kind of get, just to level set on scale here, Hayden 1 and Hayden 2 are both in Routt County. And so the combined payment to Routt County, assuming that there are no offsets, would be about $2.7 million per year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and just focusing on Hayden and Morgan for now, Pawnee and Morgan County, that would be about $3.4 million a year in payments that the company would have to make, but for any offsets.
Yes.
And just to be clear, those are the tax revenues that would have been generated had these plants not closed early.
These values were set based on estimating those tax payments that would have been paid had those plants continued operation.
Okay. And I think you stated, and probably everyone would agree, that it would be better for customers not to have to pay these caps, but instead to find new tax payment, creating investments for these communities, right?
Yeah, we think it's better for customers, and to elaborate, we think it may be better for the communities because it provides a lengthier ongoing stream of payments, as well as creating some direct employment and economic development.
Okay, great. And now if we could move up to page 65, table JWI-D3. This sets forward the framework of the just transition benefits that the company is proposing. And I think you would agree with me that the goal of these JTS credits is to drive development in JTS communities, right?
Yes.
And specifically, there are bonus credits here to drive projects that contribute to local property taxes or create long-term jobs in those communities, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I just kind of want to go through this line by line, make sure that I understand it and that we all have a common understanding. So the first credit here, the base credit, is just a credit for being there, just for showing up, right?
Yes, right. It's kind of irrespective of project size as we get into later, but yes, it's for being there.
Okay, and that would apply to any project in any JTS with the exception of solar projects in Pueblo. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. I'd probably want to verify that particular nuance with Mr. Landrum.
Okay. Okay, and then moving along, all of these credits are basically you get them or you don't. It's either 0 or 100 in terms of the percentage of the credits that you get. If you're less than, for example, 20 long-term jobs, you don't get that 50 cent or dollar credit, right? You don't get any credit.
Wait, you would get the $1 if did you ask me if your project's less than 20 jobs?
Yeah, so moving along to the bonus credit, no longer talking about the base credit
Oh,
now.
okay, sorry. Yeah,
For the bonus credit, if a project has less than 20 jobs, they don't get any bonus credit, right?
That's right.
If they have 19 jobs, they don't get a
Yeah.
bonus credit.
Under this structure, right? The proposal, yes.
Okay. And then similarly, if it's way more, like if there's, $100 million of annual tax revenue, they would still just get the 50 cent or the dollar bonus credit. There's no multiplier for being way above $4 million in annual tax revenues, right?
There's not a multiplier, but I point out that the way it's structured, it's dollars per kW, and the other one is dollars per megawatt hour. So the way it's structured, it inherently scales up with project size. So I think it's a bit more of a function than just this sort of line item row piece. I just wanted to point out that context.
Okay, fair enough. Good point. And then just to be clear, it looks like on the left, let's look at the job line here. The bonus creates more than 20 long-term jobs. So does that mean that 20 long-term jobs would not be eligible for the credit? It has to be more than 20?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, it says bonus creates more than 20 long-term jobs. It doesn't say more than or equal to 20 long-term jobs.
Oh.
I'm clarifying that 20 long-term jobs would be excluded from getting any credit. You'd need 21 jobs.
Yeah, fair point. I will take the mathematical expression for what it is, and it appears that it needs to be more than 20 jobs. Yes.
Okay. And similarly for the property taxes, it has to be more than $4 million. $4 million on the money is not going to get you the credit.
Yes.
Okay. And to get these numbers for modeling, bidders submit the information about whether the project will create 20 or more long-term jobs or more than 20 long-term jobs, correct? You get that information from bidders?
Yes, they would have to submit that to receive the credit.
And then same thing with the property tax revenue. The bidders would tell you what their estimated property tax revenue is in their bids.
Yes, and you may want to take this up with Mr. Landrum as well, just because he administers the specific handling of the bids and the selection of the portfolios. But that would be my understanding. I don't think we'd be independently making those, creating those numbers ourselves. I think the bidders would have to submit that. There may be some verification process in that work, but that would be a question for Mr. Landrum.
No problem. And if it's helpful for your mindset, I can just let you know that Mr. Landrum did say basically exactly what I just said, that bidders would be responsible for providing that information, and then the company would look at that and vet those through the due diligence process.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that.
Sure. But in both cases, jobs or property taxes, those are estimates provided by the bidders. So does the company plan to enforce those estimates in any way? Like, for example, if a bidder said that a project was going to create 21 long-term jobs, but 4 years later, when the project goes online, they only end up hiring 18 full-time workers. Is the company proposing any kind of enforcement mechanism via contract terms or otherwise?
I am not sure if I am certain on that. It would make sense to me that we'd want to evaluate that, perhaps audit it or similar, but I don't know if we have a specific proposal on enforcement. That I'd probably direct you to Mr. Lander or Mr. Bornhofen on that.
Okay, well, I can follow up with them, but assuming that you're correct, and I think you are, that there is no current proposed enforcement mechanism, wouldn't it be true that all a bidder has to do to qualify for these credits is to overestimate the number of jobs or overestimate the amount of property tax revenue, and then they would get the credit?
If they did that, they could get the credit. There's going to be some review of this in the due diligence process, and that's a question for Mr. Landrum. They have to evaluate various things about what the bidders are stating in that due diligence process. This is one of the reasons it takes 120 days and sometimes more to kind of evaluate the credibility of some of the claims and assertions in the bids.
Sure, but if a bidder were to propose or estimate that they were going to generate $4.1 million of property tax revenue, and due diligence is going to basically review that and see if that's a reasonable estimate or not, correct?
I think that's true. I would say that to the extent this is a utility-owned project, there would almost certainly be discussion of this in the follow-on CPCN proceeding for those projects.
Okay. But if a developer, an IPP, for example, were to estimate 4.1 million, and then projects completed, all costs are known, county assessor comes back and says $3.9 million, there's no way to go back and rerun the model at that point, right?
I don't think so, because that would almost have to be, you're saying after the project's online, or just at a later point in time after the phase 2 decision?
Yeah, at a later point in time after the portfolio is selected, after the modeling is done. I don't know exactly when the assessor comes out, but assuming after the fact, the project's assessed at less than $4 million, but the modeling gave them this bonus credit, which, as you know, it scales up.
Yeah, it would be I think it depends on when that would occur. Certainly if the project's online, that's going to be really hard. If it was some sort of new information that arose during the phase 2 evaluation, that could be different. So let's say it's after our due diligence, but the property assessor raises their hand and says, this is not right. We're still within that 120-day period. There may be an ability to adjust it. In fact, I'd assert that we probably could adjust if it was during that 120 days that we learned that information. Beyond that, it just gets increasingly difficult. So I guess I'm agreeing with you with sort of a yes and qualification. It sort of depends on when this happens.
Understood. Is it also correct that these bonus credits won't be combined or aggregated among various projects? So to give you an example, let's say that there are 4 bids in Routt County, and each one provides or estimates that they provide more than $1 million in property tax revenues. Will the company consider those 4 bids in Routt County as contributing more than $4 million and give them each some kind of bonus credit? Or does it have to be one project that contributes more than $4 million in property taxes?
I believe this is intended to be evaluating the projects individually, but I would ask you to confirm that with Mr. Landrum if you have time scheduled with him. And you do have time scheduled with him. You have a few minutes.
I do, although I might waive it if we can just get this answered right now. And I think we could do that if we pull up what's in COSA's box, hearing exhibit 2209.
Sorry, it's not pulling up the usual way. Just give me another minute and I'll get it up.
Sure. Great. And would you agree with me, Mr. Ihle, that this is the company's response to discovery request COSA CIA AEU 1-3?
Yes.
And the question asks about hearing exhibit 101, which was your direct testimony, I believe, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And I do recognize that there is a typo in there where it looks like 10.1, but it's supposed to be referencing 101.
That's okay.
And then part B here asks kind of a similar question to what I just add. Well, actually, let's look at D. That's more similar to the question that I just asked you to please confirm or deny that 5 projects, each contributing $1 million apiece in property tax revenue, would not get a credit, but one competing project bid that provided more than 4 million would. And if we scroll down to the answer D, the answer is confirm that they wouldn't get that. And I do realize the sponsor of this is John Landrum, but do you have any reason to disagree with Mr. Landrum's answer here?
No.
Okay, great. So it's just for one project.
Yes, I mean, on behalf of Mr. Landrum, they're evaluating projects in this RFP. You'd almost have to evaluate them as all 5 would have to make the final cut in order for this to work. So just kind of a little bit of narrative there. That can become an impediment to a fair evaluation on other factors in the phase 2.
Sure, but we're just talking about the JTS bonus credits here. And so my point here is that none of the 5 would receive any bonus credit. And I think you're agreeing with that.
I am.
Okay. And is it the company's position that aggregate project benefits that accrue from multiple projects have a different value to the local community than benefits from an individual project?
I don't know if I have an opinion on that.
Well, let me ask it a different way. And if you don't, I'll move on. But if 4 projects created 21 long-term jobs and one other project created 21 long-term jobs, are the 21 long-term jobs that come from the one project more valuable than the 21 jobs that come from the 4 projects?
I don't know. It depends on the projects.
In terms of long-term jobs, is there a difference?
It would depend how long the projects are slated to operate, for one thing, and the payments made to the workforce, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think I can make a blanket statement about that.
Okay. I will just direct you to question E here on this same exhibit, if we could scroll up, in which Mr. Landrum was asked that exact same question. Is the company's position that aggregate project benefits have a different value than individual project benefits? And if we could scroll down, I'd just like to point out for the record that his answer was no. At this point, I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 2209.
Any objection?
Apologies, I couldn't find my button. No objection.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. And we can take this down. Mr. Ihle, would you agree with me that the dollar credits, the dollar JTS bonus credits that we were just looking at in your table, those are not based on any specific quantitative analysis, right?
I don't believe we advanced a quantitative analysis. This was an estimate that we thought could reasonably influence the modeling in the way that we saw it. And I think we're here to. These are the sorts of things that we're vetting in a phase 1. So we advanced an idea. I don't know if there's really a way to quantify it. Perhaps somebody could have come up with that. I don't know if COSA did, but it's an educated estimate.
Okay. I believe you actually stated in response to a discovery question that the company came up with these numbers because it believed that they would be likely to create a meaningful impact in the phase 2 modeling process without overly impacting the competitive process. Does that sound right to you? Do you want to see that?
No, that sounds exactly right. That's what I was trying to say, but we said it better earlier.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that this is kind of, these modeling credits just kind of represent the company's best guess as what it thinks will work, right?
I would generally agree with that.
Okay. Okay, so going back to the mechanics then of the bonus credit, let's take an example of a new facility in Routt County that generates more than $4 million in property taxes. And contrast that to the same project that estimates only $3.9 million of tax revenue. And sorry if this is repetitive, but just setting it up, the one that provides more than $4 million gets the bonus credit. The one that provides $3.9 million doesn't get any credit.
It doesn't get the bonus credit. It gets the
bonus
base credit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry for talking over top of you there to Harriet.
I think in your hypothetical, this project gets the base credit. I'm going to assume it creates fewer than 20 or fewer jobs, and so it just gets the base credit without the bonus.
Okay.
Of the property tax bonus, let's call it.
Okay, so let's talk about the project that generates $3.9 million in tax revenues. Well, you would agree with me, right, that $3.9 million in tax revenues is more than what the company must pay to Routt County on an annual basis, right?
I think we established it was 3.7 in total, so I'll agree with you.
For Routt County, it was 2.7. Morgan was 3.4.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
So it's actually significantly more. A $3.9 million project would offset all of the cap payments plus an extra $1.2 million, but it wouldn't get any bonus credit, right?
It would get the base credit.
It wouldn't get any bonus credit, correct?
It would get the base credit, but not the bonus credit. Both are sort of bonuses in the model, in my view, but under that structure, it gets the base, but not the bonus. That's correct.
Okay. And 3.9 million is also more than the average annual payment to Morgan for retiring Pawnee, which was 3.4 million.
Yes.
And so if such a project, a $3.9 million tax project, were to be awarded and move forward, customers would no longer be responsible for cap payments to either county, wherever the project was located, right?
That's how it's intended to work, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, if that 3.9 million, if that project generated $3.9 million of tax revenue, or let's say $4 million of tax, more than $4 million of tax revenue, the most customers are going to be able to save is the cap payment, right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Okay, let's just talk about Routt County. Annual cap payment of $2.7 million.
Okay, thank you.
But a bid comes in at, let's say, $4.1 million of tax revenue.
4.1, so now it's getting the bonus credit versus your other.
It's getting the bonus credit.
It's not. Okay, it's getting the bonus. Gotcha. Thank you.
It's getting the bonus credit. But the most customers can save in that scenario is 2.7 million.
Yeah, I think the customers are avoiding making the community payments that we committed to under the updated settlement agreement.
Okay. So more than $4 million is considerably more than the cap payments to Routt. And, I'm going to move on. I think we've made this point already. Sorry. And I guess maybe just to state the obvious, if the same project produces only $2.7 million of tax revenue in Routt County, it won't get any bonus credit, even though the entire cap is offset. I'm sorry if I said that already, but I think we're
okay. So I'm gonna be specific. You may interrupt me. It was going to get the base credit, but it's also going to get the avoided 2.7 million as represented in the model. So it sort of gets tailwinds both ways in that scenario.
Okay, so you're telling me that the model is designed to account for the $2.7 million savings above and beyond whether it gets a bonus credit or not?
That is my understanding, and that I think that's well worth spending 1 or 2 minutes with Mr. Landrum to confirm for the sake of the record here. But that's my understanding is the model does account for that avoided tax payment itself, and then it allocates the bonus, sorry, not the bonus, the base credit for community location.
Interesting. Do you know where the company explains that?
No. I believe that's how it works. So I would guess it's in Mr. Landrum's testimony somewhere.
Sorry, I'm just giving myself a note here so I can ask Mr. Landrum. Okay. Let's talk about just renewable projects and taxes for a moment. In Mr. Lucas's answer testimony, he noted, based on a discovery response that we received from the company, that the 600 megawatt Rush Creek wind project pays about $1.6 million a year in property taxes. Do you have any reason to dispute that? Does that sound right to you?
I don't know the number, but I don't have a reason to dispute it either.
Okay, and I'll posit that that's already been admitted into the record. Hearing Exhibit 2200, attachment KML-7 provides those numbers from the company. So assuming that's all correct, if a JTS project that's similar to Rush Creek, that produces 1.6 million in tax revenues a year, that could offset a significant portion of the cap payments owed to Routt or Morgan counties, right? On an annual basis.
If it were that large, it was generating 1.6 million.
Yes.
Is that the question? Yes, it could.
Okay. Mr. Lucas provided a citation in his answer testimony to a DOLA form, Department of Local Affairs form, that is used to calculate property taxes for local jurisdictions for renewable energy projects. And I have that in my box.com account as hearing exhibit 2208. There's actually two versions of that. One is an Excel file marked as executable, and one is a PDF version. Could we please pull up the Excel version of that?
Yeah, this one's just going to take a minute as well. Bear with me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Crane. Appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Ihle, just out of curiosity, have you ever seen this form before?
I have not.
Do you have any reason to dispute that it is what I just said it was and what it says on the top here, Department of Local Affairs form? It's the 2025 renewable template for establishing property taxes for qualified state assessed renewables.
Well, it says it's for estimating those taxes, but other than that, I agree with you.
Okay. And the form as it stands right now includes a 60 megawatt plant. And if we scroll down just a little bit, we can see the projected property tax payment per year is $234,000, mostly different in the first couple of years, but you agree with that? The far right column.
I'm looking in the blue box. Is that right?
Yeah, sure. That works too.
Or
The box
column
is the
J.
annual levelized that averages all of them. So about $235,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And Ms. Crane, could we scroll to the top and could I ask for your help here to change that 60 megawatt in the yellow box to 100 megawatts? Thank you. And if we could scroll down then, let's just look at the blue box. We're close to $400,000 a year in property taxes from a renewable project of about 100 megawatts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 2208 and 2208 executable.
Mr. Larson,
No objection.
so moved.
Okay, and if we assume a 100 MW project is located in Morgan or Routt counties, it would be paying that $400,000 to the county and offsetting cap payments in that amount, correct?
I assume that's the purpose and function of this form. So I'll stipulate to that.
Okay, yeah, and Mr. Lucas did use this form in his answer testimony, included a citation to the link that takes you to the DOLA website. I don't believe the company responded or objected to that at all.
Okay.
Okay, so if you had, let's say, 3 or 4 of these projects located in Routt or Morgan counties, that could be a pretty significant amount of tax revenue to those counties, correct?
Yes.
But again, under the company's JTS modeling approach, they wouldn't get any bonus for those cap offsets, right?
They would not. Under your hypothetical, one of these projects might be 200 million or $200 a megawatt hour, and one might be $20 a megawatt hour, one might be $60 a megawatt hour. Like, they're evaluated on economics as well as the property tax payment. So our individual approach is seeking to individually evaluate projects on that factor as well as many other factors.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree with me that including a JTS modeling credit does impact the economic evaluation of each project?
Yeah, that's the purpose. Yes, I agree.
Okay, we can take this down. Thank you. But wouldn't you agree that because those cutoffs are relatively high at 20 and 4 million, 20, more than 20 jobs or more than $4 million in tax revenues, that the JTS modeling bonus credits tend to advantage individual large projects as opposed to aggregating multiple smaller projects?
I believe the smaller projects are advantaged by the avoided tax payments in the model. They're advantaged by the base payment under this structure, and they just don't receive the bonus payment under this structure.
Okay, and just for the record,
nor can you
Ihle,
necessarily
haven't-
evaluate them as an aggregated set of projects, as I just tried to make clear. You've got to evaluate these projects. You're sort of requiring us to evaluate them as a basket for the sake of the community assistance payments, and I struggle with that. I believe Mr. Landermill too.
I'm not requiring the company to do anything. I'm just asking you some questions here today, but
Sure.
and I'd like to point out for the record that you still haven't pointed me to any part of the company's proposal that shows that the offset cap payments are modeled. So I will bring that up with Mr. Landrum.
Sure.
Okay, so Mr. Lucas proposed in his answer testimony that instead of these cutoffs of more than 20 million, more than 4 million or more than 20 jobs, that the actual customer benefits be modeled, and specifically suggests that the company should limit all credits to no more than what can reasonably be expected to be offset by the cap payments. Does that sound right to you?
Can you point me to his testimony?
Absolutely. That's hearing exhibit 2200 at page 20. We'll give Ms. Crane a moment to pull that up. And Mr. Chair, just so you know, I'm getting pretty close to the end of this line of questioning. I do have two other short lines of questioning. So if I can get to the end of this line, I'm happy to take a break at that point, if that works for you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Crane. And if we can scroll down to line 20. There we go. Sorry, it's actually lower down. The next Q&A. Instead of offering a $2 megawatt base credit and up to $2 in bonus credits, the company should limit all credits to no more than what can reasonably be expected to offset cap payments. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you did respond to Mr. Lucas's answer testimony in your rebuttal, correct?
I believe so.
So this isn't the first time you're seeing it.
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. A lot of paper here. But would you agree with me that under Mr. Lucas's proposal, a project that, offsets $400,000 in property taxes would get the $400,000 of customer savings modeled into the in phase two?
In terms of the crediting inside the model, is that what you're asking?
Correct. The property tax revenue that offsets cap payments under Mr. Lucas's proposal would be reflected in the modeling.
I believe that's what he's proposing here in effect versus something that might be higher under our proposal, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. And I realize that you believe that will also be true under the company's proposal in addition to the JTS modeling bonus credits, but we're going to explore that further with Mr. Landrum. Okay. And then in your rebuttal testimony, sorry, if we could go back to hearing exhibit 117 at page 59. And I'll preview it before it comes up on the screen, but several parties, including WRA Sweep, thank you, and we're at line 20 down there. Sorry, page 59, line 20, yeah. You mentioned that several parties, including WRA Sweep and Interwest, among others, support modeling in phase two, both with and without the JTS bonus credits.
Yes.
Okay. And you disagree with that recommendation based on your guiding principle that the portfolio should be designed with parameters to present a materially different look than any other portfolio, right?
Yes. And we think it's appropriate to maintain the credits to serve the purpose of just transition.
Okay. Fair enough. And you agree that these, and I think we just said this, but the JTS credits would be in the modeling, but they don't actually reduce the costs of the bids, right? So we're giving let's say a $2 credit for whatever that is reflected in the modeling, but that doesn't actually reduce the bid cost, right?
You're asking if it reduces the bid costs from the perspective of the model or what the company would actually be paid that's submitting the bid?
I'm asking about what the company would actually be paying if it selected that bid.
Yeah, I don't believe it reduces that. It's sort of a construct within the model.
Right. So it just gives that project a leg up basically in the modeling.
Yes.
Makes it more likely to be selected.
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to remove the JTS bonus credits from the modeling and you were to run it based just on the actual bid prices, that would provide information about the actual total cost of the portfolio that the company and customers are responsible for paying. Correct?
It would provide a cost of a portfolio that's sort of ignoring just transition objectives.
Yes, but my question is specifically, well, let me ask it the other way. If you include the just transition modeling benefits in the portfolio that you present to the commission, that portfolio will include a price tag, right?
Yes.
And the price tag that you present, if it includes JTS modeling bonus credits, will look lower than what the company actually is going to be paying for those resources, right?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm struggling a little bit with the use of the word price, this phrase price tag, and also kind of like the PVRR that the model might show in these portfolios. It might be a question for Mr. Landrum.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you about your assertion that modeling with and without the credits won't produce materially different looks. And so let's just assume for a moment, and I can clarify with Mr. Landrum if I'm correct or not, but assuming for a moment that the company's only modeling portfolios with JTS bonus credits and that those portfolios include a price tag, that price tag will reflect these bonus credits to make them look lower, assuming that is correct.
To make them look lower in the modeling.
to make them look lower in the modeling. And to make them look lower in terms of what the commission approves.
I'm reviewing my testimony here. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Well, let me ask it the other way that I started on. If the company were to produce a portfolio run without the JTS credits, it would only be modeling the actual as-bid costs of the projects, and that would provide a more accurate look as to what the total cost of that portfolio is, wouldn't it?
It would provide the total cost of that portfolio. I believe the ones with the credits would also accurately show the cost of that portfolio as well.
So the ones with the credits that reduce the bids per the JTS bonus credits, that would also show the total cost of the portfolio?
I believe we're obligated to show the total cost of that portfolio that customers would pay in order to create a decision the commission can make.
Well, then aren't you basically agreeing that the company would run the model without the JTS bonus credits? Because otherwise it couldn't show the actual cost of the portfolio, right?
I don't think I am agreeing with you.
Okay. Didn't you acknowledge in response to a discovery question that the company currently has no way to determine in phase 2 the incremental impact of JTS bonus credits on the costs of resource and selection of portfolios?
Can you show me the question, please?
Absolutely. Let's pull it up. It's in my box. It's marked as Hearing Exhibit 803, Attachment AM14. This got filed yesterday with Conservation Colorado's Sir rebuttal testimony. So they pre-marked that exhibit, and I believe we've stipulated to its admission. So I'll just refer you to it. And as you can see, this was just submitted about a couple weeks ago. This is the company's response to discovery request CC 7-6. And if we scroll to the bottom, I believe you are one of the sponsors of this exhibit, of this discovery response. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can scroll up, the question, which one is it? B asks the company to admit that under the modeling approach proposed, it would be impossible to determine the incremental cost and rate impact of using the JTS bonus credits in modeling compared to not using the JTS bonus credits in modeling. And if we go down to the answer, it simply says admit.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That is all I have on this line. I've got a couple short, I mean, I could probably get through these other ones in 10 minutes if you want me to keep going, Miss Chair Blank, or happy to do it after lunch.
Yeah, let's do it after lunch. Let's take a break and reconvene. Let's reconvene at 1:15. 1:15. Thanks all.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Larson, you're like the last scene in Godfather with half your face in the shade and half your face in the light.
I've been trying to navigate this lighting issue, but the change to afternoon is now putting me back at square one. Fortunately, we have a few more days to try to resolve it.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of solar developers in here that can maybe help you.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'll call
And they need some trackers on your chair.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Schlesinger, to finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Mr. Ihle with us? Yes, I see you. Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's now afternoon, Mr. Schlesinger.
I'm going to shift gears here, and I want to talk a little bit about the company's DG cost modeling that it provided for informational purposes in this proceeding.
Okay.
I understand from reading your rebuttal testimony that you reviewed Mr. Lucas's answer testimony on this subject, correct?
A little while ago, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that one of Mr. Lucas's primary critiques of the company's DG modeling is that it included the full retail rate cost, or basically the cost of lost revenues for behind the meter generation that is consumed on site?
I believe that's right.
Okay. And Mr. Lucas argued that revenue reductions due to self-consumed energy are not a res plan cost, but simply a reduction in sales. That sound familiar to you?
Yes, as Mr. Lucas's statement.
Yes, understood. And would you agree with me that there has been a long time fundamental disagreement between the solar industry and the company on that specific issue?
Yeah, I'd say there's some differences in sort of the general compensation structure between on-site rooftop, especially.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the compensation structure. I'm talking about whether or not the lost revenue due to behind the meter consumption is considered to be a cost or not. Would you agree that that issue specifically has come up multiple times between the company and the solar industry, for example, in the company's last res plan?
I believe so.
Okay. In your role as VP of Regulatory, do you monitor other regulatory activities in the state? For example, regulatory activities for Black Hills Energy?
We try to where there's sort of useful parallels, but not assiduously.
Okay. Are you aware that this same issue came up in Black Hills' most recent phase 2 rate case? That is the issue of whether or not behind the meter self-consumed energy is a cost or not?
I know that sort of net metering policy was considered in that rate case. What the specific phrasing you're using, I don't know for sure whether it's a cost or not. If that is the question, I don't know that for sure.
Okay.
They viewed it as a driver in their rate case was my understanding is costs arising from that. So.
Okay. Did you review any of the testimony filed in that proceeding?
From Black Hills, no.
Or from the solar industry?
I did not follow that case, the testimony.
Okay, fair enough. Then I won't ask you any additional questions about that, but I would like to move for administrative notice of what's been pre-marked in our box.com folder as hearing exhibit 2210.
Have you seen that, Mr. Larson?
I did email it to Mr. Larson a few days ago. I know he's been busy prepping for hearing, but this is the answer testimony of Will Gell for the Solar Energy Industries Association on behalf of COSA and SIA in that Black Hills rate case that we were just discussing. It's a document within the commission's files, similar as I just represented issues. And so I would like to move for administrative notice of that testimony.
Yeah, I believe this document was provided to me yesterday. We looked at it briefly. I guess the question I would have is, are you admitting it? And is the proposal to take administrative notice of the document in its entirety?
I thought that would be easier than trying to parse out individual pages, so yes.
Yeah, no objection from public service.
So moved.
So admitted?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure you had a foundation with this witness at all. but,
Agree. That's why I was taking asking for administrative notice to be taken.
I mean, if the company doesn't care, I don't care, but I don't think you have proper foundation. Mr. Larson, are you fine with it?
We're okay taking administrative notice. I do agree that a foundation hasn't been laid for the admission of the exhibit.
Yeah, I mean, fine. So noticed.
Thank you. Moving on. Mr. Ihle, I'm going to finish my cross-examination here by breaking the rules of cross-examination and ask you some questions that I honestly don't know the answer to. I heard you talking earlier this morning with Mr. Cox and a little bit with Mr. Detsky about the Strategic Resiliency Reserve Fund. Do you recall those conversations?
Yes.
Okay, and just to make sure that I'm clear on what that is an opportunity or a fund for the company to purchase generation and transmission equipment that would be held for a later project. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that the purchasing and storing of that would be funded by ratepayers with a WACC return for the company, right? WACC return.
Yes.
Okay. And that includes specifically turbines, breakers, and transformers.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay. And turbines, we're talking about gas turbines, not wind turbines, right?
Yeah, it's gas combustion turbines specifically.
Okay. And so would that equipment be available to be used for the company if it were to provide generation bids in the phase 2?
Yes, it would be available, to be more specific. It would be available to the company for company developed bids, also potentially for what we call developed transfer bids, where the company could offer it to another development partner who could use that equipment and bring it forward into a bid.
Okay, but not for IPP owned bids, PPAs?
Not unless we chose to sell it, and that's really only under the occasion that it wasn't used by the company.
Okay, and so here's the big question that I really don't know the answer to.
Okay.
Would the fact that the company already have this equipment, it's already been paid for, it's already deemed prudently incurred and earning a WACC, the fact that that's already been paid for, does that mean that the company could submit a bid without including those costs in its bid?
No, those costs would have to be included in the bid.
And
the bid is fairly judged versus other bids.
Okay, good. How would you do that?
At a high level, so I mean, the cost that we expended would be set against it would be added to the cost of that bid, and I think that would have to include the WACC costs to the extent that there was some time value accruing on the costs expended under that SRRF. So, for instance, if there was a gas turbine that was used in a gas turbine bid, the cost of that gas turbine reserved would have to be included into that bid.
Okay. But would you agree that there is an advantage there for the company in being able to have ratepayers fund that strategic reserve so that they have certainty that that equipment is available for a bid?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlesinger. I have CC 4CA 45 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ihle.
Good afternoon, Ms. Judkins.
Yeah, for the record, this is Sarah Judkins representing Colorado Communities for Climate Action, or CC4CA. And I'll pick up where Mr. Schlesinger left off with the Strategic Resilience Reserve Fund, which I'll refer to as the SRRF. So I think you've answered this question a few times today, but just to kind of get us settled, Public Service has proposed that combustion turbines, transformers, and breakers should each be eligible for SRRF funding, correct?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
And does Public Service believe that each of these categories of equipment proposed to be eligible for SRRF funding is essential to provide reliable service to customers?
Yes, we think it's a high probability we'd be using this equipment to implement the ultimate JTS portfolio across company bids and non-company bids as well.
Thank you. And you stated that the company made this proposal in response to commissioner questions at the March 13th technical workshop, right?
Yes.
And was Public Service aware of the long lead time issues and reliability concerns before that technical workshop?
Yes, we'd become increasingly concerned about those factors, and it's been reported fairly broadly in the trade press, I think, too, at least on the combustion turbine piece.
And was Public Service aware of those concerns last October when this JTS application was filed with the Commission?
Not to the degree that we became more aware of it subsequently over the months since then.
Thanks. And if the SRRF proposal is not approved by the Commission, when will Public Service begin procuring the equipment that's proposed to be eligible for that funding?
We try, we like to do it after the CPCN is approved, so it could be quite some time before that's done. Now, again, the market conditions are unique. We are, and by that I mean that the supply chains are tight. Expenses or costs are tending to rise in the current environment. We occasionally do take steps in advance of a CPCN to prepare to supply bids and to ensure that we'll have the generation we need to serve the customers.
And does Public Service believe the demand for combustion turbines is high?
I'm sorry, that a what?
Is the demand for combustion turbines high currently?
I think we generally perceive that the demand is high and the supply is quite what the word? It's tight, meaning it's hard to get orders in and expect to have them delivered almost even within the period of this resource acquisition period in this resource plan.
And do you think that the demand for turbines is higher today or tighter today than in October when the JTS application was filed?
Potentially, yes. I'd probably want to ask Mr. Tom Janovich that question.
Thank you. Make a note. And is it the case that the company's affiliate, Northern States Power Company, Minnesota, acquired combustion turbines last month in May, as noted in a discovery response from the company?
I don't know that.
Okay. Ms. Crane, if you could please pull from our box a document that's pre-marked as Hearing Exhibit 2005, which is the company's discovery response to UCA 17-1. Thank you. And would you agree that this document is the company's response to UCA 17-1 in this proceeding?
Yes.
And Ms. Crane, could you please scroll to the bottom of the document? And you are one of the sponsors of this discovery request, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to enter Hearing Exhibit 2005 into the record.
Any objections?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you. And Ms. Crane, could you scroll up a little bit, please, to the beginning of the company's responses here? That's great, thank you. And Mr. Ihle, could you please take a look at the answer to subpart A? And does it state that the company's affiliate, Northern States Power Company, Minnesota, acquired combustion turbines in May 2025?
Yes.
And are you aware of how Northern States Power Company paid for those combustion turbines?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, so equally, I imagine you are not aware of how Northern States Power Company will recover those expenditures. if at all?
I mean, at a high level, it's a regulated, vertically integrated IOU like Piesco is. So, I mean, it's going to use the regulated process. I'm sure there's a cost recovery vehicles, including rate base and similar features as here. But in other words, it's not an IPP. It's not a merchant plan. It's more of a regulated utility plan. Beyond that, I don't know the specifics.
Okay, but safe to assume that there'll be recovery from customers.
I do assume that, yes.
Thank you. And let's take a look at subpart B, please. And does it state that public service or its affiliate companies recently reserved manufacturing capacity for large transformers?
Yes.
And how did the company or its affiliates pay for reserving that manufacturing capacity?
I believe it's done out of company reserves, but I'd probably defer that question also to Mr. Tomjanovich.
Thank you. And do you know if the company or its affiliates are expecting to recover those expenditures from customers?
We would anticipate doing that. Yes.
And do you expect the recovery through base rates or some other non-base rate charge?
I don't know. Transformers could be transmission equipment. It could go into base rates. There could be a TCA component here in Colorado. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. And finally, let's take a look at subpart C here. Does it state that public service and its affiliate companies recently reserved manufacturing capacity for high voltage breakers?
Yes.
And similarly, how did the company and its affiliates pay for reserving the manufacturing capacity for those high voltage breakers?
It would be similar out of company reserves, somewhat at the company's risk. The SRRF is intended to allow us some greater comfort so we can take greater risks in an environment in which supply chains are difficult to work with, and you can't guarantee that you can reserve equipment and get it in time.
And same question as before, do you expect to recover these expenditures from customers?
Yes.
And would that be through base rates or some other non-base rate charge? Do you know?
I couldn't say at this point. It could be a generation associated charge. It could be a transmission associated charge. I don't know.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, I'm done with this document, please. Thank you. So Public Service has proposed to collect funds for the SRRF from ratepayers with a return at the weighted average cost of capital or WACC, correct?
Only as they are expended.
And has the company ever received commission approval to collect funds from ratepayers with a return at the WACC to procure generation equipment that has not been selected through a competitive solicitation?
I am not sure about that. I mean, the company literally has a 150-year history in Colorado. I'd say this is a little bit different, and it's done again in response to the supply chain situation that we're navigating. I am not sure that we've done this before in this way. We have, as you point out in the discovery, and we do occasionally purchase equipment in advance. Sometimes it's held in reserve when the need is anticipated, and we feel like it may be difficult to acquire it. But this tool is meant to help us do that.
Thank you. And is it possible that approval of the SRRF would enable the company to begin procurement of combustion turbines prior to IPPs that may bid into the phase 2 solicitation?
I can't speculate as to the business model of IPPs. They can take the risks that they deem appropriate for their business model. They'd be doing so at their risks. They tend to have higher equity returns. I've seen numbers in the 15 to 20% range. Ours are low 9s. So we seek to hedge our risks if we move into these types of advanced purchases. But IPPs are free to go obtain their equipment that they want to.
Of course, but do you think that without a dedicated source of funding such as the SRRF would provide, that it would be less likely that IPPs may do so?
I don't think I would agree with that. I mean, I look at the market capitalization of an entity like NextEra and its multiples of ours. I believe they have liquid reserves to go out and strategically acquire equipment. under the timing that serves their strategy.
And will the combustion turbines acquired through the SRRF be assigned to specific company bids that will participate in the phase 2 solicitation?
That would be the intention, yes.
And do you believe that those turbines will be assigned to projects associated with bids in the final portfolio that the commission approves in phase 2 of this proceeding?
It depends on if they are competitive in the the RFP and bid evaluation process.
And Public Service has proposed to recover costs for the SRRF from the Purchased Capacity Cost Adjustment, or PCCA, correct?
Yes.
And you said in your discovery response that Public Service proposes to begin collection of the SRRF through the PCCA after the phase 1 written decision is issued, assuming that decision approves the SRRF, correct?
Yes.
So Public Service's existing customers as of the date of the phase 1 written decision would begin paying for equipment acquired through the SRRF, right?
To the extent the equipment moves into the SRRF. Yes.
And a few moments ago, you said that the SRRF funds would be used to procure equipment that will be used to meet the resource need approved in the phase 1 decision, right?
Did you say pure equipment? Is that?
Procure, sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just didn't quite hear you. I think you're repeating the same question, so I think it's still yes.
Okay. And is it possible that new large load customers will be included in that resource need?
Yes.
And so would those new large load customers contribute to funding the SRRF through the PCCA?
Over time, yes. I mean, they would pay back into the equipment as it moved into generation.
But it's fair to say that when Public Service begins collecting the funds for the SRRF through the PCCA from existing customers, it will be to procure equipment that will serve, in part, new large load customers that at that time are not contributing to the PCCA.
I think that's possible, though. You know, I think you phrased the question well. The equipment would be used to serve, in part, large load customers, but we view it as serving the system. So as the system needs it, we're seeking to add it to the system. Could large load customers moving on to that system create some of that need? Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, could you please pull up a document from our box that is pre-marked as hearing exhibit 2006, which is an excerpt from Public Service's electric tariff sheet, specifically sheet 141B. Thank you. Mr. Ihle, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And would you agree that this document is the company's current electric tariff sheet, sheet number 141B?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to enter hearing exhibit 2006 into the record.
Mr. Larson?
And is this one page just the PCCA tariff sheet? Is that what this is?
Correct.
No objection.
So moved.
Mr. Ihle, is it correct that this page, sheet 141B, describes the purchase capacity cost adjustment?
I believe so. I haven't looked at this recently and I can't see all of it, but that's
yeah.
Facially it appears to be describing exactly that.
Great. Yeah. If you look at the title at the top of the document, does it say purchase capacity cost adjustment?
Yes.
Thank you. And in the second full paragraph, does the document describe the purchase capacity cost as the fixed cost components of purchase power contracts?
Are you under applicability or definitions? Sorry.
Definitions.
Yes.
And does that align with the costs that the company currently recovers through the PCCA?
The PCCA recovers fixed cost components of PPAs. Yes.
So all costs currently included in the PCCA are associated with PPA contracts, correct?
Primarily, I don't know if I could say that's the only cost in there.
And are you aware of what those other costs might be?
No, this is a matter that's considered annually by the commission in the ECA PCCA prudence review. So I haven't participated in that in a couple of years. I just know the ECA has a few costs in there that are, it collects a few different things, and I'm just not confident in what flows through the PCCA versus what does not. Primarily, it's intended to recover, just as it says here, the fixed cost components of PPAs.
Thank you. And Ms. Crane, can you please pull from our box a document that's pre-marked as hearing exhibit 2007? This is an attachment to a hearing exhibit from the company in the company's most recent application to approve the PCCA and ECA costs for the calendar 2023, the type of proceeding you were just referencing, Mr. Ihle.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Ihle, are you familiar with this document?
No.
Do you have any reason to dispute how I just described it?
Can you describe it one more time for me?
Yeah, so this is attachment JRK-6, attachment to hearing exhibit 104, direct testimony of Jeffrey R. Knighton in proceeding number 24A-0327E, which is the company's application to approve PCCA and ECA costs for the calendar year 2023.
Okay, I agree.
Thank you.
That's what it appears to be.
And I realize that you did not provide testimony in this case, but do you agree that this attachment appears to list the company's 2023 purchase capacity costs?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to enter hearing exhibit 2008 into the record. Sorry,
Any
2007.
objection? Any objections?
I'm going to object based on foundation. He said he's never seen this document before.
Correct. He did confirm that this document is as described an attachment to JRK-6. And otherwise, Chair, I'd like to move for administrative notice of this document based on the fact that it's in evidence in a different proceeding before this commission.
Yeah, so maybe let's stop taking administrative notice of testimony. But I think this one's okay. I think there was enough of a foundation, and it's an Excel witness and an Excel document. So I'd overrule the objection and find that there was enough foundation and admit it.
Thank you. Mr. Ihle, if you look at the top left corner of the spreadsheet, does it state that this lists PPAs that are included in the PCCA?
The top left corner?
Sorry, of kind of where the table begins.
It says PPA.
Right. And so this appears to be a list of PPA expenses that are included in the PCCA, correct?
It does.
And so based on this, in the document that's described as 2023 purchase capacity costs, does it appear that there are any costs that are not associated with the PPA?
Ms. Judkins, I can't even see the entire document.
Ms. Crane, could you please scroll down so that Mr. Ihle can review the document?
I'm not going to answer the question. I mean, this is a list of PPA costs that appear to be in the PCCA. I don't have the referencing testimony. I don't know for sure.
Okay, I'm happy to bring up the referencing testimony if that would be helpful.
Sure, if you'd like to. The PCCA is intended to do this. I just don't know if there are other costs in there or not. The ECA has a few different things in it. I will say that.
Okay, I'll move Does the company currently recover costs associated with generation it owns through the PCCA?
It generally goes through rate base, but as we develop these projects, they often move through the rider recovery mechanism before they go into the rate base. So for instance, a renewable project, the way we propose it is flows through the ECA until such time as there's a rate case, and then it moves into rate base. So a company-owned renewable project could exist in the ECA. Can you repeat the question one more time? I'm just trying to get your verb tenses on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Does the company currently recover costs associated with generation it owns through the PCCA?
I am not aware that it does or doesn't. We haven't had a lot of company-built capacity resources recently. We have in the past, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of those have flowed through the PCCA, but I couldn't testify for sure that that's true.
Thank you. And you stated earlier that generation equipment acquired through the SRRF would be owned by public service, correct?
It'd be owned by public service unless it were transferred or sold.
Thank you. And Ms. Crane, I apologize. I'm done with this document. Can you please take it down? Thank you. So just to clarify, the company is proposing to recover costs associated with generation equipment it owns through the PCCA.
With generation equipment that it acquires.
That you will own.
Yeah, well, it could be ownership or it could be a reservation, as I discussed earlier with Mr. Cox.
Thank you. So is it fair to say that if the SRRF proposal is approved, the company would be using a PCCA to recover a type of cost that is a departure from current and typical practice for use of the PCCA?
I don't know if it is fair to say that. And if it is, then we're innovating.
And you testified earlier, correct, that the cost recovery for the SRRF will occur with a return at the company's WACC, right?
Yes.
And does the company earn a return of its WACC on any of the costs currently included in the PCCA?
They're not owned by the company, those projects. Those costs are basically transferred over to independent or other, non-company owned generation projects. So we don't earn on straight pass-throughs.
Thank you. And you stated in a discovery response, and I think you were discussing this with Mr. Schlesinger earlier, that equipment procured through the SRRF will only be available to IPP bids if it's part of a develop transfer or if the IPP project is part of a joint venture with public service, right?
It could be no, actually, it could be sold if it's not used by public service in either an own bid or a develop transfer bid. There could be a sale that occurs to the IPP community.
And then, based on this, do you think it's reasonable to allow gas turbines procured with SRRF funds to be used for bids from IPPs, even if not part of a joint venture with public service, if they're not sold?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Just trying to follow your concept.
Yeah. Would it be reasonable to allow combustion turbines procured with SRRF funding for use in IPP bids, even if they are not part of a joint venture with public service, if they're not sold to IPP?
Yeah, interesting question. I don't know. Like it could get kind of complex in terms of the supply chains on these differently owned companies prior to the bids. I don't know if I have an answer to whether that's reasonable or not.
Okay, thank you. And finally, if public service sells any equipment procured through the SRRF, will it offer the same price to other Xcel Energy subsidiaries as it does to another purchaser?
There are business transfer rules that pertain to that, and the phrase escapes me at the moment. But there are explicit rules that each state has and operates by if there are transfers between either like we have a holding company and then we also have operating companies. If
Mhm.
transfers occur, there are guiding regulations for that. I don't know if I know the pricing structure on that. I might defer that to Mr. Chomjanovich in
Okay,
terms
thank
of
you
how we
all.
would offer that into the market. We'd want to seek the highest price possible, or fairly. And there are rules that sort of guide the pricing strategy on that. But yeah, I think I might kick that to Mr. Chomjanovich.
Thank you all. I'll raise that with him later this week.
Okay.
I'd like to turn now to questions regarding the 24/7 carbon-free electricity or CFE.
Okay.
There's demand from public service customers to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy, correct?
There's some demand, yes.
And is there similarly demand from communities in the company's service territory to achieve 24/7 CFE, correct?
There's one known community that it certainly has strong interest in it. There may be more.
And would you agree that the company's existing voluntary renewable products cannot provide 24/7 CFE?
They do not.
And in your direct testimony, you described several key features of a 24/7 CFE program, correct?
Yes, I listed some of the characteristics that those programs can feature. That's accurate.
Thanks. And that would include hourly matching, locally produced resources, diverse resource mixed, advanced grid technologies, innovating pricing model, and transparent tracking and reporting, as noted on page 107 of your direct testimony, correct?
I have a slightly different page number, but the phrase sounds very much like what I wrote. Yes.
It might be page one, the PDF and the pagination on the pages was a little different. It might be 114.
That's what I have. Yes.
Okay. And do any of public services existing voluntary renewable programs offer all of these features?
All of them, no.
So you would agree that a 24/7 CFE product would be different than the company's existing voluntary renewable products, right?
Yes.
And as we just discussed, a key feature of the 24/7 CFE product would be matching carbon-free electricity supply with customer demand on an hour-by-hour basis, correct?
I think that's a good summation of the 24/7 CFE concept.
Thanks. And does public service currently track renewable energy credits or RECs on an hourly basis?
We track them. We definitely track them. I don't know if I know for sure if they're on an hourly basis. We do have production metering on those facilities, and we receive the RECs, most of the RECs, maybe nearly all, under the power purchase agreements.
Mhm.
I don't know for sure if we have hourly tracking under those agreements and under our kind of current work practices. I know there's monthly settlement on those RECs, so I believe there's at least monthly resolution, but I'm not entirely sure on the hourly resolution.
And does public service currently offer a product that retires RECs for customers on an hourly basis that matches customer load?
No.
And will the renewable energy acquired in this JTS be required to track and report renewable energy credits on an hourly basis?
I don't believe that's a requirement under the PPAs, and I'm pretty sure it's not a requirement in the RFP. You might want to talk to Mr. Bornhofen as to whether that's listed in the model PPAs. I don't believe it is.
All right. And Ms. Crane, could you pull up hearing exhibit 2009, please, from our box, which is the company's discovery response to CC4CA 1-6. Thank you. And Mr. Ihle, would you agree that this document is the company's response to CC4CA 1-6 in this proceeding?
Yes.
And Ms. Crane, could you please scroll to the bottom? And Mr. Ihle, are you the sponsor of this discovery response?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to enter hearing exhibit 2009 into the record.
Any concerns, Mr. Larson?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
And Mr. Ihle, could you please take a look at subpart E? First we'll look at, sorry, Ms. Crane, first we'll look at the question, subpart E. This asks whether public service proposes to require PPAs approved as part of this application to report renewable energy credits on an hourly basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Crane, could you please scroll down to the answer? And Mr. Ihle, is it correct that the company responded no?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, I'm finished with this hearing exhibit. Thank you. Does public service plan to launch a tool that will publish historical and forecast hourly emissions?
I'm trying to recall. There were a couple of items stemming from the TEP, sorry, the Transportation Electrification Plan, and also the Demand Side Management Plan. It sounds like you may have those under your fingertips.
Yeah, I think if we could please pull up Ms. Crane hearing exhibit 2001.
And there were commitments on emissions and renewables, and I apologize. I'm struggling to remember the
No
specific.
worries, no worries.
I'd rather
Hopefully this will help jog your memory.
Yeah, I'd rather the record just be clean.
Yeah, agreed. And so, Mr. Ihle, this is the answer testimony of Matthew Lehrman on behalf of CC4CA. Ms. Crane, could we please scroll to page 51? And down a little bit, please. So does this show a tool that will launch historic and currently hourly grid emissions factors?
Historic and current. Yes.
Thank you. And do you know when this tool will launch?
No, I can't remember right now. I want to say it's pretty imminent.
Right, thank you. And are you aware of how this tool might work?
In terms of how it might work, what do you, can you help me with a
Yeah, so
question?
will this tool enable customers to calculate total emissions using hourly emissions factors for hours in which no RECs were matched with consumption?
Well, it'll allow them to, it'll allow them to see the carbon intensity by hour on the system. And yes, they can track their their electricity consumptions against those hourly emissions intensity factors and estimate, basically create a number for their carbon emissions that are sourced from our grid on an hourly basis, historic and current. Whether that's matched to the RECs or not, which was part of your question, I don't know if that would enable that capability.
Right, thank you. And then I think you referenced this earlier as part of the Transportation Electrification Plan. Will public service launch a tool that presents day ahead and week ahead hourly renewable forecasts as part of the Charging Perks program?
I believe that is true.
Okay. And customers could use these two tools with a smart meter to calculate their emissions on an hourly basis instead of an annual basis, right?
I don't know that they would need the renewables piece to calculate their emissions. They would only need this piece that we're looking at. And
if they're able to use the tools to track their emissions, in theory, customers could choose to shift their load to hours that are forecast to be low emissions, right?
We're not forecasting the emissions. This is a current and historic emissions factor tool. The renewables will be forecast, but the emissions will not. And that's because it's very complex to do that. So to your question, they could use these tools and observe historic patterns and shift their own energy use if they choose to do that. Under our current technology capability, frankly, they wouldn't get a forecast of carbon intensity. But could they observe past patterns and sort of make educated guesses with their consumption? Yeah, I think they could. They could look at the renewables we'd forecast. They'd look at the historic pattern of carbon intensity emissions, and make some pretty good guesses.
Thank you.
I'm splitting a hair because I've had some pretty detailed conversations with my commercial operations folks. Forecasting emissions is hard.
Thank you.
Basis.
Yeah. Do you think that these tools will be helpful for bidders that will respond to the competitive solicitation in phase 2?
Not really.
And can you explain why?
The bidders are offering, they're seeking to compete with technology, in an all source solicitation across technologies. So they're looking primarily at the cost effectiveness of their project and judging their best bid based on that. They'll be looking at labor factors. They'll be looking at community credit factors, as we discussed earlier today with other parties. I don't know that this is really a big factor for them or not.
Thank you. Do you agree that there are public service customers interested in the commission selecting a portfolio in phase 2 with the lowest emissions in 2030 and beyond?
Are there generally customers that are interested in having lower emissions?
Yeah, and then the commission selecting and approving a portfolio that has the lowest emissions in 2030 and beyond.
I certainly think there are customers who are interested in very low emissions or lower emissions cases, yes.
And do you agree that there are public service customers that seek 24/7 CFE or zero emissions electricity by 2030?
I'm sure that there are some that are interested in that.
And similarly, are there communities in public service territory that seek 24/7 CFE or zero emissions electricity by 2030, correct?
Yes, I think I agreed earlier there's at least one.
And this 2030 date is earlier than when public service has committed to achieving zero emissions electricity, correct?
That's correct.
And do you agree that public service customers and communities seeking 24/7 CFE need utility scale carbon-free resources to achieve this goal?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you agree that public service customers that seek 24/7 CFE need utility scale carbon-free resources to achieve that goal?
Did you ask customers or communities?
We'll start with customers.
I don't know if I do fully agree with that. I mean, some customers are basically virtually trying to be independent. They may need utility scale resources. They may not. On a community basis, I'd say they probably do need utility scale resources to do that.
And so it's fair to say that communities that seek 24/7 CFE need to work with the company to achieve that goal, right?
I think so. I mean, there are probably different ways to achieve that out there, but if they're seeking to have rec match 24/7 CFE through the specific resources that are serving them, I mean, those are their choices to make those requirements. Then in that case, they would need to work with us. Yes.
And is it possible that public service will present portfolios in the 120-day report that have lower system-wide emissions in 2030 and beyond than the portfolio that the commission ultimately approves?
Yes, that's possible.
And is it possible that there will be bids that are included in a portfolio presented but not the approved portfolio that could replace gas generation that's approved in the approved portfolio?
I'm going to need that one more time. I'm sorry.
Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there are bids that are not included in the approved portfolio that could replace gas generation that is included in the approved portfolio?
I don't know that for sure because I don't necessarily accept the premise that there's another technology commercially available at scale that can fully replace gas resources at present. So I don't think I agree with you.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, the company proposed an incremental need pool, right?
Yes.
And is it possible that resources included in the incremental need pool could be used to develop a 24/7 CFE product?
Potentially, we didn't necessarily structure it that way, but I believe there was some interest in that.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the answer testimony of Matthew Lehrman on behalf of CC4CA hearing exhibit 2001 that we had up, or that is, I guess, currently still on the screen?
I'm partially familiar with it. I've reviewed parts of it, yes.
Okay. And if helpful, Ms. Crane, could you please scroll to page 41? And down a little bit, please. Did Mr. Lehrman propose a 24/7 CFE product in which customers could contribute to the acquisition of renewables within the approved portfolio?
I think he did, yes.
And according to Mr. Lehrman's proposal, customers might do so in order to help avoid the acquisition of gas generation, right?
That may be his view on that. I'm kind of working through the concept a little bit more again.
Yeah, and I think if you look at line 16, the sentence beginning on line 16. And does the company agree with Mr. Lehrman's proposal?
I don't think I fully understand it, to be honest with you.
And did you address Mr. Lehrman's proposal in your rebuttal testimony?
I don't know that I directly addressed that. I think we were more reporting out what we'd heard, or reporting out on kind of how we thought about the input collectively.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that any proposals that weren't explicitly addressed were opposed by the company, correct?
Yeah, there was a sort of disclaimer near the front of my rebuttal to that
And
effect.
do you know if that disclaimer applies to Mr. Lehrman's proposal specifically?
I think I'm going to apply it, yes.
Okay, thank you. In your rebuttal testimony, the company proposed a two-phase RFP process for the JTS, right?
Yes.
Can the company commit to working with interested customers to finalize development of a 24/7 CFE product prior to the supplemental RFP so that the resources could be procured through that RFP?
Prior to the supplemental RFP, such that they could be procured within the RFP?
Correct.
I think we could commit to continue those conversations. I'll say we've kind of, it feels like we run into an impasse when we get to the part where we get to like creating rates and costs to be paid by someone. And so are we willing to continue the conversation? Yes. Yes, we are. We're interested in this concept. We'd like to find something that works. We can commit to ongoing conversations, and that could potentially lead to something in that supplemental RFP.
Thank you, Mr. Ihle. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Judkins. CC, I got 25 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ihle. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Mr. Gerhardt. Good afternoon.
Good luck with your marathon testimony today and potentially tomorrow. For the record, I'm Matt Gerhardt. I'm representing the Conservation Coalition. Mr. Ihle, I wanted to start off with just a few quick questions about Comanche Unit 2, which I understand to be slated to retire end of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, under the Colorado Energy Plan, that retirement date was established.
Okay. And you've probably seen reports of the DOE orders issued recently under Section 202C of the Federal Power Act, directing certain coal and gas units to stay online past their scheduled retirement dates. Are you aware of those?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I think it was an executive order that triggered that process, and I believe it's been triggered it generally, and then I think it's been applied. I'm aware of, I think, two of those that the DOE used the Section 202C authorities to require units to remain online beyond planned retirement dates.
Thank you. And if I had questions around the feasibility and cost of operating Comanche 2 after 2025, which witness or witnesses should I direct those to? Would it be Mr. Landrum or someone else?
Interesting. I'm literally looking down my witness pool right now. So you want to ask about cost and feasibility of that?
Correct.
If we were ordered to do so, hypothetically. I don't have a clear candidate from our energy supply organization here. Mr. Landrum probably can give you some reasonable insight on such a question. And I could try as well at a conceptual level.
Okay, I've reserved more time with Mr. Landrum, so I could take that up with him.
Okay.
Thanks. So I'd like to spend most of our time talking about the bonus credits proposal that you discussed with Mr. Schlesinger. And for ease of reference, I will just use the term JTS bonus credits to refer to your proposal, but want to be clear that I'm referring to the entire proposal, so both the base and the bonus credits in that proposal.
And we're just talking about the credits that generally would be assigned to units within a community, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm only differentiating because there are 2 or 3 versions of credits for different reasons in Mr. Landrum's model. So we are aligned, Mr. Gerhardt.
Great. And so Mr. Schlesinger asked you a question about quantitative analyses supporting those credits. And to paraphrase, you responded something along the lines of the company hadn't quantified the effects of those credits. Do you recall saying something to that effect?
Yeah, we don't have an analysis. It's a judgment made on what we think could be influential in the model, but not overly influential in the model.
Okay. Wouldn't it be possible to quantify the cost and rate impacts of using those credits in phase 2 if you modeled portfolios with and without the credits?
I think what you would see is the results with and without the credits. Maybe I didn't understand the question. I don't think that's the same thing as an analysis that establishes a better value for the credits.
Sure. So let me back up. The company hasn't presented a quantitative analysis showing that on a portfolio basis, using these credits would produce an incremental cost or rate impact of X dollars, right?
No, not to this point. I mean, phase 1 is sort of geography agnostic. So no, I think that's literally true.
Okay. So at this point, you can't tell the parties of the commission what the incremental cost or rate impacts would be of using these proposed credits in phase 2, right?
Define incremental costs.
Sure. So if you were to model a portfolio without the credits and then to model a portfolio with all the same inputs and constraints, except that it uses these proposed credits.
We didn't propose to model it that way in our solution sets.
Okay. And so the net effect of not proposing to model it that way in phase 2 is that there would not be in either phase 1 or phase 2 a quantitative estimate of the incremental cost and rate impacts of using the credits, right?
Yeah, I guess we would not have an incremental cost of the difference between seeking to address just transition and not seeking to address just transition.
Let me ask you some follow-up questions about that. When you say not addressing just transition, absent the use of these proposed credits, the settlement agreement from the last ERP has a number of provisions geared towards a just transition, correct?
It has at least one, and it really set the stage for literally this resource plan that's called the just transition solicitation. So it has a few things for that. Yes.
Okay. And one of those is what I think you've referred to as backstop community assistance payments that are designed in part to represent lost property tax revenues to certain communities, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that in the last ERP, the company discussed how those payments would, in the modeling, incentivize the selection of resources in those communities, because bids in those communities would be credited with the offset of those payments?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So I'm just trying to clarify the record here on, even before the company proposed these additional bonus credits, the settlement from the last case has this mechanism that was intended to drive investment in certain communities. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the model was seeking to address, it was seeking to essentially give credit to resources in those areas for avoiding tax payments that would have to be made absent those units paying them. So
Okay.
that was there in the modeling. I think it's a good question for Mr. Landrum, because I want to say that we found that to be insufficient. And therefore we propose these additional credits to try to increase the incentive for a just transition result through units located in those communities.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take that up with Mr. Landrum. So one other set of questions I have in trying to understand these new proposed credits is that these credits are not intended to reflect credits that are payable by a state or the federal government, right? So they're not like the ITC or PTC where the bidders could monetize these credits, correct?
No, they're simply constructs within the model that encourages the model to pick resources that are in those communities.
Okay.
Against an equal resource that's not in that community.
Okay. So if that's the case, that means that for a bid that were eligible for these credits, the Encompass model would see a price that is lower than the actual price that customers would pay for that project, right?
Conceptually, I can agree with you. As to the specific mechanics, I'd probably ask you to speak with Mr. Landrum as to exactly how that works in the model.
Okay. You were a witness in the last ERP/CEP, right?
Yes.
Okay. So without going into the specifics, you're aware that the final approved portfolio included new resources located in Pueblo, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the company didn't use the specific JTS bonus credits that are proposed here in the last ERP, right?
It did not. It happened that southern Colorado Pueblo area was attractive for solar resources.
Okay.
And the model shows that.
Okay. And I know you said that you came on midway through it, but you're generally familiar with the ERP before that. What was the Colorado Energy Plan?
Yes.
Okay. And there were new resources selected in Pueblo in that plan as well, right?
In the Colorado Energy Plan, I'm pretty subject to check. I think that's right. There were a couple solar resources there as well.
Okay.
In the Colorado Energy Plan.
And as far as you're aware, these JTS bonus credits weren't used in the Colorado Energy Plan modeling?
No, I know they were not.
Okay.
We didn't propose them until this case.
Okay. So in at least the last two ERPs, new resources have been selected in Pueblo without the use of JTS bonus credits, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But not in Hayden in the last two ERPs or in Route County.
Okay. So to just circle back to where we began in terms of quantitative studies, is there a quantitative study in the record right now showing that absent the use of JTS bonus credits, the model wouldn't select resources in Pueblo or Hayden or Route County?
I don't believe there is.
Okay. I'd like to switch gears to one last topic. And this last topic is trying to understand the interaction between the updated settlement agreement approved in the last ERP and the solicitation framework that the company has proposed.
Right.
So would you agree that when the company signed on to the settlement in the last ERP, it was contemplated that this JTS solicitation would solicit resources through 2031?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The last settlement created the concept of this just transition solicitation, right?
Yes.
And it was contemplated by the company that the just transition solicitation would solicit resources through 2031, right? At the time you signed the settlement?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
That was my fault. It's just been a few hours now. So you
No,
are
of course.
stating it. I just didn't grasp it. Yes.
Of course. Completely understand. And so now the company has this proposal for a supplemental JTS solicitation that would extend further out in time for in-service dates in 2032 and 2033, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at here is, given that the company is now proposing a supplemental JTS solicitation that extends farther in time than was originally contemplated, what is the company proposing for that supplemental solicitation with respect to the settlement provisions for the JTS? In other words, what inputs, assumptions, constraints from the JTS in the settlement agreement is the company proposing to use for the supplemental solicitation?
That's a I don't know if I can answer that necessarily. We are proposing to conduct that second solicitation as described in my rebuttal testimony with a somewhat narrower scope of what would change the need, if you will. And to modify it with the transmission proposal. That's another piece of input that goes into that second RFP, which I think is the red. Yes, it's the red box. So it's described, how we plan to conduct the second RFP in my rebuttal testimony. We can go to pages if you would like to. There's a red box that sort of begins that section and has some of the details on the main parameters of that second RFP with some corresponding text going into further detail.
I can use a specific example that might do a better job at getting at this issue. So we could pull up the settlement agreement if you'd like, but I don't think we need to get into the specifics of this. But
I might like it actually.
What was that?
I might like it actually, but we
Okay.
can try.
Well, I'll ask the question first, and then if you like it, I'm happy we can pull it up. But you're aware generally that the settlement from the last ERP has utility ownership targets for this JTS, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is the company proposing to use those utility ownership targets in the supplemental RFP for acquisition of resources in 2032 and 2033?
We addressed this in a recent discovery, I think, or recent discovery, or perhaps in my rebuttal. I'm struggling to recall this right now, but in essence, so the updated settlement agreement had provisions related to Comanche 3 in particular, and it was 500 megawatts or 690 million, kind of whichever comes first, and then 50-50 thereafter. I believe our discovery response was in essence saying, we will assume that that threshold is reached in the initial RFP, that what we call the base RFP in this new proposal, and then we would retain the ownership piece thereafter. I'm sorry, the 50-50 kind of targeting thereafter.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're assuming that the 50% thereafter would apply to the supplemental RFP?
Yes. It'd be a target, kind of as we've done it recently.
Okay. Let me take one moment, Mr. Ihle. This may be all of my questions. That's all I have. Thanks for your time, Mr. Ihle.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt. I have 5 minutes for Walmart.
Mr. Chair, we received a note from counsel for Walmart. Sounds like she has some kind of medical situation. She was going to go out of order, and we've agreed to take her out of order and cross-examine Mr. Ihle tomorrow,
Okay.
assuming he'll still be on tomorrow, which is a good assumption.
Seems that way. Why don't we take a 10-minute break to 2:40, and we'll come back with the Environmental Justice Coalition for 45 minutes. So take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley's had enough.
No, he's committed to continuing, Mr. Chair.
You sure?
I'm checked in on the break.
Mr. Hyatt, I have 45 minutes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Ihle. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hyatt. How are you? I'm good.
Well, thank you. So for the record, my name is Michael Hyatt. I'm going to be asking you questions today on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition, or the EJC. So to start, one of the primary purposes of this ERP proceeding is to facilitate a just transition for communities with coal plants that the company agreed to retire in the previous ERP. Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, one of those just transition communities is Pueblo.
Yes.
Are you aware that Pueblo is a low-income community with a median household income that is lower than the state average?
I was aware that the median income is lower than the state average, yes.
And are you aware that Pueblo has a 19% poverty rate?
I don't know the numbers specifically, but that sounds, I wouldn't be surprised.
And do you know that Pueblo has higher rates of cardiovascular and respiratory illnesses than the statewide averages?
I don't know about that data.
And are you aware of the fact that Pueblo is classified as a disproportionately impacted community under the state law definition?
I'm not fully aware of that, but that based on the methodology under which that's determined, that makes some sense to me. So I think that's done on a smaller granularity than a city. So it's by zone. So I don't know if all of Pueblo is DI or most of it or all. I don't know that, but
okay.
I would expect some of it would be.
All right. I know, Mr. Ihle, you're not a lawyer, but we're going to briefly discuss some of the state laws that provide the background for this just transition proceeding.
Okay.
So would you agree that one of the state laws that applies to this proceeding is the Just Transition Statute, which was initially enacted in 2019 through House Bill 191314? Are you familiar with that bill generally?
It was House Bill 191314.
Yes.
I've definitely read it in the past. I haven't looked at that one in a little while.
Okay. Do you recall then, just at a high level, that the general purpose of that Just Transition Statute is to address the economic impacts that communities and workers face when a coal plant retires? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you've explained in your testimony here, haven't you, that one of the company's primary goals in this case is to mitigate the economic impacts that workers and communities face when coal plants retire, right?
Yes, it's one of the identified key priorities and the namesake of this proceeding.
Okay. If we can now please pull up hearing exhibit 1704, which is in the EJC's box folder, please. Thank you. So Mr. Ihle, can you see, if you could scroll down just a little bit, please, that this document is marked as labeled as Senate Bill 21-272, which is the PUC modernization bill from 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we could just scroll down to the very last page of this document, please. There we go. Thank you. So Mr. Ihle, can you see that this is the final signed version of that statute?
Yes.
And Mr. Ihle, have you ever reviewed Senate Bill 21-272?
Yes, at times. I've probably reviewed the entire bill at one point or another. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to request the commission take administrative notice of this legislation.
Mr. Larson, any objection?
No objection.
So notice.
Thank you. If you could now go to page 2 of this document. If you could scroll down towards the bottom of page 2. There we go. So Mr. Ihle, could you just take a moment and please review the statutory language? It starts with section 3 here, which is showing up on the middle of the page, and read through down to about halfway through the next page, which is page 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we can scroll, please. Okay, am I stopping at Roman 2?
If you could actually go to Roman B and stop there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thanks. Correct the record. That's not Roman B. That's just a lowercase b. My apologies. So a few questions about this language you just read, Mr. Ihle. So in this legislation, didn't the General Assembly recognize that certain communities in Colorado have historically been forced to bear disproportionate health and environmental burdens? Did you see that?
Yes, I think it says that, yes.
And doesn't this legislation direct this commission to account for and correct those historical inequities where possible?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Well, I guess if I could respond, I don't think it calls for a legal conclusion. I'm asking what the statutory language says.
I think I'll leave it to the statute to speak for itself.
Okay,
It's admitted into the record.
great. And one last question then on this, Mr. Ihle. Didn't this language you read, that statute, speak for itself and also direct the commission to consider how to provide equity and minimize impacts to disproportionately impacted communities?
Same objection.
Yeah, I think the admitted statute speaks for itself here.
Okay, I can move on. So Mr. Ihle, were you aware before today that Senate Bill 21-272 created these equity focus obligations for the commission?
Yes.
And unlike the just transition statute we discussed earlier, you did not discuss Senate Bill 21-272's equity provisions anywhere in your testimony in this case, did you?
I don't think I cited that in my testimony, no.
Okay, we can take this exhibit down now, please. So the Comanche coal plant has been operating in the Pueblo area since the 1970s, hasn't it?
I think that's right. I think both, I think Comanche 1 and 2 came online in the early 70s. I don't recall a specific year, so yes.
Are you generally aware of the fact that when the company combusts coal at the Comanche plant, it emits pollution into the Pueblo community?
It emits emissions, and they were greatly reduced when we built Comanche 3, and we put on SCR scrubbers and mercury controls on Comanche 1 and 2, which were also installed on Unit 3 at that time. The net emissions were far lower after Comanche 3 came online.
So perhaps the overall emissions have declined, but would you agree the Comanche coal plant has emitted pollution into Pueblo community since the 1970s?
It emits emissions that are considered pollutants under the Clean Air Act and as regulated by the Clean Air Act and applicable state rules as well.
And isn't it the case that gas plants also combust fuels and emit air pollution in the nearby communities?
Yes, I would note that they emit virtually no sulfur. I want to say CO is quite a bit lower. NOx is probably comparable for a well-regulated unit. I don't believe gas units emit mercury.
But renewable resources, such as solar and wind, they do not emit pollution in the nearby communities when they generate electricity, do they?
No. Not at the point of generation. There's manufacturing emissions involved, but it's generally a lot lower.
And in phase 2 of this ERP proceeding, the commission will likely make a decision approving new generation resources in Pueblo, won't it?
It will make a decision approving a portfolio of resources selected at presumably various points around the state that could include Pueblo.
So in phase 2, the commission may make a decision whether to approve a new gas plant in Pueblo, correct?
That's a hypothetical possibility, yes.
And if the company builds a new gas plant in Pueblo, that would create a new source of pollution for the Pueblo community, wouldn't it?
On a net sense, I think it actually wouldn't compared to the coal plants that are retired. I think it would be actually a lot less across basically any emission you can name.
But compared to a scenario where the company would otherwise build wind and solar, if the company builds a new gas plant in Pueblo, that's going to be a new source of pollution for that Pueblo community, won't it?
Compared to zero emissions, it will be more emissions.
And in your testimony in this case, when you discuss a just transition, you did not discuss the health and the pollution impacts that may occur if the company builds a new gas plant in Pueblo, did you?
No, we didn't discuss that in particular. We would follow all relevant permitting and environmental statutes, state and federal.
So are you generally aware that in this case, the EJC wants the company to build a renewable energy park, solar and storage in Pueblo, and not a gas plant or an advanced nuclear facility? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you also aware that in this case, the city of Pueblo and Pueblo County have stated that they want the company to build a gas plant and an advanced nuclear facility in Pueblo?
I believe that's consistent with their general advocacy over the last few years, yes.
So we have two different visions in this case for what a just transition for Pueblo looks like, don't we?
Yeah, that's probably fair.
As far as the company's perspective on a just transition for Pueblo, you've testified, haven't you, that many of your just transition proposals in this case came directly out of the PISAC process, correct?
Yeah, it was influential on some of the things that we've modeled and proposed to do here. Yes.
In the city of Pueblo and Pueblo County, they had representatives on that PISAC committee, didn't they?
City, Pueblo County, yes, I think they did.
There were not any community and environmental justice representatives on the PISAC committee, were there?
I'm struggling to agree that there were no community members on there. I don't know how you define an environmental justice member necessarily. I would imagine that the members on the PISAC, there were many that lived in the community and some that were fully capable of considering environmental justice. Are they members of your organization that you're representing? I don't know that.
Okay. Let's talk now about how the company specifically proposes to advance a just transition in this case. And if you could please pull up here in Exhibit 101, which is Mr. Ihle's direct testimony. Thank you. If you could go to page 47, please. All right, so Mr. Ihle, in the figure at the top of this page, you show here that the company's just transition approach has three components: a modeling component, a longer-term development component, and a broader economic development component, correct?
Yes.
We're going to start with the first component, which is the modeling component for a just transition. And this modeling component refers to the just transition modeling credits that you've discussed in detail today. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If we scroll down to page 48, the next page, table on this page shows the specifics of those credits that you've discussed, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I had several of my questions I don't have to ask now, but I do have a few questions on these credits that are slightly different than the questions you've been asked. So if a bid qualifies for these just transition credits, as I think you've testified, just to set the foundation for these questions here, it'll look more economical in the company's phase 2 modeling than it otherwise would. Would you agree?
Yes.
And that means the company would be more likely to select that bid as part of a phase 2 portfolio than an otherwise identical bid for a project that was not located in a just transition community. Is that right?
Yes.
And these just transition credits would apply to all types of bids, regardless of the type of technology, correct?
Yeah, I think that's true. With the note that there's $1 per kW month version, $1 per megawatt hour version, so they would be applied to different technologies that tend to be contracted or viewed that way. So what I mean by that is renewable generation generally contracted on a dollars per megawatt hour basis. Capacity resources are more dollars per kW month. So there's some technology differentiation in terms of how the credits are applied.
Okay. So solar storage and wind bids, they could receive these credits if they meet the applicable criteria, right?
Yes.
And a bid for a gas plant could also receive these credits if they meet the applicable criteria, correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So assuming two gas plant bids were otherwise equal, the gas plant that's located in a just transition community would be more likely to be selected and built in phase 2 than the gas plant that is not located in a just transition community, wouldn't it?
Yes, and generate jobs and tax income within that community.
So if the commission approves this proposal and allows gas plants to receive these just transition credits, wouldn't the commission approve a mechanism that encourages gas plants to be built in just transition communities rather than in non-just transition communities?
Well, it's that uniquely in every one of these just transition communities, and you stated it at the outset with your questions, they're all moving off of coal plants. And I stated a minute ago that the coal plants are generally going to have higher emissions. So yes, it would be potentially encouraging the development of gas in those communities, and that would be a lower environmental emissions profile than the current coal plants in those communities.
And these credits apply, and that's going to be the case then, even if a just transition community is also a disproportionately impacted community, such as many parts of Pueblo, right?
They would.
So it would be possible, wouldn't it, to modify these just transition credits so that only non-polluting resources will qualify for the credits? Commission could always do that, right?
Yes, the commission could do that. Yes.
In fact, wouldn't that approach be consistent with Routt County's position in this case, as it wants public service to build only clean resources that would not pollute its community? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Fair enough. We could take down this exhibit now, please. Let's turn now to the second just transition component, which is the longer term development component. So when you talk about the second component, you're referring to the carbon-free future development proposal and what was formerly called the pre-construction development asset proposal generally. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And you believe that both of those proposals could also help drive additional investments into just transition communities?
Yes.
And just at a high level, the CFFD proposal, that's intended to provide preliminary funding for emerging technologies that have longer lead times than the usual types of resources that bid into the phase 2 process. Is that right?
And also notably are carbon-free as per the name. So yes, it's meant to address some of the tensions you're kind of alluding to in these questions as far as helping encourage potentially low or zero carbon emissions to be available in those communities.
And you envision that the types of resources that could receive this CFFD funding would include nuclear, carbon capture, hydrogen, and geothermal, right?
Yes.
And although the company is requesting the commission approve the CFFD concept here in phase 1, we're not going to know until later what specific projects the company may or may not fund through the CFFD. Is that right?
That's right. We would run a parallel RFI type process and bring those projects into a proposal in phase 2.
So if the commission approves the CFFD here in phase 1, one possible outcome could be that the company later in this process could provide preliminary funding for a nuclear facility in Pueblo. It's a possibility, right?
In this RFP, or at least in the base RFP, I consider that to be a very low probability because I'm not aware that anyone could develop a nuclear unit by 2031.
But as far as qualifying,
based on industry timelines.
Thanks. As far as qualifying for CFFD funding, it would be possible for an advanced nuclear
fair.
facility, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I retract what I said then. That's fair because the CFFD is meant to go past the RAP.
And are you just generally aware of the fact that nuclear facilities can pose greater radiation risks and waste disposal challenges than resources like wind, solar, and gas plants?
Potentially, yes.
And are you also just generally aware that some nuclear facilities have experienced accidents and emitted radioactive contamination into nearby communities in the past?
Yes.
The company did not discuss those types of public health and safety issues related to nuclear technologies anywhere in its testimony in this case, did it?
I don't think that we did. No, that could be considered later in the later stages of the CFFD process, but I don't think that we discussed these at length or really at all in this case.
Another potential outcome of the CFFD proposal could be that the company decides to provide preliminary funding for a gas plant with carbon capture in Pueblo. It's a possibility too, right?
I think that's a possibility, yes.
And if the company were to install a carbon capture system on a gas plant, couldn't it operate that gas plant more frequently than it otherwise would while still meeting Colorado's climate laws?
Potentially, yes. It would be. We would sort of manage that against our emissions obligations, and potentially you could operate that more if you're reducing carbon per megawatt hour on that unit.
If a gas plant is operated more frequently, it would emit greater amounts of air pollution into nearby communities, wouldn't it?
Greater than one that does not have CCS. I don't know for sure because the CCS equipment will be capturing carbon. I think that could get to be a little bit of a complex question as to what else the CCS process is capturing. So I don't know if I can agree with you on that.
Yeah, if you operate a gas plant more frequently than you otherwise would, just by virtue of operating it more frequently, you're going to have greater amounts of air pollution compared to if you operated it less frequently. Would you agree with that?
Based on the premise of your earlier question, I will not agree with that because I think you're comparing to a gas unit with CCS and one without CCS. And I'm saying CCS is literally capturing exhaust. And so do I know that the emissions on a plant with CCS that's operating more are going to be lower than one that's operating less without CCS? No, I do not know that. I think I'd need a much more engineering study.
All right. Well, would you agree?
I think I disagree with your assertion, sir.
All right. Would you agree that a CCS system is designed to capture the carbon emissions from a gas plant, not designed to capture traditional air pollutants? Would you agree with that?
It's designed to capture carbon from the exhaust stream.
Thank you. And the company did not discuss any potential public health and safety issues related to carbon capture in its testimony in this case either, did it?
No.
All right. So the company proposes to convene an advisory board for the CFFD, right?
Yes.
And the company envisions that this advisory board would play a substantial role in determining which projects would receive that CFFD funding. Is that right?
Yes.
And doesn't the company anticipate that Pueblo County would likely have a representative on the advisory board?
Yes.
And Pueblo County explicitly supports building an advanced nuclear facility and a gas plant with carbon capture in Pueblo, doesn't it?
I think they've been generally supportive of those ideas. Yes.
But the community groups and environmental justice groups in the EJC, for example, who do not support building those technologies in Pueblo, they would have no representatives on that advisory board, would they?
Community groups is a really general expression. I mean, your definition of community group and mine might be different. So I don't know for sure.
Would any of the environmental justice organizations in the Environmental Justice Coalition have representatives on the CFFD advisory board?
As proposed here, I don't think so. But I think you're asking me to say that Pueblo County is represented, but the community is not represented. I'd struggle with that.
Okay. All right. Finally, let's talk about the third just transition component, which involves broader economic development in just transition communities. And if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 101 again, which is Mr. Ihle's direct testimony. If we could go to page 52, please. All right, so Mr. Ihle, for this third just transition component, you're talking here about broader economic development opportunities beyond the company's generation of resource acquisitions that could be located in just transition communities. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the bottom of this page, don't you explain here, generally this would involve the company helping new loads to have siting flexibility, locate that new development in just transition communities?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. And the answer that begins on line 16 here,
Yep.
do you explain that under this third just transition component, it would involve the company helping new loads that have siting flexibility, locate that new development in just transition communities?
Yes.
And in the sentence that begins at the end of line 17 here, you state, quote, to be sure, there may not be perfect service territory overlap such that public service is the energy provider for all of these loads, but just transition is a team effort that is not confined by service territory boundaries. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So in this passage, are you referring to the fact that Black Hills provides electric service to most customers in Pueblo and not public service?
It's partially that. It's also that happens to be the case I don't think we serve any electric service in Routt County and certainly not in Hayden either. So it's sort of referring to both of those and our willingness to try to be constructive in helping encourage development, jobs, and property tax payments to continue in those communities.
Okay. And you don't, in your testimony here, provide any specific examples of what this third just transition component could involve. You just speak more generally about those opportunities.
It's more generally, I think it's getting at one of the things it's getting at is that there are some large loads that have come to the state, and that's going to be a big part of other discussions in this case. So it's speaking about that amongst other things. I mean, economic development is inherently sort of a more diverse endeavor, and we're saying that we're willing to be constructive and try to assist those efforts.
Okay, we can take down this exhibit now. Thank you. So, Mr. Ihle, you're aware, aren't you, that one of the EJC's proposals here is for public service to begin the process of building a renewable energy park in Pueblo? You know that?
Yes.
And do you know that in its December 31st interim decision regarding supplemental direct testimony in this case, the commission expressed an interest in energy parks and an energy park report that was issued by Energy Innovation? Do you recall that?
Vaguely, I recall that part of the order. I don't recall super well, but I believe you.
Do you know that after issuing that initial report, the commission highlighted, Energy Innovation issued 2 reports that specifically examined building a renewable energy park in Pueblo?
I'm passingly familiar with that. Yes.
And do you know that EJC witness Mr. David Schlissel discussed and attached those Energy Innovation reports to his answer testimony in this case?
I believe he did. Yes.
And so have you personally reviewed any of the Energy Innovation reports that analyze building a renewable energy park in Pueblo?
I read some of the intros of one or two of those reports a little while back. Yes.
But not the full reports. You did not review the full reports?
No.
So are you aware then that one component of an energy park are industrial customers that have flexible loads, flexible electricity demands?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Are you aware that one component of an energy park, as described in the Energy Innovation reports, are industrial customers with flexible loads?
That doesn't surprise me.
Would you be surprised if I told you that the Energy Innovation reports explain how building a renewable energy park could help attract new industrial customers to Pueblo?
It wouldn't surprise me, no. I honestly, Mr. Hyatt, I struggle to differentiate between a renewable energy park and a utility system. It feels like a different version of the same thing that we do every day. It's assembling resources and loads in a specific area. I think they have more of a geographic bounding on that. That's sort of interesting, but I feel like we're just doing that at a slightly larger scale. So
the company opposes the EJC's proposal to start the process of implementing a renewable energy park in Pueblo, doesn't it?
Can you point me to that?
Well, I'll get to it in a sec, so I'll move on.
Okay.
I know I know this is a big case with a lot of issues, but you yourself, you don't even mention the EJC's renewable energy park proposal in your rebuttal testimony, do you?
I don't think I did. No. I'm focusing on the core issues of a gigantic resource plan, to be clear.
Yeah. And would it surprise you if I told you that the only company witness to respond to the EJC's renewable energy park proposal is Mr. Landrum?
Not entirely, no.
Do you know that Mr. Landrum spent only 3 sentences in his rebuttal testimony discussing the EJC's renewable energy park proposal?
I have no comment.
So, Mr. Ihle, wouldn't a renewable energy park involve the kind of broader economic development in Pueblo that the company claims to support with this third just transition component?
I'm not sure how it would do so any differently or better than the utility planning that occurs between our company and potentially Black Hills in a very similar way.
But you've not actually read the full reports that are in the record yet, have you?
Objection.
I don't know if I need to, sir. I've advanced proposals on microgrids. I've been utility planning for a long time. Like, I think this is sort of a different aggregation on a geographic level, sort of interesting. But no, I didn't address this in any detail.
So you don't feel you need to review the energy innovation reports?
I don't know if I do. I'm happy to take a look at them. Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ihle. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Moffett County, I have 60 minutes. Ms. Nelson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the AG's office attorneys just got an email that because of a potential protest that's going to be going on at the Capitol at 5 today, we're all instructed to leave the office by 4. So I don't know if any of the other AGs that are involved in the hearing today are working from our office, but with UCA, Mr. Bunker is not working from the office, so I'm not suggesting that we stop the hearing. I just wanted to advise the commission that that this has happened and that certain AGs are going to have to leave the office by 4 and won't be visual at the hearing.
Okay.
I'll turn everything over to Mr. Bunker.
All right. Appreciate the heads up, and I don't think we're going to get to UCA today in any event, but we'll see. Moffett County, I have 60 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, I thought I saw 20 minutes for the Office of Just Transition, but I could be looking at an unupdated version of the cross matrix.
Oh, sorry, 20 minutes for the Office of Just Transition. Thank you.
I'm happy to let them go first. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you, Casey.
screwed up.
Thank you, Casey. All right, and thank you,
Appreciate
Chair.
it.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Ihle. My name is Heather Whitman, and I represent the Colorado Office of Just Transition. I just have a few questions for you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to rewind here and talk a little bit about the ERP CEP in 2021. And is it your understanding that Routt County did not intervene in that case and participate?
That's true that they did not, and it is also my understanding.
All right. And would that be true for Moffett County too?
Yes, I believe the Office of Just Transition was representing their interests in proxy form in that case.
All right, we'll get to that. But is it your understanding that Routt County didn't file any testimony in that case on its own behalf?
They did not.
And would that also be true for Moffett County?
They did not.
And that they didn't participate in any of the settlement discussions that resulted in the USA that you discuss in your testimony?
Non-parties do not generally participate in settlement discussions, and they did not.
All right. I'd want to move now and chat with you about OJT's role. You talked to Mr. Hyatt earlier about their statute, and it sounds like you're familiar with it. It's codified in Title 8, Section 83. And it sounds like you have read it at some point.
Was that was that in 21-272? Or was
No,
that in
that would have
13-14?
that was in HR 19, and I don't have the bill number, but I have the statute number, and it's the bill that creates the Office of Just Transition,
Yeah.
as well as the Just Transition process.
Yeah. Yes, I'm conceptually familiar with it.
I'm conceptually familiar with it. Okay, we'll go with that. So you haven't read it recently.
I have not. But I
And-
participated in those settlement discussions, as did Mr. Buchanan. So
All right, I didn't mean to cut you off, but all right,
Oh, no.
did you finish your answer?
I'm finished.
All right. And do you have an understanding that OJT, do you mind just as a shorthand if I refer to them as OJT as opposed to the Office of, it's a mouthful and it's getting.
That would be great if I can do the
Okay.
same.
All right, let's do it then. Do you realize that they provide assistance to transitioning communities moving away from coal mining and as an energy source?
Yes.
And that they help or they provide assistance with issues communities have to deal with during the transition, like jobs and methods to expand the tax base and things like that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And that their role is to provide expertise and experience. Do you understand that?
I do, and this is why we have sought to partner with them for years in these endeavors.
Sure. And so they didn't actually represent the individual communities, such as Route and Moffett. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure I agree with you.
All right, well, let me ask you this then. Both Route and Moffett counties have intervened in this case, isn't that right?
Yes, and not
And
in
they have, right,
not in
okay.
the previous resource plan.
I'm sorry, and I'm talking over you, so I apologize for that. That's a yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, Route and Moffett have intervened in the JTS case.
Yes, and not in the previous resource plan.
That's right. And do you have an understanding that JT provided grants to both of these areas of Northwest Colorado to retain their own counsel to represent their own interests in this case?
I do understand that, yes.
All right, so would it be logical to assume that OJT isn't representing their interests in this case?
I don't know if it is. I feel like that's part and parcel of what OJT is doing on a more general basis, but maybe you disagree with me and it's your client. But I feel like they are representing at a general level similar issues to what the specific just transition communities are representing.
But with regard to the specifics of each of these areas, and we've got three, and we've got Route, we have Moffett, and we also have Pueblo. We don't want to forget about them. Pueblo is important. And because each has their own attorney, isn't that right?
Yes, and it was OJT that made sure that Morgan County was on that list as well.
Right. But the question was that each of these counties each of these areas we're talking about, we'll call them the regions really, talking about, has their own counsel and they've intervened separately in this case.
That's accurate.
All right. And so providing assistance and expertise doesn't necessarily mean that OJT is stepping directly into the shoes of any of these regions. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that they're stepping into the shoes of these regions. I would just posit that potentially overlap in positions is possible.
Okay, and that's reasonable, but as far as, and I don't want to pick on a particular county here, but let's pick Route, for example. Would Route be in the best position to determine what a good just transition looks like for it?
Yeah, I would defer to local insight on that. And I would bet that OJT is you said there's sort of an advisory component. OJT is probably in some degree of discussion and collaboration with Route on that.
All right. I want to talk now about your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 117.
Okay.
So if we could please pull that up, I would appreciate it very much. And if we could go to page 78, please, of his testimony. Now, Mr. Ihle, this is your rebuttal testimony, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you sponsored all of this, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to page 78 here, if we could get that table that's at the bottom. Thank you. Right there. That's terrific. Did public service generate the data that created this chart, Mr. Ihle?
Yes. Yes. I believe that came from an estimate from our tax department originally.
All right. And when did you create this chart?
I'm trying to remember now if this also appeared in our direct case. I mean, the
To
formula.
help you out, it did.
Yeah,
So I
thank
don't
you.
want to play hide the ball with you. It's there too. Can you tell us when you generated this chart?
I didn't personally generate this. Our tax department did. It would have been prior to the direct case, and the methodology stemmed from the updated settlement agreement to which OJT is a party.
And would that have been done contemporaneously with the production of your testimony in hearing exhibit 101 and 117?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And so it's recent. Is that right?
Yes, it's fairly recent. Yes.
Okay. And it would have been generated after the USA in the 2021 proceeding we've been discussing?
Yes, because the USA set the methodology to determine these values.
Okay. So but would you agree with me that the information in this chart is new and additional information apart from the USA?
I'd have to look at the USA because I'm trying to remember if there were estimates in the USA on these numbers or not. Maybe we only agreed to the years of payments, and then this was calculated from that formula, if you will.
All right. Well, let me ask you this then. This chart isn't in the USA.
Okay.
And would you agree with that?
It's subject to check. It sounds like
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. And I don't want to, it's been a long day, so I'll take that answer. Let's, if we could go to page 80, please. And let's scroll down here. And here you are, and you can stop right there, adjusting, you're discussing the Moffett proposal. And on line 14, you discuss how OJT support an expansion of the just transition. And you also talk about some of the other parties in this case who weighed in, such as Interwest and UCA. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And if you need to stop and read it, please let me know. I'm happy to let you do that. Please scroll down if we could, please. But then do you see, and let's stop here, that you go into a discussion about what Moffett County had to say in their testimony. Do you see that?
Yes, we're looking beginning at line 16.
Right. And you read Moffett County's testimony, is that right?
Yes.
And if we can scroll down here, you respond and provide an analysis, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you're doing here, but you provide an analysis of the company's response to what Moffett County is proposing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could keep scrolling down here. And then you talk about Craig too. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And so on page 81, and are we there yet? Let's scroll down. At some point in the testimony, you respond directly to some testimony that Melody Villard made. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Do you see that?
I don't. Yeah, We're responding to the Moffett County proposal in here.
Okay, and that's fair, and I'm
Yeah.
probably getting too far in the weeds on this. So the analysis that you provide here is really to what Moffett is proposing, not what OJT is proposing. Would you agree with that?
Primarily, it's to Moffett, yes.
All right. And let's go down to page 85. And if we could scroll down here, please, a little bit. And then we talk about the payment changes, and then you get into a discussion about the Hayden-Routt County witness Commissioner Tim Redmond. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in fact, you actually draw a quotation from his testimony starting on page 9 or line 19. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you're responding to Rout's arguments here, aren't you? Not OJT's.
Yeah, it's responding to Routt.
All right. So, yeah, my question for you is this, is that since these two, the Northwest Colorado entities, Rout and Moffett, were not in the 2021 proceeding that yielded the USA, would you agree with me that these are perspectives that weren't contemplated in the ERP in 2021?
No.
You don't agree, or you do? Would you agree?
I don't agree.
Okay, were these perspectives were specifically included or contemplated in the 2021 proceeding?
Well, the specific proposals were not contemplating in the 21 proceeding, but again, like you and I were not completely aligned on the role of OJT, who did participate in the 2021 proceeding, with really a core mission to address pretty similar issues to this, and in fact, specifically negotiated positions on payment levels to these areas, or at least to Routt County, not to Moffett County.
All right, well, let me ask you this then. Would you agree that these perspectives, and let's take the perspective here from Commissioner Redmond, that perspective was not introduced in the 2021 proceeding, right?
Yes, I stated that.
All right. And would you agree with me that the introduction of these new parties, Pueblo was in the 2021 proceeding, but Routt and Moffett were not, that their involvement has given the case additional facts that you didn't have in 2021?
Yeah, I think there's additional context here from the counties. I myself encouraged at least Routt County in presentations to leadership in that community to participate in 2021. So
right, and so would you agree with
context?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you finished? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just saying we value the context, so there's additional context here.
Okay, and so the case, would you agree, it has more nuance now because it has these two parties in it?
I don't know. It has additional context. I think they've got broad information that's useful.
All right, and would it be reasonable for the commission to build on the results of the USA, given that there are additional parties in the JTS as it weighs the new evidence in this case?
I don't know. I mean, it's hopefully you can imagine that it's a little harder for us to accept that when we bargained on one set of outcomes with particular provisions in the updated settlement agreement, and now we kind of have to start over. And there were many gives and takes within that updated settlement agreement. I think there's 50, 60 terms in it. And now we're kind of resetting on this particular issue. So I don't know if I fully agree with your question.
Fair enough. And let me ask you this then. Is the USA that arose out of the 2021 ERP CEP the foundation, perhaps a foundation for additional development as we develop the testimony in this case and for a future commission decision?
Objection, compound, calls for a legal conclusion.
If you could rephrase, Ms. Whitman.
Okay, I can do that. That was a messy question. Do you think that the USA would be a foundation that could be built upon in the JTS?
We think that the USA set forth the just transition elements for the JTS because the USA was really the completion of a resource plan that was originally envisioned by Colorado statute to extend through 2030. The Clean Energy Plan reduced the scope of that resource plan, and the JTS was following through on the remaining scope of that. And so our opinion is that the USA really establishes the just transition parameters applicable here.
All right. I think I understand your answer, but logically, the company would need to at least consider what Route and Moffett are saying in this case, right?
Yes, I would agree with that. And we have, and we've offered, well, we've provided information that in terms of a Moffett County payment in our testimony in response to some of that additional information.
All right. I have one more topic I want to talk to you about, and I think I'm finished. And I want to chat with you about whether or not the company has a practice of following other energy proceedings like the CEP that you were involved in 2021 for other companies. And I'm thinking about Tri-State specifically.
We do to a certain extent. As I opined earlier, it's we don't always read every piece of testimony and every discovery response, but we try to keep track at a high level of some of those developments.
All right. And so are you generally familiar that Tri-State filed a similar proceeding in 2023?
Filed a proceeding? Is that what you said?
Yeah, an ERP.
I don't know the dates. I know that I'm certainly aware that Tri-State files ERPs with the Public Utilities Commission, and their last one was addressing just transition type issues along with the clean energy transition, much like ours.
All right, and I won't throw the number. We'll just call it the Tri-State case.
Okay.
Do you know whether or not a settlement was brokered in the case we're talking about, which addressed JTS issues?
I believe that there was a settlement after Tri-State hadn't brought forward a sufficiently satisfying just transition offer.
Have you read it?
I have not read the settlement.
All right. Do you have an understanding about what the result was with regard to the any community assistance payments?
I'm aware that there's some, I don't know if they're called community assistance payments, but sort of generally economic development payments. So their structure was a little bit different than ours in terms that ours would be potentially offset by new generation in those communities, as we've discussed earlier today. I believe there's some payment structure from Tri-State to the Craig Moffett area in particular, that are not tied, that I think are made and are not affected by other generation development.
All right. And finally, my last question is, do you have an understanding about whether or not the commission approved the settlement in the Tri-State proceeding?
I believe they did, but that would have to be checked.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ihle, for your time. I appreciate it. And I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman. Sorry for the confusion. Now Moffett County, 60 minutes.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know if we were going to take I'm signed up for 60 minutes for Mr. Ihle, so I don't know if we want to take a mid-afternoon break or I'm happy to proceed.
We just had a break an hour ago. Can you take down that exhibit? Does the court reporter need a break or are you good? Ms. Belay?
I'm okay, thank you.
Yep, let's go.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Ihle. My name is Casey Canelio and I represent Moffett County in the city of Craig. Good to see you this afternoon.
Good to see you, Ms. Canelio.
I'm hoping to talk with you about your direct and rebuttal testimony, which are going to be hearing exhibits 101 and 117 on the issues of coal community assistance and the company's broader just transition commitment. So picking up where Ms. Whitman left off. So just to level set, it's the company's position that one of the core tenets of this JTS proceeding is to create workforce and property tax replenishment opportunities in communities where generation assets are retiring. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And the 2021 ERP and CEP settlement agreement included a specific provision in the coal action plan on the early retirement of Craig Unit 2. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm trying to remember what was in the settlement on Craig 2, to be honest with you.
Sure. So as a part of the coal action plan component of the 2021 ERP and CEP settlement, did that concern the early retirement date of Craig Unit 2 in 2028?
There was a provision, we're speaking about the updated settlement agreement again.
Yes.
There was a provision on Craig 2, and I'm struggling to remember the details, but you didn't ask me. So it exists.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks for that. So backing up a bit, Moffat County and the city of Craig, I know you just went over this with Ms. Whitman, were not a part of the 2021 ERP proceeding and the eventual updated settlement agreement, right?
They were not.
And you've already confirmed today that you were a witness in that 2021 case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. If we could please pull up in Moffat Craig's box folder hearing exhibit 2103. And this is going to be a portion of that evidentiary hearing that took place in mid-December in 2021. And this is specifically, Mr. Ihle, from the December 16th from the hearing. It's a portion of the hearing, and so of the hearing transcript. And so do you recall a dialogue between former Commissioner John Gavin and the Office of Just Transition Director Wade Buchanan from this hearing about coal plant closures and delivering a just transition?
I can't say I recall that specific conversation between Commissioner Gavin and Mr. Buchanan.
Would it be helpful if we scroll down a couple pages so I can refresh your recollection?
Yeah, it would.
Great. If we could scroll down to page 253, so it'll be what's originally marked in the transcript.
And apologies, that was another quite long hearing, so I just don't remember every dialogue there.
No worries. Great. So if we could, on page 253, Mr. Ihle, Commissioner Gavin offered his personal perspective on coal closures by stating that he's seen first up close and personally what it's like to take 700 mining jobs out of a small town, and it changes everything, and it changes everything forever. Do you see that?
Yeah, and now that you say that, I recall this because he was speaking from his experience, I believe, living near Paonia. So I do kind of recall this.
Okay, great.
Actually.
And just for everyone, I'm sorry, could you scroll down to line 15? That's where that comment starts. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ihle, for your response. Do you have any reason to disagree with Commissioner Gavin's statement on how coal closures like that of Craig Station and its surrounding communities could affect a small town like Craig?
I don't know if I disagree with the concept that it can affect the town. I don't, their statements are his.
Okay. If we scroll up to page 252, so just the page above, starting on line 1. Do you see here where Commissioner Gavin states there's been a tremendous focus on the Pueblo just transition process, but very little on the Craig and Hayden communities?
Yes.
And would you agree with his statement that the 2021 ERP and CEP settlement agreement focused on a just transition for Pueblo County?
Well, I mean, the updated, you're speaking to the whole proceeding?
Yes.
Because I don't know if I fully agree with that, because the updated settlement agreement is part of that proceeding, and it explicitly focused on Pueblo and Routt County and Hayden and Morgan County and the Pawnee area.
Okay.
Fort Morgan.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was done. Sorry. I was rambling.
A lot of counties to name. Would you agree with Commissioner Gavin's statement that the 2021 settlement agreement and proceeding had very little focus on Craig?
I think this may have been more true at the time of this settlement hearing, and then that sort of evolved during the updated settlement agreement. So certainly there was more focus on Hayden within this proceeding in the form of the updated settlement agreement.
Okay. Did the company do any outreach at the time of the 2021 settlement to help Moffitt and Craig understand what was at issue here?
There was a public comment hearing in the town of Craig. I attended that. It was right around that time. I went up and stayed overnight, attended that Craig. It was at the Craig High School. So there was some outreach in that regard, but that was led by the Public Utilities Commission, but I attended. It was a very small room in terms of number of participants, but we were there, and our community affairs manager was there with me as well.
Okay, great. The last part of this 3.5-year-old hearing transcript I'm hoping to discuss with you is on page 258, starting on line 7. Do you see here where Commissioner Gavin asks Mr. Buchanan, is there anything else that the company could do to fill in some of the holes when it comes to community assistance?
Yes.
And do you see below where Mr. Buchanan states there's always more all of the utilities could do?
Yes, I see that. I feel like that a lot in a lot of proceedings and a lot of issues that everyone feels that there's a lot more that the utilities can do. So yes.
Okay, great. I'd like to move for administrative notice of hearing exhibit 2103 under Commission Rule 1501C. I will represent this as just a partial hearing transcript. It's just the conversation or Commissioner Gavin's questioning of Wade Buchanan in this proceeding for OJT.
Any objection, Mr. Larson?
No objection.
Yeah, and we'll just move it in instead of administrative notice. I think we'll keep administrative notice to commission decisions, statutes, things like that.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yes, we can remove hearing exhibit 2103. Thank you. So Mr. Ihle, as we stand here today, Excel has not made any affirmative community assistance commitments to Moffitt and Craig. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. We left a position where we essentially sought guidance from the commission and calculated what we thought was a fair and equivalent methodology and payment structure that could be extended to Craig and Moffett County.
Thank you. We'll get into that in a little bit. But turning to another topic, Moffett and Craig and some of the other interveners in this case argue that the company's owner-operator position should be rejected. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, it does.
And did you review Moffett County Commissioner Melody Villard's answer testimony where she provides an example of the Four Corners power plant's minority owners making community assistance commitments to local coal communities?
Yes, I did.
Great. We've talked about a couple statutes today, so it's my turn. Are you generally familiar with the requirements of Senate Bill 19236? And I believe this is the same statute that Ms. Whitman was discussing.
I am familiar with it. I believe she was discussing a different statute, but I am familiar with 1926. Okay. It guided a lot of this clean energy plan and certainly some aspects of this resource plan too.
Great. Yes. If we could go to Moffett and Craig's box and pull up hearing exhibit 2104. And you're right. Yes, this is a different statute. So my apologies.
That's okay. I'm just tracking for my own benefit almost here.
Okay, great. If we could scroll down a little just to see the title of the legislation. So Mr. Ihle, have you ever reviewed this legislation?
Yes.
And this legislation contains statutory requirements that were applicable to Excel and form the basis of the company's 2021 ERP and CEP filing, right?
Yes.
And if we could please scroll down to the bottom of page 4, which is subpart 7. There we go. Do you think that the statute speaks for itself, that a utility's clean energy plan is required to include a plan to pay community assistance to any local governments in light of an accelerated retirement?
Objection, legal conclusion.
If you could just rephrase.
Yeah, so sorry, I tried to reformulate after the back and forth with Mr. Hyatt. I was asking if the statute speaks for itself, that a that a clean energy plan is required to include a community assistance component.
I think it does, yes.
Great. And are you aware of whether the statutory framework has any language, not asking for a legal conclusion or opinion, whether it has any language about owner operators of coal plants to provide community assistance to coal communities?
I don't know that it has that. I guess where I get hung up a little bit is that apparently Craig 2's retirement was announced in July of 2020, which was before we filed the 21A-0141E, the CEP ERP. And so I don't know if Craig 2's retirement is covered by this statute, and that would probably call for some sort of legal interpretation. So,
Okay, and
but I think I agreed
sorry.
with your initial question, though. I don't recall. I mean, it's a long bill. I want to say this is 70, 80 pages. I don't recall if it had an owner operator distinction in it. I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And just to be clear, this just transition statutory framework has no language on minority coal plant owners. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure on either of those topics, if that's in the statute or not.
Okay. So was the company's position in the 2021 ERP deferring to Tri-State as the Craig Station owner operator on the issue of community assistance something the company just made up to justify a lack of commitment to Moffett and Craig?
Objection, compound, argumentative.
If you could rephrase.
Sure. So Mr. Ihle, was it the company's position in the 2021 ERP to defer to Tri-State as the Craig Station owner operator on the issue of community assistance for Moffett and Craig?
Now I need that repeated. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So when the company filed its 2021 ERP and CEP with respect to the accelerated retirement of Craig 2, did the company state a position that it was deferring to Tri-State as the owner operator of Craig Station with respect to community assistance?
I don't recall if we had a specific statement in that direct filing or not.
Okay. I think it'd be helpful. I think if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 2100, which is the answer testimony of Commissioner Melody Villard. And apologies, I just need to get a page number. So if we could please go to figure MV2.
Do you have a page number for?
Yeah, 1 second. So that is going to be page number 23. Apologies. And yeah, it starts on line 10 there. So Mr. Ihle, this is a figure from Commissioner Melody Vill's answer testimony that we took from the company's 2021 ERP filing. And if you could familiarize, or if you wouldn't mind reading that that statement below Craig 2.
Okay.
So does that refresh your recollection on the company's position with respect to Craig 2 community assistance?
It does. I'm trying to remember exactly where this was lodged in our case, but I don't know if it matters. But yes, I agree this was in our case.
Okay, great. So going off of that, so that this is knowing this is the company's position from the 2021 ERP, is this deferring to the minority, or sorry, deferring to the owner operator? Is that a position the company took from a statute, or did it, what forms the basis of this position? Sorry.
Objection
Well-
calls for a legal conclusion.
If you could restate.
Sure. Is this position about deferring to Tri-State as owner operator on the issue of community assistance something the company made up on its own?
Same objection, and it's argumentative.
You want to respond?
I'll move on. No problem. I also wasn't sure who you were asking to respond. Mr. Ihle, do you know who comprises the Yampa project owners for the ownership of Craig Station?
Well, it's Tri-State, it's us, and I may not know that. I believe Salt River may be a participant, but I'm sure you know this. So I think there are others besides Tri-State and us, our small minority share, but I'm sure you have this data.
You named the two that I was hoping to for my next question. Out of those utilities, which ones are regulated by the commission?
So just to verify, it is Tri-State and it's Salt River and then us. Is that right? And Craig?
If I'm allowed to answer, Pacific Corp and Platte River and as well.
So you're asking me of 5 owners which are regulated by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. I just want to make sure I understand your question. Okay.
Yes.
Public Service Company is regulated by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. Tri-State is regulated for the purposes of resource planning by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. Salt River Project is not, Pacific Corp is not, Platte River Power Authority is not.
Thank you. Is it true that the company did not coordinate with Tri-State on owner-operator responsibility for community assistance?
I am not sure. We have sort of I think it's called a joint operating committee that meets regularly. I'm not a member of that committee, and it's essentially sort of appropriate management from each of those companies convenes regularly to ensure that we're administering the contracts and just communicating amongst partners that are owner partners of that power plant. So I think so there's some degree of dialogue, but I don't know if I know the specifics of that dialogue.
If we could pull up attachment MV4 to hearing exhibit 2100, please. And if we could scroll down a little, get the full, that's perfect. So Mr. Ihle, in Discovery, Moffitt and Craig asked whether the company and Tri-State had any written agreements or evidence of discussions or meetings on Craig Station community assistance. Do you see that?
Yes, regarding those specific topics, I see that. Yes.
Okay. And you were the sponsor of this response, correct?
Yes.
And your answer was to that question was no. Is that correct?
Yes, I thought I heard a slightly different question from you earlier, but on these matters, I agree that we searched our files and had on our records and did not have record of that.
Okay, thanks. We could take this attachment down. Thank you. Earlier, you mentioned that you're generally familiar with the community assistance provisions in the Tri-State 2023 ERP commitment for economic development payments to Moffitt and Craig. Is that right?
Yeah, but only at a pretty high level.
Okay. Are you able to state whether the 2023 agreement was between Moffitt and Craig and the entirety of the Yampa partners or just Tri-State?
I am not certain of that.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 2100, which is Ms. Villard's answer testimony at page 29. Page 29, starting at line 10. Mr. Ihle, do you see here that Ms. Villard states that the settlement agreement, in the settlement agreement, Tri-State's not taking responsibility for the other Craig Station owners or the Yampa project owners, as we've called them.
Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So turning to your testimony, turning to testimony in this case, we're actually going to keep hearing Exhibit 2100 up and start at page 12, line 1. So here, Mr. Ihle, we're looking at table MV3. Do you see here that Craig Station represents nearly 34% of Moffat County's tax base in 2022 as tabulated by the Office of Just Transition?
Yes.
And do you see below, looking at the other figures below, that this figure for Moffat represents a much higher number than Pawnee, Hayden, and Comanche Station?
Yes.
And okay, great. I'm going to have to go back to this exhibit, so we'll leave it up for now. But would you agree that Moffat and Craig have provided evidence demonstrating the disparate impact that coal facility closures will have on their tax base?
Objection, legal conclusion. She's asking what the evidence shows. That's a decision for the commission.
No, overruled. I think that's a reasonable request for this witness and highly relevant. Mr. Ihle?
Can you repeat the question, Ms. Cornelia?
Yeah, no problem. Would you agree that Moffat and Craig have provided evidence in this case demonstrating discussing the disparate impact that the coal facility closures will have on their community and tax base?
I'm not following your use of the word disparate. Sorry to be a pedant, but that's just, I'm not like following the thread of your question.
It's okay. Yeah, just have Moffat and County and Craig in this case made arguments that they'll be more strongly affected from the coal plant closures based on the tax payments that Craig Station has on their communities?
I think they've demonstrated it has an effect. If you frame Hayden as a proportion of Routt County, I mean, Routt County includes Steamboat, which has a fair amount of wealth. Now, the town of Hayden has a much higher proportion of impact as a relative amount of property taxes, which are not shown in Ms. Villard's testimony. It's north of 50% across several tax entities in Hayden. So I don't know that they're more strongly impacted than, say, the town of Hayden. But
okay,
is there an effect? Yes. Are you trying to ask me if it has more effect than the town of Hayden? I feel like that's a qualitative debate. That doesn't have a winner.
Understood. Would you agree that the company, its shareholders, and ratepayers have benefited from the coal plant operations at Craig Station?
The shareholders and whom?
Ratepayers.
The shareholders and customers have benefited from those stations, and I think those communities have benefited from decades of customer payments made to operate those units in Hayden and in Craig. So I think it's a partnership, and the benefits have flowed both ways.
Okay. Are you familiar with Commissioner Villard's answer testimony that lays out Moffat County's tabulation of the company's property tax payments?
I don't recall that portion of her testimony offhand.
Okay, if we could please scroll to page 33 of Ms. Villard's testimony, starting at line 1. So, Mr. Ihle, this is table MV4. Do you see here that, and if we could scroll down a little bit, I apologize, just to get the full table.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ihle, do you see this this tabulation of the history of the company's property tax payments to Moffat County over the years?
Yes.
And you see here that Moffat's records indicate that the company paid $1.4 million in property taxes for the 2024 tax year, right?
I do see that.
And are you familiar with Commissioner Villard's testimony that public service is consistently a top 5 Moffat County taxpayer?
That sounds about right, based on the proportion of that plant as a proportion of the county's total taxes and our ownership of the 2 units.
Great. If we could scroll back up to page 10 of Ms. Villard's testimony at line 2. So, Mr. Ihle, this is table MV1. And do you see that in 2023, the company was Moffat County's number 3 taxpayer?
Yes, I do. I find that interesting, why we're higher than some of the others, but I don't know their ownership share. I'm just noting we're less than 10% of 2 of the units, but I believe the table.
And if we scroll down to page 11 of this testimony, next page, table MV2, Mr. Ihle, do you see that it shows in 2024 Public Service was Moffat County's #4 taxpayer?
Yes.
And we can take this down. Mr. Ihle, would you agree that losing a top 3 or top 4 taxpayer will have a negative effect on a community's tax base?
I would agree that their revenue would be reduced.
Thank you. Now turning to the modeling credits that the company is proposing in this proceeding, which has been another hot topic today. It's the company's position that if these modeling credits were approved, they should not be extended to Moffat County, correct?
Yes, we disagreed with that.
Okay. And the modeling credits could help facilitate projects to bring economic development to coal communities, right?
Yes, that's the intention of them.
So this proposal isn't just about tax revenues, it's also about job creation, right?
The proposal to use the credits, you're saying in particular? Yes, I'd agree with that.
So theoretically, projects that qualify for some of these credits could allow families to stay in coal communities. Is that accurate?
Potentially, yes.
And in your earlier conversation with Mr. Gerhart for the Conservation Coalition, you mentioned that the last 2 company ERPs have not resulted in projects in Routt County and Hayden. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was nothing selected in our portfolios for Routt County or Hayden. There was a proposal for a biomass plant that the commission didn't agree to at that time, or asked us to potentially bring back with a full CPCN, which wasn't where we were in the resource plan at that time.
Okay. Do you know whether the last 2 solicitations resulted in any new resources in Moffat County?
I don't believe that they did. I'm pretty sure they did not.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate is supportive of the company extending the just transition modeling credits to Moffat County in this case?
Yes, they are.
And would the same go for the Office of Just Transition?
Yes.
And would the same go for the Colorado Energy Office?
Pretty sure on the Energy Office as well, yes.
Would you agree that that Interwest Energy Alliance is also supportive of the company extending the just transition modeling credits to Moffat County?
I can't remember what Interwest said about that. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. If we could just quickly bring up hearing exhibit 501, which is the answer testimony of John Wilson. Page 7. Page 7, please. So do you see starting at line 10 of Mr. Wilson's testimony that Interwest recommends expanding the just transition bonus credits to Moffat County in addition to a couple other communities in Colorado?
Yes. Yeah, I do recall seeing this now. Yes.
We can take this down. Yeah. And then would you agree that the Colorado Communities for Climate Action are also supportive of the company extending the just transition modeling credits to Moffat County in this case?
I don't recall for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. You don't need to show me.
Okay. Subject to check. Would you agree with me that these 5 parties comprise a diverse group of interveners in this case?
Yeah, I'd say fairly diverse.
Are you aware of any other parties other than the company in its rebuttal case that currently oppose extending the just transition modeling credits to Moffat County in this case?
Oh, well, there have been a number of parties who question the use of the transition, the credits in the model. So I'm not sure I can state that nobody is opposed to it.
Has any party explicitly said don't extend the credits to Moffat County, though?
I don't recall that any party specifically said use the credits, but don't use them in Moffat County. But the reason why we didn't want to do that is because we have such a major presence in Routt County and Hayden. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful at all to Moffat or Craig, but we're worried about encouraging something in Craig and Moffat and not having something in Routt and Hayden where we are owner operator, majority owner. That was really sort of the pragmatic reason we didn't choose to put the modeling credit against Moffitt and Craig, just to state that, which I think we stated in testimony too.
Okay. Is it your understanding the Routt County governments have been clear that they're very interested in one type of resource, which is a geothermal plant in their communities?
I think they are interested in geothermal. My understanding is they've been interested in economic development generally.
And have the Pueblo community similarly expressed, and I'm sorry, I'll clarify the Pueblo joint movements, not EJC. Have the Pueblo movements similarly expressed a more narrow interest in a gas plant or advanced nuclear resources for replacement generation?
Yeah, there's been strong interest in those resources. Yes.
Okay. So in your rebuttal testimony, you also mentioned that the replacement generation commitments made by Tri-State as part of the reason why these modeling credits should not be extended to Moffitt.
Yeah, I should have said that. That was really our other primary rationales. We understood that there was already some fairly substantial development likely to happen there. We don't have that in all of our transition communities other than Craig and Moffitt at this point.
Okay. But would you agree with me in this JTS proceeding, the company seeks approval to acquire nearly 14 gigawatts of new generation and storage resources?
It could be as much as that in some of the largest scenarios. Yes, I agree.
And subject to check, if I told you that Tri-State currently has a pending portfolio that is only around 1,700 megawatts, would you agree with me that that is a significantly less quantity of new resources?
Yes.
Now, if we could please pull up hearing Exhibit 101, which is Mr. Ihle's direct testimony at the bottom of page 3. So at the bottom of page 3, that last bullet point, delivering a just transition. Mr. Ihle, you state here that achieving a just transition will not occur with one plan or one resource procurement cycle. It will require dedicated effort with regulatory support over multiple planning cycles. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that this just transition proceeding represents a possible opportunity for the commission to help advance a just transition for Moffitt and Craig?
Yes.
Okay, great. We can take this down. Thank you. This morning, you went over the community assistance payments and infrastructure offsets for Pueblo, Morgan, and Routt counties with Mr. Schlesinger, right?
Yes.
Now, turning to the company's new position that was part of your rebuttal testimony, can you please explain this new neutral position with respect to community assistance for Moffitt and Craig?
With respect to potential payments, is that what you're asking, the community assistance?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, and thank you, frankly. We thought about this, and some of your earlier questions are about why we didn't offer this initially, and I wanted to offer this background. When we structured these similar types of arrangements in Pueblo for Comanche and for Hayden, there are multiple other owners there, and they were not coming forward. I don't know if we specifically asked them to, but they have not come forward at this time to assist in that process. And so as we thought about it, and as I thought about it, looking at the testimony of Craig and Moffitt, it made sense to me to establish something of what I called an ownership proportional policy here. So it made a bit of sense to me for us to take our responsibility for the ownership portion of Craig 2, as we outlined in my rebuttal testimony. And so we left the methodology there and sought the guidance of the commission. We're not opposing that payment. We sought the guidance of the commission. If the commission deems it, our recommendation would be that if the commission deems it appropriate for such payments to be made, that we put in the record an ownership proportional principle such that if we do that, then public service should not be held liable for similar obligations to the extent that other parties own parts of those other power plants. So in other words, it made sense to us and to me to have an ownership proportional payment here for Craig 2, as long as we are protected from only or held to only making just transition efforts on an ownership proportional basis in Hayden 1, Hayden 2, and Comanche 3, if that makes any sense. So my testimony tries to lay that out. So thank you for the question, Ms. Canelio.
Why does the company think it needs direction from the commission on Craig Community Assistance?
I think it's sort of a public policy matter. I mean, you might have a different opinion about this owner operator piece. We weren't entirely clear that we should be responsible as the non-owner operator. That's fine if we disagree on that. That's totally fine. I think we're asking the commission to weigh in and judge. I mean, these are, I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is not coming straight from the shareholders. These are payments being made from one set of customers to those communities who are not customers. So I think it's a bit of a public policy matter, and therefore the commission has a public policy judgment to bring to this.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the length for any community assistance, the company's position with respect to Craig 2 is that Moffat County would receive 6 years of payments with an offset, with an infrastructure offset. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's the same treatment that the company has in place for a few of the other coal communities from the 2021 case. Is that right?
Yes, the 6 years is in place. The commitment's in place for Routt County. It's in place for Morgan County. We agreed to 10 years for Pueblo County, noting that Comanche 3 was slated to run through, I believe, 2068 originally, and it was retired almost 10 years earlier than our original direct proposal in that case, which was 2039. So we agreed, again, in the context of a multifactorial discussion and settlement, to 10 years for Pueblo, but 6 years for Routt County, 6 years for Morgan County. And so we structured this as sort of a mathematical proposal for 6 years for Craig 2.
Okay, thank you. And you're aware that Moffat and Craig agree with the company that any Craig Station related community assistance should be subject to replacement generation offsets.
Sorry, that's our position. Maybe you're asking me to agree with your position.
I'm asking if you're aware that Moffat and Craig agree with the company on that.
Okay, I'm not sure if I was aware of that because of my perhaps incorrect understanding of the tri-state arrangement. So I appreciate that.
Are you aware that Moffat and Craig support the company's position that any Craig Station related community assistance should be on the ownership proportional basis, with the difference being the company should be obligated to make payments for Craig 1?
No, I was not aware of that. Did that come through in cross answer? Or where did that come through? I was not aware of that question. Sorry.
I'll refer you to Moffat and Craig's answer testimony in our rebuttal comments.
Okay.
Sorry,
the rebuttal was yesterday, right? So I may have missed a thread there.
It was fresh. It's fresh off the press. Do you recall being asked in discovery to describe all actions that Public Service has taken to partner with Moffat County and the City of Craig?
Yes.
Great. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 2105 in Moffat's box folder. Great. If we could get the full response and sponsor in there, that'd be great. So at the bottom, Mr. Ihle, do you see that you sponsored this discovery response and you said you remembered it?
Yes.
And do you see here in your response, you state that as a partial owner of the Craig facility, Public Service has not opposed any of the efforts of Tri-State as the majority owner and operator to facilitate a just transition for their workforce and broader community?
Yes.
I'd like to move to admit hearing exhibit 2105.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you. So based on this response, this discovery response, Mr. Ihle, it would seem like the only action the company is describing to partner with Moffat and Craig has just been not to oppose another utilities community assistance commitment. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't. I think the support of 19236 is meant to help all of Colorado through this transition. Again, we didn't oppose that. We provided in my rebuttal testimony a methodology that can be used here. And so I think this holistic answer reflects what our answer would be rather than the single sentence that you selected.
Okay. We could take this down. Thank you. So we discussed earlier, Mr. Ihle, that the company has this new neutral position on 6 years of community assistance payments for Craig Unit 2, right?
Yes.
But would you agree that Moffitt and Craig do not think that this goes far enough for the company?
Yeah, I believe that they're seeking similar treatment for Craig 1 and perhaps a different methodology based on the tri-state methodology. So I would agree with you.
Are you aware that the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate is supportive of the company providing community assistance payments to Moffett County in this case?
Yes.
And the same for the Office of Just Transition?
Yes.
And would you agree that Colorado Energy Office is supportive of the company providing community assistance to Moffett County, albeit only for Craig Unit 2?
I will take your word for that. I couldn't quite remember all the nuance of their take on this.
Okay. So would you agree with me that the majority of state agencies in this case support Moffett and Craig's argument or recommendation for community assistance in this proceeding?
Yeah, I think we're noting that I'm not sure we've talked about trial staff's position. So I would agree that the other three generally support for Craig and Moffett.
Okay, great. Last question or line of questions. Would the company oppose that for any community assistance payments that may be ordered by the commission as a result of this case, that those would be put into an economic development fund for Moffett and Craig?
Interesting. So our payments are structured as essentially replacement tax payments. So I think we're kind of indifferent to what Craig and Moffett would choose to do with such payments. They're structured essentially as tax payments, which I would assume go into general funds in those areas or whatever the correct terms in Moffett County and Craig are. So I don't know that we have an opinion on their use of those funds if they receive them.
Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Ihle. No further questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonas, I have 75 minutes for you, but would like to break around 5. Do you think you could break your cross in half?
My cross exists in about 4 parts, and I can probably go 2/3 of them, and we'll see how the time goes.
All right. Why don't we take a quick break, come back at 4:25, and we'll go as far as it makes sense.
Thanks.
Does that work? Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bonas, I have 75 minutes, and if we can sort of stop, if you can find a logical break point around 5, that'd be great.
Understood. Thank you, Chair. For the record, my name's David Banis with the Colorado Attorney General's Office, representing the Colorado Energy Office. Good afternoon, Mr. Ihle. I think we've met before. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Banis. We have met before.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Could we please turn to hearing exhibit 117, which is Mr. Ihle's rebuttal testimony? Mr. Ihle, I'm just going to start us out with a line of questioning, trying to get some clarification on a chart in your testimony. I'm just letting you know that while we bring it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And would you please scroll down to page 31? Thank you. I'm just going to read to you here from this first sentence. On page 31, you say the company is including the following in its updated base forecast. Number 1, large load customers with 80% and above probability, and 2, strategic economic development customers, which I address in turn. You refer to this table, which is on the next page, and I'll get to that in a moment. And I think we can, let's just go there now. Can we go to page 32, please? And I apologize to everyone at 4:30 in the afternoon. Please bear with me. I'm just going to walk through this chart. CEO just wants to get a little clarity on how this works. So this chart, Mr. Ihle, is entitled Large Load Probabilities, right?
Yes.
And it's got 2 columns, right?
Yes.
And so the left column is labeled percent.
Yes.
And the right column is labeled step.
Yes.
Right? So there's 10 steps for a large load to come online that the company's laid out here, right?
That's right.
And next to each step, there's a corresponding percentage associated with that step, right?
Yes, I would represent that as a proxy or estimated percentage of the load coming to fruition.
Great, I'll get to that in a
As
minute,
it
but
advances.
just for, well, I'm trying to understand here. So
Okay.
the table describes the probabilities in terms of percentage probability of a large load coming online in relation to each of these 10 steps, right?
Yes.
Is this chart intended to be additive? And by that, I mean, does one step on the chart imply the execution of all the preceding steps in every case?
You know, this is contemplating the business development process of potentially very large investments. I would represent that they're probably not all exactly alike, but this is the general process that they will undertake. And to go much beyond that, your question should go to our witness, Mr. Bailey, who interfaces directly with these types of customers and is more familiar with these processes.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're telling me it's not the case then that each step is necessarily additive. Is that your answer?
I think they generally are additive. I'm just saying I don't know that it's all completely linear in this exact order every time.
Okay, so my question is, it's not necessarily additive, right?
I think it probably is additive most of the time, but maybe not necessarily additive.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the 80% row here. Negotiations on ESA, ISA. So what you're telling me is that if someone were to complete this 80% step, it wouldn't necessarily be the case that they've completed all the previous steps.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make a potential exception the norm here. I think most of the time they are following these steps in order up through that process.
Okay. And did the company include in any of its testimony a statistical analysis for why it assigned any given percentage to any specific step?
That would be, I don't think there was a specific analysis assigning these to specific percentages, but I think they're representative percentages, and I'd defer that question to Mr. Bailey.
Okay. Would you agree these percentages might be better interpreted as categories than specific probabilities?
I don't know if I'd agree that it could be better done that way, but it's another way to do it. That's reasonable. Sure.
Okay, if I were to represent to you that Mr. Bailey responded that way in a discovery response, would you agree with that, or would you rather have me pull up the response and you can ask questions about that?
I'd rather you ask Mr. Bailey about his discovery response, but we can pull it up if you wish.
Well, maybe I don't need to. Would the company agree to replace this system of percentages with specific, explicit defined steps?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Bailey on that.
Okay. Mr. Bailey also mentioned somewhere in his testimony that there might be other things than the steps laid out in this chart. Do you have any idea what he might be referring to?
Not specifically, no.
Are you aware of anywhere in the company's testimony that just sets out an exhaustive list of all the steps and that the company would consider?
I'm not. Mr. Bailey is the expert on this exact area, so he would carry those details.
Okay, thanks. My next set of questions concerns the incremental need pool.
All right.
So can we turn to page 46 of this exhibit? And I'm old fashioned. I'm going to do the same thing in my hard copy.
I'd do the same.
Okay. Right here, I'm looking at figure JWI-R-7, which is entitled the incremental need pool overview. You see that?
Yes.
In this, you define the term incremental need pool to be the process to quickly, parentheses, anytime after phase 2 decision, close parentheses, to quickly activate additional bids due to emergency energy and capacity needs, such as 1, large loads moving to high certainty / 80% probability, or 2, approved generation project failures. Did I read that right?
Except for you said, I know this sounds persnickety, but you said emergency instead of emerging, and I think that's actually a distinction. Otherwise, yes, you did well.
That's great, and nope, you're not persnickety at all. I appreciate it. In Sir rebuttal, yesterday, the company agreed to a slight change to this. Is that right?
Yes, we lined up with staff and CIEA on the tri-party framework.
So now, if it's more than 100 megawatts, then they would need to achieve the 90% probability step, not the 80% probability step.
Yes, thank you. That's a great point. Within the incremental need pool, that's right.
Okay.
At loads of that size. New loads.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I didn't want to misrepresent all of this based upon the new stuff we got in yesterday.
Yeah, it's a great and important nuance.
That's not the nuance I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is the term.
It's your show. Sorry.
No, I didn't want to misrepresent it, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I want to talk about this such as. Are there other categories of projects that could be included in the incremental need pool other than these two you've laid out here?
I don't think so. I'll note there was a little bit of dialogue, and this is not part of our proposal, but there was a little bit of dialogue with CC4CA earlier this afternoon about potentially using, I think it was about, maybe it was more about the supplemental RFP. I thought I've seen some testimony about potentially using incremental need pool resources for zero carbon type products, but our proposal, I think, is exclusively large loads and I'm sorry, project failures and large loads.
Does the company consider strategic economic development customers to be part of this category number 1, large loads?
I apologize, but I think I'd like to defer that to Mr. Goodenough, who has done the demand forecasting and carefully analyzes both categories. I'm trying to recall exactly how we were considering those loads within this. So I may need to pause on that one. and maybe defer that to Mr. Goodenough.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time here, we had waived I think we had originally like 20 minutes for Mr. Goodenough. If we could we request 5 minutes just to ask him this question?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Can we turn now to, we can pull this exhibit down now, thank you. And can you replace it with hearing exhibit 406, which is a discovery response from the Conservation Coalition?
So you said 406 from the Conservation Coalition?
It's 406, hearing exhibit 406.
Okay, just to confirm, that's the Colorado Energy Office, not the Conservation Coalition?
I'm sorry, it's in the CEO box.
Okay, okay.
It's a discovery, and I got ahead of myself. So yes, let's start with that. Thank you. Thank you. And this is indeed a discovery response to a discovery request by the Conservation Coalition. Can we just scroll down to the bottom here, please? And Mr. Ali, that's your name on the bottom here. So is that right?
Yes.
So I assume I hope you're the person to answer my questions about this. Here you say, I'm going to ask you about a few phrases in here. So unfortunately, I'm just going to read the whole thing. So use of the incremental need pool is primarily for providing more certainty in the availability of projects to replace approved project failures or meet emerging resource adequacy needs, which have been a prevalent concern for several years. The incremental need pool also serves to meet the needs of new large loads as they mature to higher certainty. In determining the need for activation to support new large load additions, there is no megawatt threshold at which activation is specifically triggered, and the company will need to evaluate if activation is needed based upon its capacity and reliability position at that time. And I'll stop there.
Yes.
So this phrase, replace approved project failures, that's the category 2 that we discussed above, right? In your chart.
Yes.
And or meet emerging resource adequacy needs. Is that separate from new large loads that you mentioned in the next sentence? And I'm asking because you say also new large loads.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to our testimony and through this question over the last few days. Not our testimony, but the evolving server rebuttal over the last few days. It is really primarily for the failed generator projects and the emerging large loads. The failed generator projects lead to emerging resource adequacy needs. They're really almost part and parcel of the same thing.
So to put a finer point on it, there's not another category of projects. You're just referring to the projects that you described above in your definition of INP.
I think so. I'm trying to remember if there was another trigger here, and you're talking to a person who has had to worry about and try to regulatorily solve resource adequacy needs for like 3 years now. And so I'm hesitating to pull back an option to do that when I literally think the reliability of the system could depend on it. I just don't know if we structured that very explicitly into this proposal at this time.
Is there another company witness you might have more information about that?
Perhaps Mr. Landrum, if you have time with him.
We do. Thank you.
It looks like you do.
Okay. In reference to this phrase, new large loads, you referenced that several times throughout all your testimonies. Does the company have a definition for that phrase, new large loads?
It's more about emerging large loads. So I'm sorry. I think this should have said emerging large loads, honestly.
And how do you define that?
Well, they've been moving through the process. I mean, it's literally defined as now stated stated in the tri-party framework. So it's about meeting loads that hit that either they're less than 100 megawatts or they're over 100 megawatts and they have to be 90% probability. That's how I would define that. And that's a definition that's actually dated after the date of this discovery response.
Okay. Thank you for that. You say that no megawatt threshold exists at which a new large load would be added to the incremental need pool. But is there a megawatt threshold for considering a new load as a new large load? For meeting the definition of new large load?
Well, as we discussed, there's the 100 megawatt trigger, but there could be larger loads that are smaller than 100 megawatts.
So that 100 megawatts is not necessarily a floor.
No, it sets forth a more a lengthier review process is really what it does. It's not a floor.
Okay, and you're proposing that new large loads that begin electric service agreements and interconnection agreements, negotiations, that would trigger inclusion in the incremental need pool?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure, I just moved that paper aside. Yes, I'll read it again. I said, you're proposing that new large loads that begin ESA, electric service agreements, and IA, interconnection agreement negotiations, that would trigger moving into the incremental need pool?
If they're less than 100 megawatts, that could trigger it.
Okay. And that capacity threshold or criteria, and the commencement of the ESA IA negotiations, are those the only criteria the company would use to activate new loads and move them to the incremental need pool?
Less than 100 megawatts.
It's the only criteria for new loads less than 100 megawatts.
Yes.
Does the company anticipate that new load, other than what the company calls new large loads, could trigger the use of the INP? The incremental need pool? I apologize.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Does the company anticipate that a new load, other than what you've defined as a new large load, or today you referred to as a emerging large load? So is there another category out there that could trigger the use of the incremental need pool?
I mean, they're the large loads that we're targeting here. I think maybe you're asking if there's something else. Like if someone buys an electric vehicle, we're not triggering the incremental need pool.
That's what I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yeah, I understand.
You lay out a process in your rebuttal testimony for including the commission and interveners in the decision to add a new load to the incremental need pool. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
When would this process commence? In other words, when will the commission learn about the need for incremental need pool activation due to a bid failure?
Well, there are a couple steps. So there's also this refresh bids process. So the company would unilaterally undertake a process. We would trigger that there's an activation event. We would begin a bid refresh process in which the bidders in that pool are asked to bring refresh prices within 21 days. Then we didn't specify the next step in terms of time, but we would anticipate around 30 days. We would, within about 30 days after that bid refresh, so now we have new pricing information across the incremental need pool. About 30 days after that, we would use that information, assemble a bid or collection of bids to meet that need, propose it to the commission. We didn't structure a deadline on it, but we anticipate it to be about 30 days, and then it would come to the commission. So it'd be roughly 50 to 60 days after what would be a triggering event. The commission would see that.
Thank you. That helps me understand it a little better. So to be clear, it wouldn't be once every 6 months, everything that had built up over those 6 months would then be presented to the commission. It would be more on like a rolling basis.
Within the sub 100 megawatt category, it could be something of an accumulation of things. Again, like I don't think we would, if it's 2 megawatt loads or something, I don't think this is something we're going to get into. So I think in that category of individual loads, there may be an accumulation of loads that require this. And in that case, there could be some accumulation. In the larger category, I think that's speaking to discrete single loads more so. But it could be a collection. If we had 2 loads that are both over 100 megawatts and they have triggered this 90% threshold, in a very short time window within each other, within some short window of time of each other, we might bring that together as a combined activation in the incremental need pool and match resources to them.
And would that work the same for bid failures for projects?
Bid failures is in the shorter review category. So there's kind of two pathways of review. Bid failures are a more expedited review process. And this is actually pretty similar to how we've done this before. Historically, this is the part that has more precedent, is the bid failure replacement avenue.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk just briefly about the cost to customers of the incremental need pool. Now, the company would offer each eligible bid a payment of $10,000 per megawatt for a period of 2 years, up to a cap of $3 million per year per project. Did I get that right?
It's been refined a bit in the tri-party framework. And so it is a process where the projects, and I'm trying to find the exact phrasing in hearing exhibit 2606. But in essence, the projects will have an opportunity to bid up to $10,000 per megawatt of payment, with a cap of $3 million per project.
And who would determine whether they were eligible for the full $10,000 or some lesser number?
Well, they would bid. So sorry, this is a little confusing. They would provide this with their phase 2 bids. And if they are in the incremental need pool, which is its own eligibility process, as we've laid it out, they would also have a bid associated. It's sort of a separate bid for the payments that they're seeking inside the incremental need pool, up to $10,000 per megawatt. So we would be choosing those projects, and they would have their bids up to $10,000 per megawatt.
And would you all favor a project that bid less than $10,000 a megawatt? Would it be favored over a project that bid $10,000 a megawatt?
That gets complex because I think it's an all else equal type of situation. Because these bids are, recall that these bids are competing economically on their PPA price primarily. I would view this as a secondary factor.
It's a factor.
It's a factor, but I think it's sort of subordinate to the overall project price factor. I think it's far less in magnitude.
Okay. This $10,000 or X dollars per megawatt, I'll say now. Sorry, we didn't catch that in the testimony yesterday.
That's okay.
Would these payments be provided on a nameplate or an accredited capacity basis?
Ooh. I know I've had this discussion. I want to review this document very quickly.
Can you let us know what document you're reviewing there?
Yeah, it's the tri-party framework, which is hearing exhibit 2606, attachment SJD, which was an attachment to Dr. Dalkey's rebuttal testimony, which came in yesterday.
Yeah, I think that is
it's a 4-page document.
Would it be helpful to pull that up right now?
Yes.
Could we please do that? Hearing exhibit, I believe it's 2606.
Yeah, 2606.
And I'll give you the con if you want to ask where to go.
Sorry, did you say you wanted the attachment or the exhibit itself?
I think hearing exhibit 2606. No, we want the attachment.
Is it? Yes. Attachment SJD9
Right.
to hearing exhibit 2606.
That's it. Thank you.
And it does not specify, to your question, it does not specify whether it's per nameplate or for accredited value. But I believe it's intended more for nameplate.
Is there, there's no cap on the dollar amount for the incremental for this, X dollars per project, but there's no cap on the number of projects, right?
No total cap. There isn't. What governs that and the way we proposed it was that these projects would be included in one of the portfolios advanced by the company. So, let's say we advance 14 portfolio. I'll make up numbers here for a moment. Let's say we have 14 portfolios and there's a total of 40 projects in those portfolios. The 40 project, each of these 40 projects shows up in at least one of the 14 portfolios. The approved portfolio has 20 projects. The remaining 20 become part of the incremental need pool. And then that would determine ultimately what the total cost of these payments is. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Mr. Landrum's testimony has some testimony around if we need to supplement that pool, if you didn't have sufficient depth by technology. But there is no explicit cap to your literal question. I just wanted to explain what sort of governs the size of that pool and therefore the payments.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you. I think I have time before we break to talk a little bit more about the incremental need pool. I'd like to talk about the impact on emissions. So could we please pull up hearing exhibit 117? And can we scroll to page 50, please? 50. And scroll down a little bit more. There we go. Great. And beginning on line 12, you state, moreover, as explained by company witness Mr. Landrum in his rebuttal, the incremental need pool project/portfolio will seek to maintain system emissions performance alongside consideration of costs and feasibility. Did I get that right this time?
Yes.
Thanks. My question is, first let me ask you this. If a selected resource renders the company unable to stay on the same or higher level of emissions trajectory, could the company still choose to advance that resource to the commission for approval?
The same or higher?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be exactly the same, but what I'm getting at is the same or higher.
The governance on emissions in this case, and I think this is important.
Can I interrupt you 1 second, just to
Sure.
make it clear? Maybe we had a miscommunication. If the company is unable to select a resource that's the same or higher, that's why I said same or higher.
No, it's not unable to. What I wanted to elaborate just briefly on is that we intend to have a diverse set of resources in this incremental need pool. And Mr. Landrum's testimony discusses how we would ensure resources by technology are present there. Number one. Number two, we agreed to provide verification workbooks such that there is knowledge of the emissions likely to arise from this incremental need pool. Number three, the commission would have review on this. Again, recall that there was a process for review on any usage of the incremental need pool. And then finally, the company's interest in emissions is longstanding. And we aim to preserve that, but we recognize there's some tensions between serving load and emissions at times.
So I appreciate that. And I understand the commission has the final say, for lack of a better term. But what I'm asking about is the decision to propose something to the commission is a project that, meets or exceeds the expected emissions reductions.
That's not a requirement in the selection, in the proposal process, if you will.
Okay. So would it be the sole discretion of the company to determine what resource to advance from the incremental need pool to the commission?
Yes, and then parties can comment, and then the commission can decide. And there would be emissions workbooks submitted to inform those discussions and decisions.
Okay, and in this sentence that I read before, I just want to highlight the word seek. You say the company will seek to maintain system emissions performance. Do you have a metric for evaluating the reasonableness of maintaining system emissions performance?
I don't know if we have a specific metric right now on this. I mean, there is statutory framework around 80% by 2030. We have our CEP proposal, or I should say our CEP portfolio plus 2 years of the RAP pointed us toward the approved version was pointing us toward about 86% reduction by 2030. I think we'd be monitoring against those sorts of bookends, if you will, but seeking to at least achieve the 80, which is statutory target.
Okay.
Across the whole portfolio. So it's to me, it's not a micro problem of the incremental need pool emissions. It's a system problem of total.
It's not a case by case. It's system wide, is what I hear you say.
Yeah, well, it's obviously, like the case additions that arise through the incremental need pool affect the overall system emissions. But in our view, they should be looked at across the system, and those resources would be cooperated within a larger system. And so that it's a system emissions issue. And yes, the incremental need pool selection could influence it.
Okay. Are you aware of a specific resource or maybe category of resources that would result in the company not maintaining system emissions performance?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think this is going in the direction of, are we going to select CTs? And that's a possibility, but CTs operate again within a system. If that becomes part of a portfolio of resources, I've shown in previous testimony in the CEP that new incremental CTs have pretty small effect on emissions. And what's more important on the emissions is the overall system emissions, or sorry, system resource mix is more determinative on emissions than a single selected resource.
So you're not aware of any offhand now ahead of time, a priori?
I'm sorry, not aware of
any. I'm just trying to get a little clarity on my previous question of any specific resource or category of resources that just wouldn't work in maintaining system emissions performance.
No, I'm not. It's all a combination, and I think they can all achieve substantial emission reductions targets. And I think the resources that we're commercially acquiring through this resource plan can do that. And that includes resources selected in the incremental need pool.
Okay. So if the company determined it could not replace, say, a failed solar or solar and storage project, couldn't replace it, but it still needed the capacity under the incremental need pool proposal, the company could choose to instead build a combustion turbine.
Well, again, we're aiming to have a sort of depth of incremental need projects by technology, such that we can substitute, if needed, a like for like type of replacement. And that's been our record. That's kind of how the backup bid process worked in the CEP. Our intention is for that to work similarly here.
I understand that's your record, but that's not, is that in the proposal anywhere?
Yeah, I think it is in the form of Mr. Landrum's testimony, which suggests a process to ensure that we have adequate backup resources by type of resource inside this pool.
But there's nothing that requires the company to choose a like resource.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, all right. Again, it goes back to the commission. It goes back to the process where commenters or where parties get to comment and the commission gets to decide. The company makes the selection. That's true in resource planning generally, Mr. Banas. Like we propose, and then there's a review process. Parties comment, commission decides.
Okay. I think I can tie this up quick with a couple things on the SIR rebuttal before we break for the day. Up until Monday, the company had not proposed any verification workbooks for the incremental need pool activations, right?
I think that's right. It's been moving fast. That was a recent addition. I'll believe you on Monday in the tri-party framework where that entered.
And In fact, I've got a discovery response from you explaining that that wasn't going to happen. And then Monday, we're happily surprised to see it looks like it's going to happen. Now you're agreeing to provide an updated emissions verification workbook along with the notice for large loads with a ramp greater than 100 megawatts during the relevant resource acquisition period, right?
Yes.
But this wouldn't apply for loads less than or equal to 100 megawatts. Is that right?
Which part?
The verification workbook.
I don't know that it wouldn't.
Okay. Can we pull up that hearing exhibit we were just looking at, which is hearing exhibit 2606 in the attachment, which is that 4-page document? Can you scroll down to page 4, please? Let's see if I can get this right. Oh, is this, is this the 4-page document?
Yeah, 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 yes, it is. It is.
Great. So I'm looking for what I pulled out of here last night, and maybe it's a little higher. Can you scroll up a little higher, please? Where you explain this, you say, hopefully I can find it. You say now, not you say, I'm sorry for putting words in your mouth.
Well,
it says here, the company is committed to providing, the company is not, I'm sorry, here we are. Now we are agreeing to provide an updated emissions verification workbook along with a notice for large loads with a ramp greater than 100 megawatts during the relevant RAP.
yes, and I would agree with you that is a sub-bullet of the bullet that is covering the greater than 100 megawatt category. So that commitment is not specifically made for the less than 100 megawatt category, which was your original question. I apologize. I couldn't remember the exact usage of sub-bulleting here, but that is the agreement we have before us as agreed with amongst these three parties at this point.
Okay, so are you committing to providing an updated emissions verification workbook for loads less than or equal to 100 megawatts?
I am not in honoring the spirit of a framework that is a tri-party framework, and I don't feel I can change this on the stand.
Okay, so for those loads, the loads less than or equal to 100 megawatts, the commission wouldn't have any insight into the emissions impact of the incremental need pole activations, right?
I don't know if there's an explicit process committed to here.
Okay. It's 5:03. That's the end of that line of questioning, Chair. Would you like to break now, or I can keep going?
No, I'd like to break. Thank you. If you could pull down that exhibit. Any preliminary matters or final matters before we break for the day and take up, I think, at 1 p.m. Tomorrow?
Mr. Chair, just briefly, we do have speaking of verification workbooks, we do have the CDPHE verification workbooks marked in our box. The Piesco box is hearing exhibit 126 and hearing exhibit 127HC. There's been a stipulation of those. We can move those into evidence now if you want, or we can do it in the morning or the afternoon.
Any objections to moving that into evidence? Hearing none, so moved.
Thank you. Nothing further from Piesco.
Mr. Detsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning I moved some exhibits from CIA's box into the record for the header issue I mentioned. I was informed by Commission Counsel that I was not specific enough going through that list, so I'd like to just do that really quickly to move those into the record. And those are, thank you. Those are hearing exhibit 700C, hearing exhibit 700HC, hearing exhibit 701HC, attachment WAM WAM-5 to hearing exhibit 700 public, and attachment WAM-5C to hearing exhibit 700. And I believe that completes the movement into box.
Thank you for the clarification. Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Well, let's see, Commissioner Plant, Commissioner Gilman, anything?
Nope, I have nothing. Thanks.
All right. See everybody tomorrow at 1 p.m. Thanks all.
See you then. Thank you.